It just depends. Assess the conversation. Each conversation should be assessed. How should I handle this conversation? It just depends. Depends on the tone of the person. They want to act like a schmuck, then you can treat them like a schmuck. They want to act civil and they want to talk correct, then be correct with them. Just depends on the conversation. Anyway, yeah, Edgy, you can look at, like I said before, you can look at this more like an academy. So, as you're here, learn from the people that have been in here for a while. I'm gonna drop a few names, myself included here. Elijah, Mimas Aurelius, Indio. We got people like Wolfgang. Let's see who else. We got some people here that are, doing great work. Drace.
AI Arden's another one. He stays calm and keeps focused. And
yeah, AI
good too.
AI's thorough. Do you want to listen to him?
Yeah, I remember AI. I remember hearing him. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, very, very thorough.
Yeah, AI is very thorough. If one thing you can say about AI is he's thorough, so he's gonna really go through the information. Yeah, and these guys, including myself, like I said, glean as much as you can, because the talking points and everything that gets brought up, we've really honed our skills over the many years we've been doing this, and we can identify certain archetypes of people. So we got your sophists, you got your weasels, people that don't like to answer questions, people that like to make up shit on the spot. Like, we know all these types just by having a few lines of conversation, whether you're going to be intellectually honest or not. I could spot a fake from a mile away. If you're coming in here, yeah, dudes, check it out, I'm a flat earther. Oh, really? We're going to find that out. We're going to have a conversation that we're going to know. We're going to test the metal. And if you are saying who you are, who you say you are, we'll know. Because you can't keep that act up for a long time in this server. You can't. You truly are who you are. You're genuine or you're not. But we'll know. We'll know. We have our back chats and we do talk, so we'll start figuring out who's causing problems, who could be an agent. We've always held to the high standard of doing that, so no one escapes our eyes. Nobody.
Hey, we I've been here about maybe 2 months already. We caught a couple of those guys that pretend to be flat earthers. And yeah, we caught them, so we don't see them over here anymore.
No, like I said, they might last for a little bit, but once the mask starts to slide off because they can't hold back anymore, then we will find out. We'll uncover who they really are.
But hey, man, Mayhem, man, thanks again. Appreciate it, man. Good to hear you again. But I'm going to work now. I'll talk to you guys later. Much love to everybody.
Well,
thank you.
Good day, man. Have a good day at work.
Thank you.
I myself have to be leaving here pretty quick. I just thought I'd stop by because I was eating my breakfast and then I was listening to that that conversation. So
is that what it takes to get you to pop back in here for a minute, bro?
No. I mean, I was actually I was eating breakfast. I was like, I want to see what you guys are up to. And I was just lurking. I was like, oh, hell nah. Man, I was just like, I was pacing. Yeah. I was pacing.
I put my headset on and I'm listening to what's going on. Like, oh, this guy.
No, but
that kid,
I'm saying
he was definitely like a stereotypical little, like, antagonistic little brother or whatever, trying to have that argument. Like, that's what it sounded like. It's a little brother trying to argue with his big bro and use sophistry to pretend to be smart. Well, I know all these facts. Listen.
And the circus show that was going on with what they were doing had more to deal with us wanting to entertain some type of content. And I got that right off the bat. I was like, yeah, the guys just want to have some content. So they're going to let them talk their shit for a little bit and see what happens. I got that. I wasn't lost to that in part of it. I know that's what you guys wanted to do. It's like churn some content, at least because hasn't been content in a minute. But at the same time, not like that. Not like that.
All those little underhand jabs he was doing too, where he was being really insulting and then would get right back to talking again. Like, he didn't get called out on that shit.
Chuckles. There was a few chuckles because you guys It's almost like you already know you won. You're just like playing with your food, or you're batting them around like a cat bats around a yarn ball. You know, like. But I mean, you really can't don't go into those derivative topics are so annoying. Because then like 5 people jump in there like, nah, you're just a shithead. You don't like for what? If you didn't even have to go into that topic, you're gonna be like, dude, what is this? I mean, you know what I'm saying. So you don't need to go into those things. It just for why? Do rockets work in a vacuum? I don't know. Let's find out. Bob, what do you think? You know, it's like, who cares? That has nothing to do with the drop over distance. What about the 3-body problem? That's important. No, it's not. It's not. It really isn't. And any other derivative topics you might think are important are not. Because they haven't demonstrated how they know the Earth's a globe. Do you guys see what I'm saying here? It's pretty simple, right? Anyway.
Yeah, I had a question for you guys.
Well, a lot of these
quick.
people. Go ahead, Ed. You're good.
Oh no, just real. Are you noticing this over time? Like, are there more people coming in than say years past? I'm new to this whole thing. Like, been researching for probably a little over 6 months, but like in terms of this Discord, I just downloaded it last week, and I'm surprised I even made it in here. But are you finding that it's it's starting to increase, or is it kind of stagnant or going down more or less? With
I'll say it this way. I've been with this thing since the beginning. It's like it had its big wave at the beginning. So the big wave was that everybody was getting cemented in the argument. We were learning where we stood with like how we argue, and so I would say the beginning was really just a massive. It was a Wild West, let's say, the Wild West. It was just everybody was running rapid everywhere with ideas and speculations and all kinds of things. Everybody was doing whatever they wanted, and factions were formed. You had your Infinite Plane Society. You had your, Outer Pond idea people, and everybody was forming that. You had your AE map people. Like everybody was in like camps or whatnot, and so everybody was trying to figure out what is the truth. What should we talk about? And it took us pretty much a while to actually get cemented on how we're supposed to articulate ourselves within the context of this argument. Now, in this server, and in maybe I'd say 1 or 2 other places, we've gotten so sharp with the arguments that there is no debate whatsoever. So, and I would say, I'm just going to answer your question, is that, the very beginning was overwhelming amount of people coming in here and saying, well, where's the edge, dude? If the Earth is flat, where's the edge? And, stuff like, well, if I was in a flat Earth, would I fall off of it? Like all kinds of dumb shit. So it was that much in the beginning. There is a little bit now. Wouldn't say there's a lot, but the content of the types of people that come in here are not like they used to be. Before, they would stand on all 10 of their toes and say, the Earth is a globe and it's geometric and all that. And they would say that. Now, we got them so much on the run that when they come into this server, they're like, well, dudes, I'm not here to talk about if the Earth is a flat or globe. I just want to talk about the sextant. And it's like, well, for what? What do you want to talk about the sextant for? I don't know. I think it's interesting. They don't want to have a direct conversation about the Earth being either globe or flat because they know where it's going to end up. So that's how far we've gotten already. The people that actually want to debate or come in here, they're afraid. I'm serious, Edge. They're afraid of coming in here. They know that this room and possibly another place like a Nathan Oakley's, we hold these guys to what they say. And they hate that. They don't want to be. It's such a high standard. It's not really a high standard. It's either the truth or it's not. However, you might think it's a high standard because you like your imaginary globe. So you rather listen to these guys tell you fairy tales instead of you going out into the field and providing evidence that it is a globe. That's not the kind of world I want to live in. I want to live in a world where people demonstrate to each other and verify the very thing that they say, not what I imagine. Well, look, it works out in math. Who gives a shit? Go out into the field and test it. See if it works out there too. Does it line up? No? Well, there you go. It's not a globe. How simple was that? Well, it's much more complicated than that. Nah, I don't think so, bub. Because I can hold a geometric shape in my hand and I can measure that thing and I can know directly what it is. So you mean to tell me that the Earth is something tangible that I can't do that with either? That doesn't line up. They don't have any quarter here, Edge. This is the place where the globe Earth comes to die. Or it's already DOA when it enters. It's dead on arrival, man. There's no way that... I'm telling you, man. Yeah. Have whoever you want come in here. Get your most prolific science communicator to set foot in this arena and watch them squirm when they're in here.
Yeah, I listened to was it Mick West? Is that his name?
Yeah, Mick West. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, and it gets pretty intense for sure.
Oh, of course. Because the stakes are high. The stakes are high. That means that fundamentally, the information, if you're listening to me right now on YouTube or any other platform, fundamentally, the information that you have in your mind, thinking that the Earth is a globe, is something you think is real. When I expose these jokers, right, these clowns who pretend themselves to be intellects, I call them pseudo-intellects, then you will realize for yourself that your priests, who you also clamor and say, oh, they know, they don't want to go into that server because they don't want, it's beneath them. Yeah, they don't want to be exposed like the rest of the jokers that come in here, the internet bobbleheads, as I call them. The honey hold my beer fallacy people. They're talking about the Earth being a flat stationary plane. Honey, hold my beer. I'm going to go in here and tell them how it's a globe. Good luck. You're about to get your world wrecked, son, when you come in here. That's what I got to say. You're going to have a paradigm shift in that you're going to be left like, I don't know. Interesting. Because before, you thought the Earth was a globe, and you knew that you lived on a globe. You knew it through and through. But when you come in here, all of a sudden, you're like, I ask you the question, how sure are you that the Earth is a globe? From 1 to 100. Go ahead and tell me. How sure are you? Well, it's like, I'd say it's like 70%. I think it's like 90%. Oh, really? 90%? I heard a guy tell me that. And the only reason why I'm saying that, Edge, is because I heard guys tell me that when they come in here. I test the metal. I check to see where everybody lines up with their understanding. And I ask them the question, how sure are you that the Earth is a globe? 1 to 100%. How sure? I very seldom hear the answer, well, 100%. I very seldom. The majority is like, well, we can never know nothing to be 100%. I know that it's a globe 99.9999999%. And trust me, that's been said before. It has been said before. That what I just told you. With that many nines. Probably to the 10th decimal place. Who knows? Anyway.
No way. They've never said 99999.
But what I'm trying to say is, let me lay this out to you, man, because like I'm giving you this is basically a timeline, right? From the time where we started to like this wave of like when people used to come in here, and I'm kind of elaborating or embellishing or whatever you want to call it, dressing up the answer. The answer that I'm telling you right now to your question is the reason why people don't come in here anymore like they used to, because they've been thoroughly shellacked. I mean, utterly and thoroughly shellacked. I mean, I'm trying to tell you that from an academic standpoint, those guys are embarrassed when they come in here because they don't know. And their best answer, that's my best guess. Okay, so the rest of humanity, everyone who goes to school, everyone who goes to college, everyone who listens to any professor, any instructor, anybody telling them that the Earth is a globe, is all for naught. Why? Because when you get to the top levels of the academia, when they come into this server, they tell you it's my best guess. When you, who an internet bobblehead, comes into this server, says, no, the Earth is a globe, 100%. And the science communicator guy, he says that's his best guess. So what you're telling me is that you 100% know what he's saying, that's his best guess. Because you don't really know, do you? When I was to ask you the specific question, you just lean on I'm not a scientist. Well, that's funny because he don't even know either. And he's a scientist. I had this one guy tell me, well, maybe we can't trust that guy. He's incompetent. I'm like, no shit. What about the next guy? Well, if he knows, then he knows what he's talking about. But if he doesn't know, he's incompetent. Oh, so everybody down the line who says they don't know is incompetent by your standards. That's funny. Then who will know? Who will know? If by your standards, every astrophysicist, every cosmologist would answer the question as in, it's my best guess, you would say they're incompetent. Well, guess what, bucko? They all say that. Every single one of them say that. So, what does that mean? You guessed it. They're all freaking frauds. Every one of them. And too bad, because now it's a sunk cost fallacy for them, because they've invested so much of their time and energy in preaching and teaching this cosmological garbage to humanity that now they got to double down. Well, it is, man, because that's what we live on. Duh. You guys are dumb thinking the earth is flat and stationary. They're going to say that because they have nothing else. They have no other recourse. They've invested too much time and money involved into this pseudo scientific, not even science, even to be honest. It's just their idea that it is. It's just nonsense. It's all garbage. It's probably got as much value as like the story of Narnia or Lord of the Rings. I'm serious. It's just a fantasy. It's a fairy tale. I mean, come on, really. Flying through space and going to other planets and living there. That's just it's garbage. It's Santa Claus for adults. That's what it is.
At least with Lord of the Rings, they got their feet on the ground.
So, that, you know, I've been expounding, but I think I'm doing a thorough expounding of it. That's the reason why they don't come in here. And they used to. Like I said, they came in full from like, it must have been 2017, 2018. They were coming in droves in here to come tell us that the Earth is a globe. In droves. I mean, there were nonstop people coming in and out of the server. And we, of course, were brand new to the argument, so we were kind of cementing ourselves in how we're articulating the argument and so forth. But now, today, oh, man, you would want a scientific communicator to come in here. You would want them to. You would be begging them, please come into the 24/7 Discord server. Please disprove those guys. Because there's nobody that can do that. None. Not a single living soul.
So has anyone, sorry to cut you off, has anyone went on to Mick West? Like, if I'm not mistaken, he has a channel or some sort of podcast. Has anybody?
No. No need.
Yeah.
No need.
Yeah.
We've already done what we've done with him in here. That's all that needs to be done. Because here's the thing, right? If the Earth was indeed a globe, he would have came in here with all his information. He'd be like, here's where you guys are wrong. This is directly measured and proven to be true. You can go and do this if you want. Directly measure the Earth this way. You'll find out that, and then with drop over distance, right? The drop over distance would be measured. Everybody would be satisfied because the truth is the only thing in this server we're concerned about. Truth. And it has to be able to be verified, not just talked about. Well, mathematically, we can work it out. I don't give a shit about that. Can you take your damn math, go into the field, and find out how that is being proven true by your math? Do that. Because that's when you know that rubber meets the road, right? Don't just talk a game. Go out and do it. Go to the field and tell me what your little math says out into the field. Then we're going to test your metal and see if what you're saying is true or no. That's the most important part. Yeah, there is no recourse. There's no way. There isn't an answer to the question. There's only this idea that you might live on a globe by way of, thinking about it. That's it. Well, it could be a globe. Yeah, how? Well, it's possible. All right. But you're saying that anything's possible, so what? Provide the evidence.
Like, it's such a silly response. It's like, well, it's possible if you can prove it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not.
You haven't proven it.
We could be on a fucking triangle for all I know, but we got to prove it.
And then that's where it ends, right? If you say we're on a globe, prove it. If you say believe me, there's this too. If you say the Earth is concave, prove it. Don't just talk about it. No, but check it out mathematically, and we can draw images and we show you videos, and who cares, man? Measure the damn floor to be curving anywhere, and then we got something to talk about. You ain't measured it yet. Well, what else you got? Stories? I'm gonna sit here and listen to you ramble about how the Earth is like a giant jigsaw puzzle, and we're gonna put it together. What? You're crazy. I'm telling you, Edge. The thing for me is like it gets to me because I'm like, on the one hand, you can literally put a basketball in your hand. And you say, I know exactly the size of dimensions this geometric shape is. And I know what it's called because we all agree that this shape is considered to be a sphere. So we're going to say that this sphere has a radius, diameter, circumference, and it's been measured to have this drop over distance on its surface. I can tell you that without any like hiccups. I can just, I tell you that. I'm going to hand it over to you. You're going to say, okay, let me measure it to say that it's what you say it is. I'm going to confirm it. Okay, go ahead and do that. Well, you confirm it's exactly what I said it is. Voila. Now third parties can come in here and check it out, test for what it is. Everybody can confirm. We're good. The basketball, it has a certain size of dimensions because we measured it and we know. We don't just, well, I think maybe possibly this geometric shape is no, we know. We measured it. Now, using that same mindset, go to the earth. You know what I'm saying? How easy was that? But when we go to the earth, it's like everybody, all the intellects, they're fumbling around, scratching my head here. I really don't know. What are you going to use? A measuring tape? Are we going to use a ruler? Well, it's kind of hard now. Why? On the one hand, one object was measured. Yeah, you can use a measuring tape or whatever you want, a ruler. It doesn't matter. But if you scale up, use your brain. If you can measure one thing, why can you not measure something else? And they're both tangible, by the way, because you're standing on the earth and you're holding the basketball. So they're both tangible. So you cannot tell me that's not an excuse. You can measure both. You can measure them. So then why can't we then?
Yeah.
Because it's not a globe. Ding, 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 ding. Tell him what he's won. Washer and dryer. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. I don't know. I'm getting
All
kind of
right. Well, this has been a good conversation. I'm definitely going to stick around. I figured out how to mute myself. I got to drag my phone thing up.
All right, Edge.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you. Thanks so much. And I'll be, hearing you around.
Yeah, probably won't be around today, but yeah, good luck here in the server. And like I said, if you see people with the moderator tag, just listen to them if they're speaking.
Yep, for sure.
All right, dudes.
All right, have a good day.
Yeah, you too. I'm going to be hanging out.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Brian D.
I mean, why does it matter? Like, if we thought about it, like, why does the fucking like shape of the Earth matter? Like,
hang on. Here we go.
No, I agree
What
with
the
them.
hell,
I agree with them. The overall shape doesn't matter. We can still determine what its surface properties are.
Yeah.
Without knowing the overall shape of it. So like you can you can know that the Earth is flat or is not curving, just by observing water anywhere on Earth.
Yeah.
But like, I guess my point is like, it's not like trying to make a dumb point because like I know Globers do that shit, and I do lean more to the Glober side, you could say.
Yeah, good luck.
And it's not because I was brainwashed by the government. It's not because I was brainwashed by the news. It's because like it's my own choice to think that way. And if you're gonna knock me for thinking that way,
you're welcome to it.
then you can.
Everybody's entitled to believe what they want to believe.
I actually believe the government's corrupt. Like, I'm very anti-government anyways. I think it holds monopoly over too many things and regulation over too many things, especially in the United States.
Let me ask you this. Would you have come to the conclusion that the Earth is spherical on your own?
It's more or less like my belief. It's kind of like faith. Like,
Why is it your
faith in
belief?
shape.
Would you have believed that or come to that conclusion if nobody told you?
Are you saying, like, could I test it?
No.
On my own? Or, like, what are you trying to ask? Like,
Through all of your senses, through all of your reasoning that you have to your best of your ability, would you, without being told that the Earth is a globe, come to the conclusion that it is a globe and spherical in nature on your own?
So there's a difference between saying I think the Earth is a globe and saying that Earth is a globe. Neither of us will ever know until we actually observe it from further away in space.
That's incorrect.
If you believe in space.
We can know what it is.
Have any of us flown a fucking rocket ship into space?
No. You don't need to go to space. In fact, space.
How do you know? Why? Why can't you go to space?
You don't need to go to space. Space doesn't exist. But even if it did, doing so would not prove anything to you. You can visually look at something and maybe take in a little bit more information, data, but that is not like the end all be all. That is not the finalized, like what makes it final. You have to take physical measurements, like tangible physical measurements, to know what the surface of something is. Your eyes can be deceived. Something might look three-dimensional that is two-dimensional, just like you can draw like a spherical, like you can draw a sphere on a flat piece of paper, right? If you're a really good artist, you can make it look realistic. It might appear to be one thing, but actually be another. Looking at something doesn't prove anything. It might help to get you there. It might, but it is not the final truth or knowledge about it. What is knowledge is physical, tangible measurements.
Right, I agree 100%.
So we can take physical, tangible measurements here on Earth without ever leaving it, without ever seeing the totality of it from so-called space.
But the only way you can absolutely prove it 100,000% is if you observe it from the outside, right?
No, absolutely not. That's completely the opposite of what I just said to you.
Wrong. That's wrong. You can measure it.
You can measure it, but you'll never actually know until you observe it from another point.
No, you will only know once you measure it.
Well, yes, I suppose he has a point in a way.
We can say all this, but you're right. You can be deceived, right? So what if your measurements are off?
Yeah, you can be deceived. That's correct.
So what if your measurements are off on
What
space,
measurements?
right? Like, why can't we put that into the equation?
Well, because have you been there?
Have I been there? No, I haven't. That's why I said I think.
So
that's why I said I think the Earth is a globe.
It's subjective measurements of things.
Wait, what?
You have to subjectively measure something in order to know.
No. Well, I guess that would be. I mean, measurements are objective, not subjective.
Sorry, I meant objective.
Well, how do you know?
Did I say something?
How do you know?
Fucking nigger. How do you know?
I mean, how do you know your measurements are 100% correct?
Well, because you fucking measured them, bro.
Right, but how do you know they're not off? Like, how do you know what I mean?
So how, like let's say I'm a machinist and I'm I need to create like a certain amount of horsepower in my engine, like by having like the volume of like the compression ratio, like with the piston and the rings and all this stuff. Like, how can I know that I'm gonna get like what I'm trying to get? Like, by measuring it. We're gonna be precise in measurement.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can look at a table and come up with the conclusion that it's flat, right?
Sure, yeah.
But that's because you're observing it from the outside. You're not. Imagine if you tried.
No, it's not.
No, listen.
No, it's
not. Okay.
It's not because you're looking at it and saying it looks flat.
Well, no, but you can measure it from the outside. You can't measure the Earth from the inside.
If you want to know it's actually flat, you use something that's a straight edge, and you check it for inconsistencies, like for deviation from flat. Like if your straight edge is completely tight everywhere, then your table is perfectly flat,
and you're gonna have no deviation.
Right.
But how do you do that with an object as fucking big as Earth, you know? Like, how can you measure that perfectly? I don't think you can.
You don't have to measure the whole thing. All you have to do, like, it's very simple. We're so like the null side of this, like you take the claim. We experience the Earth as being flat. The claim, so that's the axiom. The claim is that even though it appears to be flat, and we experience it as flat in all ways, it is actually contradictory to our experience, curving away from you in all directions. So all we have to do is go look for curvature. When you find none anywhere, it's not curving. It is therefore flat.
But the Earth is so fucking big. Like, even if it did
curve, it's not that big. It's not that big, bro.
It's not that big?
No, it's not that big. It's like, where is it? Like
4,000. Well, that's where the map comes in, right?
Think about how fucking big, like, each state in the U.S. is, and then think about the entire fucking
large.
Earth.
It's large, but it's not unmeasurable.
It's not big, though.
It's claimed to have a circumference, right?
Yep.
Brian?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right, so that's the claim, is what we're saying.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah,
so everything we experience tells us it's flat and everything's revolving over top of us. So what we're saying is
whatever you think it is, it's not. Okay.
So say the Earth is flat. Like, what have we done? You know, like, say it is flat. Like, what's the end goal? Like,
yeah,
not everyone's gonna accept that the Earth is flat, right? Like, I'm not.
True.
Use me as an example. I'm not gonna believe that.
No matter what.
Not no matter what, but just based on what I can see and what people have told me. Yeah, I think authority matters. Like, yeah, I think the Earth. I think the Earth is a globe. I do not know if the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
Right?
That's almost like, at least you're honest, bro.
I mean, that's what it is. And it's the same thing. You can think the Earth is flat, but you don't know the Earth is flat.
Well, you see, here's the thing, though.
We can be more sure than you can because we're actually going out to measure it. You, on the other hand, refuse to do so out of fear of what you might find.
What do you mean, me?
Well, when he says you, it doesn't mean you exactly. It means like
you're just subgrouping me with like people that think the Earth is a globe.
No,
well, 98% of people.
That's right. Like you're already jumping to your conclusion before ever investigating.
Well, no, that's just what you said. Like you just said that. I mean,
would you put yourself in that category, bro?
No, you said you. He's like you.
Yeah, I said you, but I'm more speaking. I did mean a little bit more vaguely about like globers, people who take the stance that I cannot be convinced. You've already made your decision without investigating.
That's true.
Without so how would I investigate this?
Well, you tell us.
I've already told you. Go look for curvature. If you think you live on a ball, look for curvature. Find.
You study physics, right?
No,
and I'm not
curvature, bro.
What?
There's no curvature.
How do you know that though? Like, how do you know?
Because there isn't.
How do you know? Like, I'm asking.
Because if there was, I would be a Star Trekker.
Do you know because you know, or do you know because other people have told you that you know? And it goes both ways with globers and flat earthers.
Bro, you're not listening. There is no proof of curvature.
But you're not telling me like any evidence. You're just saying that there's no curvature, but you're not telling me.
Okay, Brad.
We'll get to some evidence. I was looking to see if you had any for your globe. You don't seem to require any. You have no burden of proof, or you have no expectation of proof for your already preconceived.
But you're. No, so you don't realize that you're proving like both points here. He doesn't know that the Earth is flat, and I don't know that the Earth is a globe. But we can both.
We haven't even gotten to that part yet.
We haven't even gotten there, bro.
All right, well, show me some. I want to see what you guys.
If you did fucking
right now, we're step by step. First, we're looking to see if you have any evidence for your globe. Are you gonna just right now admit to me that you have none?
Well, I can go look at government documents. I mean,
what?
I feel like that.
So, like, you would
pretty solid proof.
No. I'm asking you here now. You're telling me that you feel right now. You're saying that you feel confident that if you went to investigate, that you would have plenty of good evidence that you could present to us, right?
I mean, no, I don't study the fucking shape of the Earth. Like,
it's
not something I do.
Wait.
I mean, we literally have government documents that can show you that in order for their aircraft to work, for their intercontinental ballistic missiles to work, for their freaking rockets to work from NASA, they have to assume a flat and motionless Earth. Mm-hmm. There's government documents that state that, a whole bunch of them.
16.
Right. So do you know how big the Earth's circumference supposedly is?
I have no fucking clue.
24,000 miles, right? So I mean,
we can go with that. I don't know if that's.
You would actually round up 24,901 is the claim that they make, so it's closer to 25,000. But that's the claim. There's nothing to substantiate that.
He's telling you what it is, bro. You have no clue.
Yeah, I don't need to have a clue to have an opinion. That's some communist ass shit, right?
So you have a clueless opinion?
So that's
just because I'm not a fucking mathematician and know like the circumference of the Earth doesn't mean I can.
This isn't a matter of an opinion, though. This isn't a matter of opinion.
It absolutely is.
No, when we're talking about reality, it's not a matter of your opinion. Your opinion means nothing.
You guys are literally opposite of reality.
No. It's about understanding.
98% of people would disagree with you guys on this stuff.
Yeah,
that doesn't matter either. 98% of people are fucking morons.
So
the reality is that 98% of people
That's a
know
pretty
how to
delusional take, dude. I mean, that's pretty delusional.
You don't even know what the fucking circumference of the Earth is, bro. How stupid are you?
How does that make me delusional?
It
Like,
makes you
why do I
dumb,
have to
bro.
give a fuck? Like, why?
What? Oh my god! Listen to this guy.
I mean, like,
Listen
why
to
does
this
it
guy.
matter? I mean, like,
So everything everybody tells you from day dot is true, right?
it's not completely true because I disagree with
You're
people
not.
on a
You're
lot of
not.
things.
You're not.
Listen, this goes.
Hold on,
You've
hold
been
on.
probably
Brian.
had your dad tell you like if everybody else jumped off a cliff, would you? You know, or
He
like
probably would, you know.
You
I
know,
mean,
like
whose dad hasn't said that to them? Unless you don't have a dad, which if you don't, I feel
right.
bad.
You're coming
everybody's
across
heard
as
that.
that, bro.
So just because everybody else believes it, or everybody else thinks it, or everybody else does it make it right.
I
I would
agree
be
with that.
embarrassed, man. I'd be embarrassed.
I agree with that. Why are you like? What's your point?
Well, you're the one who said 98% of people believe this, and that, like, therefore, you know, we're the crazy ones, or whatever it was you were saying. Like, it doesn't make it true just because the majority of people believe it. Believing is not reality. People,
How is it not?
People all through history have believed things that were untrue. In fact, all of science, for the most part, like science keeps on. Every time they tell you something scientifically, it gets revised later on down the road. It's like what they tell you is truth to the best of their knowledge in the moment.
And we're not saying science as the scientific method. We're saying science as in the mainstream, like, narrative science. Like, what they're wrong all the time. That's
Right.
how
I don't disagree at all. I think half the things going on in America right now are like absolutely do have a narrative by Democrats and Republicans and anyone in between, right? Like there's always a narrative to something, right? I don't disagree with that. But my point is, like, why does it matter? Like, why do we have to be divided? Like, why do we have
You're
to
a little
go?
bit of an idiot, aren't you?
No,
Why I mean, why do we have to, you know, be mad at each other over the shape of the earth? Like, I just don't understand.
We don't have to be.
We can all just agree to disagree. And
No,
that's
you can't.
okay.
When you're talking about truth, or when you're talking about the nature of reality itself, it is not we can each live in our own little frickin' world and just be happy with that. Like, no,
Why not? Why not?
There's objective reality, not subjective reality.
Is knowing the shape of the earth gonna like kill you if you're out in nature? Is it? Is it actually
He's just fucking trolling now. He's just a fucking asshole, man.
Right, no, so, Brian, okay. The positive claim is that the Earth has a curvature of 24... What is it? What's the exact measurement?
There is no measurement. What they tell you, the claim is 24,901 miles.
24,900. Okay, so and now that it has to be the size for the sun to cast the type of shadows that it's casting on objects. That's what the math is based on. So if it isn't that if it isn't that size, then there's a problem. Okay, so you can't say it might be bigger, right? That's what I'm saying. Okay, so we know that it has a certain circumference, right? We should be able to go out.
No, we don't.
Just be careful with the way you're saying it. You said you're like when you said we know.
We know.
No, it's the claim is that it's 24,000.
Right.
Just be ultra specific when you're talking this stuff.
Be careful.
My bad. Yeah, that's what the claim is, right?
Yep.
So then we can do mathematical calculations to find out what that curvature should be, right? Based on geometry, that's how it works.
Right. Yeah. If you have everything in the formula like known, then you can do the equation and figure out the result, the answer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Where we're at is we've said, okay, this is the claim. Let's go out to see, because the sea would be where the curve is at. Water is always level, right? So we've gone out to sea, we've gone out in other flat places, and there's never a curve that's measurable, right? So the positive claim is being challenged, and it's never been proven to have the curve that they claim. So what is the more logical stance there? Like, and sorry, go ahead.
Oh, is that? Were you asking me? You were just asking
essentially
me.
what he's saying is that given the dimensions of the so-called sphere, right, that they give you, that there would be expectations to how far you can see. If it's a physical object that is curving away from you in all directions, dependent on your height above the surface and the distance at which you're viewing, would determine how much of something you would see, or if it started to disappear from your view because it would be obstructed by the geometrical shape of the Earth itself. Physically obstructed.
Right.
We see too far. We are able to defeat and beat all those expectations on a regular basis, meaning that the Earth is not curving in a way that is proportionate to the claim. In fact, we defeat it so well in some instances that the Earth would have to be the size of Jupiter, what they claim Jupiter to be, like, or larger actually, like closer to almost the size of the sun. Okay, like we're able to see so much farther that their claim about size has to be tossed out the window. The only logical explanation, because being on a bigger Earth doesn't fix your problem. We're able to pretty well gauge the distance between places based off of our speed, like airspeed or through the water or whatever else, and travel times to get there. We have it pretty well gauged, like how far away things are. So having a bigger Earth doesn't fix it. It only creates more problems for the globe. A better explanation would be that because we're not measuring curvature, we're not finding it when we look for it, that the Earth is actually flat. In fact, the way that I'm sure Quantum's listening here, the way that we navigate in between all those places, celestial navigation, requires that the Earth be flat.
And even if you, right, so like even if you say, oh, your claim is, well, the refraction makes it so that you can't see, or so that the horizon appears so that you can see further than you actually are, right? Even if you do say that, which a lot of globe proponents do, that still doesn't prove that it's round. Right, like just because you have the answer for why it still looks flat, despite it being a globe, still doesn't mean that it's a globe.
Right, which is why I say if you can only know for certain if you're outside and observing from the outside.
We can know for certain through multitudes of freaking ways of measuring, and just through, again, the assumptions that have to be made in order to do the things that we do, like finding elevation angles for celestial. Like, this is going to be beyond you, but it's through triangulation. Okay, like, and triangles have 3 straight lines and 3 angles equaling 180 degrees. You can't get an angle against a curved surface. But the fact that we're able to do this over and over and over again, reliably, using this method of triangulation, is right there on itself a pretty good evidence or proof that the Earth is indeed flat, the way that we experience it. There's also been, just long range observation. We can show you the black swan image where we're able to see too far. We can show There's formulas that, again, based off of the geometry of the Earth. There's a formula, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is the formula that you would use to determine the distance to the horizon that you would expect on a globe the size with a circumference the size of 24,901 miles. If we see beyond that, then your ball is either much bigger or it's flat, or you have to come up with some other explanation, but it is not consistent with the claim.
Right. So you're saying what you're basically saying is like because there's differentiation between different people, that means it's flat because that's what you guys have came up with, right?
No, I don't know what the hell you just said.
So because you have different answers, but your side seems to be correct, then your side must be right. Because you have this other evidence that they don't.
No,
you got answers that they didn't have.
Look, your side makes a claim of size and shape, right?
Right.
We can use math to determine how far would be the physical limit to what we can see.
Right.
We're able to see beyond that.
Right. So again, because you got a different answer and it seems correct, you came to the conclusion that the Earth is flat based on that. That's what I'm asking. And you should be saying yeah, because that's what you're doing, right? Because you think it's correct.
I'm closer to saying yeah with that one, but that's not what you were just saying. I have no idea. Again, what you said made no sense a moment ago.
Well, what do you think I said before?
So you guys came to this conclusion because different people see different things.
No, I was trying to say since different people have different conclusions about basically everything on the fucking Earth, because you agree with that math or that side, then you're completely right.
What we're saying is that what we're saying is that the globe claim is false. We are falsifying the globe claim.
And you did that based on mathematical evidence by who and what?
Just observation and the mass of what just geometry, like what you can and cannot see based off of a size and shape.
By geometry. Who? Like, who were these studies conducted by? Like, I mean, if I'm gonna look at the quote-unquote evidence, like, I need to know.
What do you need? Fucking names and numbers and dates and times? What the fuck, bro?
Well, you're just, I mean, you're being very vague.
You're just fucking shut the fuck up, bro.
I mean, and then when I question,
we'll do the black swan. So anybody got it to quickly post? I think there's a bot command for it as well.
There you go. Hey, well done, Platter. Hey, man, this guy's a fucking lunatic.
Hey, peanuts.
Okay, all right.
All right, where are you? Are you posting in live stream?
Voice text.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, I'd actually like for him to be able to read the one that's got the P and Q and all that stuff, but I don't know if that'll really help.
So I've seen this before. So horizon. This is like the horizon argument. Where do you see the horizon?
You know what? You're ahead of most of your globe counterparts by right away. You said this is about the horizon. You actually know what the argument is.
Well, I've seen this picture. I've been in here before.
Okay, but there's people who have been arguing with us about this for years that still think it's about the oil rigs.
Right. No, this is about horizon. This is about perspective. Yep.
Right. So, according to the globe math, this footage was taken from 1 foot off of the water. The math is very simple. 1.22 times the square root of the observer height, which is 1, in feet. All right. It's squared, I think, because I paused. I forgot the squared, but it makes the math very simple. Like 1.225 is the expected distance, or 1.22. 1.225 is more specific. Would be from 1 foot off the water, would be the expected distance to the horizon itself. According to the mass for a globe with a circumference of 24,901 miles. Okay. The first platform is 6.2 miles away. The second one is 9.41. And where do you see the horizon? You've been through this before, clearly, so let's just do it again. Where's the horizon?
Behind.
Behind what?
The oil rigs.
Both of them?
Yeah.
Okay, meaning that the horizon is farther than 9.41 miles, right?
Right, based on the 1 foot.
Yeah. Which means that this observation is at bare minimum 9.4 times farther than what the globe would expect us to see.
Right.
So where's your curvature in this picture?
I still don't think you'd be able to see it.
Why not?
Because like you said, we say size and in perspective.
Listen, if the Earth was curving consistent to the rate said by that formula and the circumference as well, then that horizon line would have to be well in front of the first oil rig.
Right. If you took
that is where you would see the curvature.
Right. Or that's where they're saying, based on the heliocentric model, that we should be seeing it before the oil rigs.
There's no curvature,
based
bro.
on their math, right?
Yeah.
So what if their math is wrong, and what if your math is wrong? It's like
no, it's not our math. It's not our math. Math is just math. It's their claim, and it's their math.
Wait, if their math is wrong, then that fucking breaks everything. How are they going to send rockets out into space without knowing the fucking size? Like, that breaks everything if their math is wrong. Their math can't be wrong.
Yeah, because then the
how can their
difference
math
in the
not be
size of
wrong? I mean,
because if their math is wrong on how big the Earth is, then that means that parallel rays cannot be causing the shadows that they are from the sun, if it's the size they claim the sun is. So they would have to move the sun.
That's non sequitur.
What?
Talking about sun and crepuscular rays and angles and stuff. That's not the topic.
No,
The conversation.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that based on, because the way we've come up with the Earth measurement, right, is because of the shadow angles to the sun.
Uh-huh.
So the entire sun size and distance is off if the measurement of the Earth is wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Doesn't mean it's completely off, though, right? It just means that
according to just this one picture right here, it means that it's at least 9 times wrong. At least 10 times wrong.
Yeah.
Based on this one picture.
Just based off of this one.
No. Do you not see that? Do you not see it at all?
If you're asking if that's the only picture and the only video and only
Oh no, I've seen, dude.
No.
I've seen so many. I've seen a lot. Okay.
Yeah, there's loads, bro. Are you saying this is wrong?
I'm not saying it's wrong. Based on your math.
But what are you saying?
Not our math. Your math.
What are you saying, bro?
I just said, I already told you. I mean, I said this based on your math. This is correct. And the reason I'm saying your math is because you guys are coming up with these equations to find out this solution, right?
It's not our math.
I mean, it is your math because Globers aren't putting out pictures.
It's your math too.
That math is the globe claim.
Yeah.
Right. You're picking out a formula and you're using it to debunk the globe.
Yeah, we're debunking the globe with their own math.
But if their math is off, then how could you use that? Like, how could you use that formula?
If we're calling them wrong.
What the
heck? But listen, if they're wrong and you're using their equation,
if they're wrong,
wouldn't you be wrong?
What are you talking about, bro? It's math.
It's math, but if you're taking I'm saying if they are off, if the government is off and putting out this false equation shit.
Dude, the government didn't invent math. The government didn't invent the math. Math is just math. It's just how it works.
Math. The government's off by math.
I mean, yeah, that's true. But like you're using you're using their stuff, and you think they're wrong. Like, how can you do that?
What are you talking about, bro?
You're using their equations, and
it's everybody's math, bro.
Yeah, are we supposed to have a different equation for how geometry and just how it works, trigonometry, all these things? We're supposed to come up with a new new way of doing math because
apparently government way of math is different.
I mean, I'm not saying that. That's what you're saying. But...
No, that's what you actually said there about 3 seconds. Yeah.
I mean, I was just saying how it is. Like, I mean, I don't know.
No, you were just talking shit, bro.
How am I talking shit?
It's your math.
It's not my math. I didn't come up with
this. It's everybody's math. How?
Yeah.
Holy fuck, bro. What the actual fuck is this guy on about?
Well, so Brian, how could the math be wrong?
Like I said before, I'm not a fucking mathematician. I couldn't tell you.
You're definitely.
But I'm saying what if. I mean, I'm saying what if I'm using. I'm not saying this is the answer. I'm not saying that is absolutely 100% correct. And it's because I'm a fucking you're religious. Okay, bro. I'm just speaking out of my ass partly, but I'm also trying to get you guys to question your own side here.
Listen, bro.
No. Don't worry about us. Don't worry about us. Start
we're fine.
Yourself.
We're fine.
Your own side, because you haven't done that yet. You know nothing about your claim, and you want to try to get us to question ourselves, who have actually investigated.
I mean, I'm not talking about the shape of the Earth. I'm just.
What are you doing then?
Wait,
observation, speculation.
So, Brian, do you know that the Earth is a ball?
Sorry, what did you say?
Do you know that we're living on a ball?
I don't know. I said I think we are.
Go get him, Bambi.
Okay, so how do we prove it? What can I go do right now to prove that we're living on a ball?
Well, if it was a ball and everything was correct, if the government was right, then there would be a space, right? If the government's right. And if you're a hardcore disbeliever in the government, then you'd probably go against that point. But say you 100% agree with the government, you would take a fucking rocket ship and you'd fly it up in space like people have done before.
Yeah, but that's hypothetical. That's something that can't happen.
That is something that can happen. You can absolutely fly up into space if you're a millionaire. There's a lot of millionaires on the fucking planet. No. You can do that.
Yeah, but how many people have actually been out into space? How many of those millionaires?
It's appeal to credential.
I can look it up.
Yeah. So, but what I asked you initially is, what can I go do to prove it? If the only way that I can go prove that we're living on a massive ball is to hypothetically become a millionaire and hypothetically go towards these Elon Musk and all these people and be like, can you please put me in your ship? Fuck if I pass all the medicals that you're going to have to put me through.
I
But
mean,
let's see hypothetically I pass them.
If there's a will, there's a fucking way. I mean, you can do it.
Okay, so is that the only way that I can prove we're living on a ball?
Yeah, it is.
Why? Really? Why can't I just go to the beach and do a line of sight test?
Because you're on Earth and you're trying to find out how big the Earth is and how perfectly fucking round the Earth is, and I mean, it's impossible. It's simply impossible unless you observe it from the outside.
Didn't the Greeks prove it?
Shouldn't have think,
the Greeks like 2,000 years ago.
So did they go to outer space or what?
I don't fucking know. I wasn't around here 2,000 years ago. Like, I mean, I can't prove that.
Well, we're told we've known for thousands of years, and Greeks proved it from the surface using sticks and shadows. But now, all of a sudden, we got to go to space.
Yeah. Do you realize that the way like orbital mechanics and all that stuff works, that before ever leaving Earth, even if we gave you the space and all this stuff, before ever doing any of that, they would have already needed to know the mass and size of the Earth to make those calculations to be successful in the first place.
Okay.
How did they figure that out?
What space is as well? Like, what is space, Brian?
I could tell you fuck less. I'm not sure it's fucking space. I mean, I don't know. Space.
Okay, so they claim it's a vacuum. And we can't live next to that. Okay, so how do you create gas pressure? Do you know?
Closed container, and I've heard this fucking argument used all the time.
Yeah, so how does that work?
So we have to live under a firmament, right?
But
that's your argument.
So how do we prove otherwise? How is it possible for us not to have something physical? Firmaments, if that's a word you want to use, go ahead. But all I'm saying is, according to the laws of physics, there has to be something physically there. That is how you create gas pressure. How are we having gas pressure without the thing you need to create it?
Because so if you have tons of mass in space, if you have a ridiculous amount of mass, it naturally
really
forms
good.
in the balls.
It's really good.
Right. Naturally forms into a sphere. Is what we've been told.
Actually, he's really stupid, and you're stumbling and fumbling over a fuckwit over 2015 argument.
okay, Quantic.
So why don't you just let Heretic take the floor and just get rid of this in about
mute yourself,
30
P-Mac.
seconds.
You're not adding anything to the conversation.
Wait, which person? Wait.
Hi.
No, P-Mac, not you.
Okay.
Oh, what?
No, I thought this guy was asking about me, but whatever.
I lost my train of thought. I think I was talking about mass attracts in the spheres.
That's shocking. What's mass?
I mean, I can look up.
Let me just end this idiot right here. You and your fucking government documents.
Okay.
What's mass?
I can look it up on the internet. It's the best.
Yeah, you'd have to look it up because you're just making shit up. Go ahead and look it up on the internet and tell everyone. In fact, cite that shit.
What is mass? That's what I'll look up in the search bar.
We'll end it right here. How about that?
The measure of amount of matter in a body.
Matter?
That's what it says.
So mass is...
It says we can define mass as the measurement of the amount of matter in a body.
In what body?
That's just what it says. The SI unit of mass is kilogram, kg.
Oh, I'm not asking you for the unit of mass. I'm asking you, what the fuck is it?
What I'm looking up right now.
Well, no, that's what you're looking up right now. You know what circular reasoning is?
Well, if you want me to really have an argument, you have to let me, give me some time.
So nice. Fucking shut up.
I mean, you haven't had an argument all night. You can't put me on a spot and ask me to come to a conclusion.
You're a fucking clown.
I mean, I don't think I'm clowning. I think I'm just trying to figure out some stuff
What
here.
is your scientific evidence for your globetard? Let's go there.
I mean, you're calling me a globetard? Like, who's the bigger idiot, man?
What's the
like, who's the bigger
scientific
clown?
evidence?
Like,
So, this is a very simple question. What is the scientific evidence for your globe? How about that?
Nearly every single major authoritative scientist.
Fuck that shit. You don't know what scientist is. You don't know what science is. Define natural science.
No swearing.
That my
Define natural science.
Define natural science.
Correct.
I don't know what natural science is.
And you don't know what scientists are. Oh,
Natural
God, we
science.
got a burper.
Wasn't even a
This
good
guy,
burp.
he just burped in his mic.
Wasn't even a good one either.
That's what natural science is. It's a study of the four of those things combined.
Study of four or what things
Interact
combined?
with each other.
Study of four or what things combined?
Physics, chemistry, geology, and biology. That's what it says here.
Citation, please. Physics, chemistry, biology, and what?
This is from the Oxford Language Dictionary.
Oxford Language Dictionary. Holy fucking shit.
I mean, that's what it says here.
That's what it says there. All
No
right.
swearing.
What is a hypothesis? Here we go again.
1 second. Let me look up the
You
correct
burping your
definition.
mic one more time. I'm going to mule kick your ass out of here.
The hypothesis is an educated guess
Is that it?
as to what will happen during your experiment.
As to what will happen in your experiment.
During your experiment.
During the experiment, what are the two constituent parts of a scientific hypothesis?
What do you mean? I mean, you're throwing big words at me. I'm not a smart guy.
What are the two parts of a scientific hypothesis? It has two parts to it. This is 5th grade general science. Let's see if you can pass. You better make it quick. Right now, what are they?
I mean, I don't know what answer you want me to give you.
I don't know. I want the fucking correct answer. You would fail right now, 5th grade general science.
I mean, the human memory.
I didn't ask you about human memory. You fucking clown. I asked you, what are the two parts of a scientific hypothesis? And you come up with human memory? Have you ever been in a Turkish prison?
A Turkish prison? What?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
About as much as human memory has to do with what the two parts of a hypothesis is.
I made no fucking sense, bro.
Yeah, no shit. Now you fucking got it.
No swearing, I'm sorry.
You're a doofus, man.
I mean, I'm not. You're just insulting. Like,
Yeah, I just demonstrated you're a fucking doofus. You don't know what a hypothesis is. You're talking about scientists. You don't know who scientists are or what they do because you would never know. They could tell you they're scientists and you'd just go right along with it because you don't know what natural science is. You don't know what a hypothesis is. You're just a pretender clown retard, in other words. Posturing. Yes. So, there is no scientific evidence for your globetard. See, what you should have said was right off the bat was QE. That's a malformed question because natural science and the scientific method only deal with cause and effect relationships. Whether the Earth be a globe, a dodecahedron, flat, or whatever, that is a shape question or a what is or existence question. Therefore, your question to me was malformed, meaning that you just compromised yourself. You follow that, Sunshine? Yeah. Have a good night. Just go on mute and go away quietly. or a mule kick your ass out of here for being a dumbass.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
https://discord.gg/flatearth.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. Pinky Bundinsky on the 24/7 Flat Earth Politics channel.
NASA is presenting them as something that's not photoshopped. The other one that you presented with like a cartoon face, I don't know where you got that from, but if NASA was saying that that's a cartoon, then that's fair. But the thing is that there's, we have images of Earth from space since like 1946, even before Photoshop. Of course, there's other things you can. No, I'm saying supposedly, that's. Basically,
supposedly you do, so prove it. Look, you don't seem to understand.
Anyway, let me just finish what I'm saying.
Like, require proof.
So the reason why we're even talking about
we've heard you guys do this monologue over and over again all morning. Those pictures are not proof. Those pictures themselves require proof. If the ground can't be demonstrated to be curving as purported with those pictures, then those pictures are forgeries, and that's all there is to it.
Do you not think that
going back to this?
Do you not think that, like, if you're in a court of law and someone showed you a video of a murder, that you might accept it as proof?
Wait. I'm still. Can I just finish?
Just you're doubting it. Just you're doubting it doesn't mean it's untrue.
Each time they're
but it's a fantastical image, though, right? I mean, if I came out with a picture of a unicorn that you have no point of reference for, you've never seen a unicorn, you're going to doubt that. You're going to be like, okay, there's no way you can supply me with a picture of a unicorn unless it was some way forged, right? You didn't go out and take a photograph of it because those don't exist, right? Unless you want me to go disproving unicorns. But
what makes it fantastic?
So the globe in this case would be the unicorn, right? So if there's no verifiable evidence from the surface of the Earth that it is that thing that they're showing in those pictures, then it's just a picture of a unicorn.
But there is a lot of weight behind what you're saying, right? For instance, yes, it is true. A photo on itself, without any reference point or any context, it would obviously could be fake and could be true. Like, it just depends on if you have a good sense of pattern recognition. But when it comes to things like, well, you're not just saying that photos could be true or false. What you're saying is that there's a reason why these photos are false, right? And we can't believe them, right? That's different.
Right. If
there's extra
the
work
ground
there,
isn't
right?
curving, right, the way that it's alleged to be, given those pictures, right, then those pictures are forgeries.
May I?
Well, Well, there's circumstantial evidence, which was someone was talking about earlier on, that you could use and refer to the and to prove the image, right? But let's say. Oh, sorry. I said you could use other proofs like circumstantial to support it, right? Which don't actually have to be drop over distance.
You can't.
The point is that photographs and videos are satisfactory.
Distance that those pictures are trying to show you doesn't actually exist in reality, then those pictures aren't reality.
Well, yeah, actually,
do you think any photo could be satisfactory as evidence? Do you think it could be in any sort of way?
Yeah, if you could demonstrate the surface to be curving that way, then I would go, I don't really have a reason to doubt those pictures. Seems like that's what the Earth is. Sure, why not? But if we go to a beach, we test a lake or an ocean, it never seems to be dropping the way that they're showing in those pictures. Then those pictures are not reality. They're not the beach. They're not the ocean that you look at. It's simple,
If your mum, right, was killed, right, for instance, and someone showed you a picture of the man killing her mid-murder, right? But then you have another picture of someone, let's say, Bill Clinton superimposed into the image with NASA written on him, right? Which one would you believe?
Here, I got a good example for you. So this guy I was watching.
To press my point, but go ahead, I guess, Crit.
Yeah, so this is a really good example. I was doing traffic court one time out for a continuing education class, and this guy went to traffic. It was interesting because part of the thesis I was doing is how traffic court does not have an affirmative defense to it. So the guy went to court and he said, they got your car, a vehicle you own, which he was using for the work too. It was spotted running a traffic light. He said, so the government accused him of a crime. And since he can't give affirmative defense, he'd have to say it wasn't his vehicle or it wasn't him. It was somebody else. So he says, certainly, Toby, he shows to the judge, that vehicle is used by these number of people. It's a work car. It's registered to my landscaping company. Here's a photo of me in the Bahamas. I had just gotten married, and here's with my beautiful wife. Here's our marriage certificate. Here's all this evidence, one thing after another. Not only was I not in that vehicle at the timestamp recorded by you, I was in a completely different country.
Yeah, but
the judge said, too bad. You own the vehicle. You're responsible for the ticket. This is a burden of proof the government will use against you. So why not reverse it? Why not hold the government to account for the same burden of proof when they present something?
Well, that's not really engaging with any. Like, I mean, I respect that is a very valid point and very useful point in a different conversation. Like that's obviously fine. I'm not exactly pro-government, but I do think that's a good point. I do need to say though, I am going to be right back. So if you want to respond to Pinky while I'm gone, because he's also on my side.
I want to respond to the analogy real quick. You're saying someone comes in with a video evidence of your mom murdered, for instance, but the problem is our mom is still alive and we bring her to court.
Yeah, I think he's gone now, but
we measured the ground. The mom is alive or flat. It's not dead or curved.
Yeah, I think what the point maybe he's bringing up is
you just said that his mom is flat?
Evidence for evidence, right? Like, so it's not just like, and all photos are equal because they could be photoshopped. You know, like, for instance, I've never seen a bear in real life, but there's tons of images of bears online. So the probability that all these people are lying and all the history of bears and, all the stuff I've read is made up. It's very, very unlikely. Now, also you can, when it comes to like satellite space images,
please.
I'm sorry.
One thing at a time.
The difference is you can go and see a bear. You can go to a zoo.
I haven't.
To a country that has bears, and you can go see a bear. That's
and in this
you can
I know
verify for yourself. So it's not something you have to take on a lot of faith. It's something.
But in the same way, though, I can also go to space if I buy a ticket on. I can. If I have enough money, I can certainly do that.
Jeff Bezos doesn't have enough money. Do you have more money than Jeff Bezos?
Well, I'm pretty sure from the the Kármán line, which is where his spaceship goes up to, you can see the.
We talked about this the other day. Suborbital isn't even high enough.
Think about it this way.
Isn't high enough.
Can I just try and elucidate why the examples are very different, right? So, let's just say that I wanted to become a rapper tomorrow, right? Would you say, Pinky, that it was possible for me to download digital audio workstation and then record a rap song. Would you say that that's possible?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like the easeability of disproving it by just going to see a bear is connected to that. I understand.
But then would you also say that it's possible for me to support Drake on tour as a rapper?
Yeah, it's possible.
That's also possible, right? But they're not equally possible. So that's
yeah, I know. There's a difference in the probability of being connected to just being able to see things empirically yourself. Although it is still the case that like for instance, Dude Perfect released a video of them going up into space with a curved Earth. Maybe you think that that Jeff Bezos satellite isn't.
According to the math, that's not high enough to see the curve.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Okay. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
So according to the math, that's not possible. It would have to been a lensing effect.
Okay, well that's fair. Anyway, if I could move on to my second piece of really quickly, the empirical evidence of the photos being true. It's that you can actually take pictures of say the ISS, for example, with a telescope that you can buy yourself. You only need like a 16-inch telescope, and you can see it pretty clearly. Not only that, you can calculate the distance to all these satellites by using parallax and Doppler radio stuff. You can also prove that the satellites are indeed those things in the sky that appear to be satellites are indeed taking pictures of the Earth, because you can use Google Earth historical imagery. And say if you go outside into a yard or something and you write a message for Google, like hello, or just something on the ground, you can see that most Google image areas update the place a couple times a month. So you could go into the Australian outback, for instance, write some big thing in the sand, and then how are we getting these images on Google Earth? How can you write something on the sand and then see it on Google Earth if there are no satellites up there? You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that they're maybe they still could be lying about the shape of the Earth, but at least the satellites are up there. That's at least some proof of that, I think.
No one's denying things in the sky that can take images of the Earth. The thing that's in contention is the vacuum of space, my friend.
Well, I think now the thing that's in contention is the shape of the Earth, and that's the point I just made. I was saying the Earth could still be flat, and maybe they're taking pictures, but maybe they're just lying about the shape thing, possibly.
No one's denying that things are in the sky taking images of the Earth. The thing that's in contention is the actual area that they're in the vacuum of space. I know you just said the thing that's in contention is the shape of the Earth, but you're pointing out things that are said to be in the vacuum of space. We've had this conversation, mate. Come on.
Oh, well, so most people say that there's a firmament at a certain height. You can show that satellites must be, higher than that if you look at distances. But even if you are talking about the vacuum of space, the fact that satellites move at a certain speed and that follows the speed of orbital mechanics and there's no drag is evidence that there's a vacuum up there, for instance. But yeah, I think mostly we're not really talking about the vacuum at this moment. I know that's something flat earthers believe, but we were just having a conversation about, whether it's flat or not. Because of course you could have a vacuum with a flat Earth, you could have a no vacuum with a round Earth. It's kind of independent.
No one's denying.
So
can take images of the Earth, though.
No, but the fact that that you can take images of the Earth, and even in places where there's no weather balloons or high altitude flights, like over the middle of Australia, you can like I said, write something and see that it gets updated. And that is evidence that at least, they're not lying in this grand conspiracy that they've actually been that high to take images. And there's little things, there's little dots you see moving, like the Elon Musk Star train. The train of what are they called? Starlink. Starlink satellites. You can see those. All that stuff.
Okay, let's follow the logic. You can see stuff in the sky. We don't know the exact mechanics of how all that stuff works. We get told how it's supposed to work, and we see them putting a bunch of stuff on balloons and stuff up there.
Hey, Pinky, let's follow the logic, right? So is there a map of flat Earth? Do you understand is there a map or no map?
I don't think there's a map that works with the observations we see. Maybe there's a model some of you guys have.
Okay, let's follow that, right? I'm not challenging you. I just want to know what you thought. So now let's look at the contradictory worldview you have here, because here you've got, Robert Simmons, NASA, visual arts guy, says he used photos of Earth to make a flat map. So which one is incorrect here? Did he have photos, or he doesn't have a map? So
a flat map.
Yeah, a flat map.
Well, I mean, like, what happens when you compress a sphere into a flat map.
Yeah,
right?
so he took photos from space. So what NASA did with photos from space, he said, we wrapped the flat map around the ball to give the appearance of what Earth might look like from space.
But what happens when people try to wrap a flat map around a sphere, right?
Yeah, he had to use Photoshop. That's the second part.
You get distortions, right?
So he could have just presented the flat map, because right there, he goes, we got all these photos, we laid all these photos across the ground, we have a flat map. And your worldview says he doesn't have a flat map.
No, I think so. Maybe I think you're misunderstanding. So my first point is I'm not trying to say that if you zoom in at a super close level, all those images knitted together can't make a flat map. I'm just saying the fact that like these lights in the sky and
you're talking about stitching. You're talking about stitching, right?
Yeah. So for instance, Google Maps, if you zoom out enough, it all looks kind of flat. The thing is, if you stitch a bunch of stuff together, well, actually, first of all, you can. Actually, the thing is, if there's no distortion, then the things won't work. It's like in terms of the map projection, either the angles will be off, or the areas will be off, or the distances will be off. And if, say, it does work, which I don't think it could, I think there could be some stuff going on with software. If it's like a whole bunch of things stitched together and just made to sort of work by the artifacts of the resolution. But yeah, Crit, if you could send me that guy Robert Simmons with his map. And that is a proof.
I posted in the text chat.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, and there's also, you can find it too. He did an interview on National Public Radio. It was really quite inspiring, because the lady who was interviewing him said, "Hey, some people have said that the blue marble's photoshopped." He's like, "No, it's not."
Photoshopping and stitching are two different things, right?
Yeah, and it was not altered. Let me correction. People have said, "Hey, Robert Simmons, this blue marble 2.0 is an altered image." He's like, "No, it's not altered. That's pretty much what you would see if you viewed Earth from space."
Pretty much what you'd see is like saying that it's stitched so well that
he lied.
Saying pretty much,
he lied
right?
To you.
It might be high. Yeah, well, I think he's probably trying to pick up his own project, but the idea of saying it's pretty much what you'd see is saying, for instance,
in his mind,
saying, for instance, that it's so well stitched together that if you did go out and compare it against actual images, it looks good enough, right? It looks good enough.
Yeah, but it's not an actual photo. It's what he thinks.
And he said that, and he admitted that, right? So it's
he goes, "I'm not an astronaut." In the view, he goes in the interview, he goes, "I'm not an astronaut. The best I can do is use my imagination and then use Photoshop and take these flat maps and kind of wrap them around a 3D sphere."
Yeah.
He said,
see what's happening
in the same
here, right?
interview, he said, "I could have done the same thing for any shape. I could have put it on a triangle. I could have put it on a cube. I could have put it on any shape you wanted.
Yes, but
I just picked a sphere for shits and giggles."
Well, no, that's not why he picked it, right? I don't think he's ever said that. But the issue is here that you're using.
He didn't pick it. He didn't pick it. He was assigned it.
Yeah, assigned it.
Hold on. I want to ask a question. It was in that same interview where he said, "Yes, I'm not an astronaut, so I've never seen the Earth, so I'm making this Earth as the Earth I perceive it to be and what I think people expect." Was that in that same interview?
Yeah. It was the expectation of what he thought that the Earth would look like.
Okay, yeah.
Can you show me this interview, please? Because I think when you say that, I think I know what you take from it, but I take something else completely different. The issue here is that, and I find it kind of funny that we're using NASA's honesty against them to prove that they're liars.
No, it's you. It's your worldview, not mine. I think they're always lying.
So is Simmons lying?
The George Carlin view that I don't trust. This is why a little bit of atheist logic. If I could sprinkle just a little bit of atheist logic into your worldview and just say you don't know for sure what they're talking about, and let's investigate what they're saying. I would say every single thing that NASA puts out has layers and layers of propaganda behind it.
What do you think this does?
Just like all branches of government.
Do you think the Simmons thing does?
The executive branch is no different.
Yeah, but do you think this? Do you think the Simmons things does? Right? Do you think this does? Right? What you're referencing is proof of lies or proof of, I guess, stitching.
No, what I would say, which one is it? Does he have a flat map or he doesn't have a flat map? I would say he doesn't have a flat map, and you would also say he doesn't have a flat map.
Well, no, I don't. I think flat map, I think, is being used, I guess, loosely here because I don't know exactly what flat map means, right? If you're talking about stitching, you take sections of the Earth and put them together, right? That's true.
So we both agree NASA's lying. They do not have a map. They lied about that.
Well, flat map, again, depends on what you mean by flat map, right? The second thing is, and I said this earlier.
Flat map. It's 2 words. How about flat Earth? Is that hard to explain?
Well, flat map might mean just like that it appears flat based on the stitching, right? So you can take a picture of Australia, right? Or like a very zoomed in picture of Australia, stitch it all together to make Australia, right? For instance, it might look relatively flat when you
from a
have
globe, you'd end up with a globe. You wouldn't end up with a flat map.
You'd have a globe map.
I don't know.
This
what
is
you mean.
why they think what happened to.
Wait, Craig, I wanted to ask you a question because I think I know you have a lot of let's say lack of trust in the American government and NASA, but like why would you mistrust the Met Office, for instance? Do you know much about the Met Office?
Holy fuck.
Yeah, but like it's just like, you didn't know anything about the organization, but yeah, I guess you just extend your skepticism of NASA to the Met Office, don't you?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The Met Office is the British Meteorological Organization, right? So you have NASA, we have the Met Office, right? But you're extending your skepticism of NASA.
I would say I've got 99 problems, and being a subject of a queen isn't one of them.
Okay, but that's not a count. That's the point I'm saying is that your skepticism.
Or a king now. A king, I guess. Yeah,
yes,
the queen,
yes. God save
the queen is dead, long live the king.
Yeah, but
so all the problems you have in England, we said no, thank you, not into you, bro. You know, like not going to happen. Okay, 1776, we said King George, you guys committed multiple heinous crimes against
the point
American
is that
people.
when you have
I do not trust that you have our best interest in mind.
Okay, well, something that happened 300 years ago can't exactly be your axiom for what you think about British people.
It still stands to this day.
All right, okay, well that's fine, right? But the idea is that you have skepticism of the of NASA. That's fine. Maybe NASA are cunts, right? Who knows, right? But then you have to extend you're extending it about organizations you know little about. I assume you know a lot about NASA, perhaps, right? But you're extending it to the Met Office, the ESA, and the Chinese Space Agency, and any other country that you probably don't know anything about, right? It's, it's not saying that it's true. It's just saying that your skepticism is less.
I mean, Brit is British, so for his credit, maybe he doesn't know what no means.
Yeah, let's go one by one. How about the Chinese Space Agency? So the Chinese Space Agency is part of its military. This is why I think it's also important for people to look up how each space agency is organized in which country. So in China, it's a space force, if you will, for lack of a better term. It's always been part of its military. So I can look at that and do I trust the Chinese military or do I distrust the Chinese military?
But do you think China trusts its military?
Yeah, I think the Chinese people are supremely suppressed by their government.
Do you think the military trusts
the guy who's in charge of the supreme leader of China? I can't remember what title he actually uses off the top of my head. It's like chancellor or something like that. He says that images of Winnie the Pooh is dissidence against the Chinese government. Okay. So I would say this, right? Let's just say hypothetically the Chinese government develops a space program and they go into space and they come across an alien race that looks like Winnie the Pooh. Do they rethink their worldview about images of Winnie the Pooh being dissidents? Or do they bomb them into
I have a train of thought for you, Crit, right? you would agree states want to preserve themselves as best they can, right? Security is important, right?
With
You agree
lies,
that?
intimidation, or
Yeah,
with truth?
or lies, intimidation, that's true, right? But you agree that the military is supposed to be the state's method or tool, main tool, hard tool for protecting itself abroad and within, right? But you also agree that perhaps that the agency, the space agency or the Met Office, supports the military's ability to protect the state from its people and other people, right? So in a way, there has to be trust between the space agencies because if people say the future of conflict is in space, right? Well, not in the sense of like Star Wars, but in the sense of like using it on Earth, right? Those two organizations, those two institutions, the military and space agencies, need to be aligned and trust each other. So the space agency can't lie to the military.
You're
very,
imagining
very
too
well,
much,
right?
You're imagining too much. A lot of these people are just operating on belief. Like, how many rockets is this Met Office sending out beyond low Earth orbit?
I don't think the Met Office. I mean, they don't think it's not a space agency. We're the British space agency.
So it's irrelevant.
A meteorological organization.
It's just people who believe in the story and are furthering the narrative with their beliefs.
Well, they have satellites and stuff like that. It's not a space agency per se. It's a meteorological organization.
Yo, Britt. So, I mean, I'm a globie, obviously, but like, yeah, it's definitely possible that these agencies could lie to their government body or even the military. Like, that happens all the time.
But then it's against the state. Then there's a big problem here because if the military and the state are being lied to by the space agencies, then this whole idea that it's in support of the state being able to oppress us or whatever, or like other organizations being able to oppress us with the military, and there's that disconnect where even the military can't really trust the space agencies, then there's almost like a paradox going on here, right?
Yeah, but you're not thinking about the separation of the departments and the compartmentalization. It's not like there's a bunch of them hanging out in a room. Like, I'm from the Met Office, I'm from NASA. We know what's going on in all these places. That's not how it works at all.
Well, they
It's
are
compartmentalized.
Well, yes, every state has departments, but they are all arms of the state, right? They aren't just separate.
Yeah, but the
completely
individuals in it aren't privy to what's going on across the whole organization or at the top of the organization.
Yeah, yeah, sure, I agree with that.
And I mean, I don't know, the link between NASA and the Met Office, I don't really see it. I mean, yeah, they're all arms of the state, and the state is doing what it's doing. The space agencies claiming to go into space is like a total isolated thing. Like, no one in another government department is going to be privy to space because they're part of a government that has a space program. It's like a tiny amount of people, even on paper.
So the connection, I guess, just to be clear, the Met Office and NASA, obviously the British Space Agency would be more appropriate. But I think the Met Office serves the purpose of saying, they're also engaged in space operations and so on, right?
Yeah,
so
but they'll just be getting their information from the so-called space agencies.
I think they also involve themselves in putting satellites into space.
Well, they also have ICBMs and stuff. And to be honest, like it's in all space. I mean, it's in all military interests across all militaries to have the shape of the battlefield pretty well known, because distances, like I said, on a map projected flat Earth would be completely different from other stuff. So having their there's a lot of incentive to
there's a lot of incentive to get people to get normal people to not understand the shape of the Earth, so that they cannot operate on the same level as the military.
If one,
but there's also incentive to cheat. Like, for instance, if militaries agree, okay, some people at the top are going to know that the true shape of the Earth, but most people in the military, like privates and stuff, they're not going to know. Well, a military that actually has a true understanding of the shape of the Earth would have a massive advantage, right? And so,
I can give you an example of this. The Nazis during World War II, they used the Nicobine targeting system to bomb Britain, and the British generals said, well, they can't bomb us. The targeting system is too far away. The curve of the Earth will get in the way. There's no way. But they did, because the targeting system still works.
Yeah, targeting system works.
Explain to him how it works.
I'm not that great at that. You can do that,
if I remember correctly, it's essentially they have two transmitters, right, that transmit like as best, you know, the way that it's described, a linear transmission, right? And they cross at a point in space, right? And so the planes can follow the signal trail until they peak where they cross. And when they get to that peak of crossing, they then know they're over the target and they can release their bombs. Okay. And like he said, rightly so, these aimings of these signals were said by the British, supposedly, that there's no way this can work because the curve of the Earth is in the way. But
I don't know too much about this situation, so I can't comment.
The meeting point of the beams would basically be so high up in the air that no airplane could get there, so they thought they were safe.
But the point was more to challenge. I think what he was challenging was more the idea that the military has to be, let's say, unaware of the lie, right? Because any state wants an advantage in war, right? Any state will try to get an advantage in war, right? Whether it's the British saying that the Earth is curved and that's why they won't be able to get us would sound almost self-harm if they thought that the Earth wasn't curved, right? Within government. The idea is that you want to maximize your ability to secure yourself, and securing yourself sometimes means going to war. And if you know what the shape of the planet is, right? You know the shape of the battlefield, right? Then you have, and the other side don't, you have such a great advantage, right? And so at least some people, at least in the arms of the military, which are connected to the space agency, will have to have some sort of relationship. And that relationship will have to be also a part of the government as well, because the government, the state is also what wants to survive here, right?
But it's not just that. It's also scientific institutions and just individual scientists themselves have an extreme incentive to get the shape of the planet right. So if I just become a scientist and I'm doing a bunch of experiments, the shape of the Earth experiments. The shape of the Earth, is invaluable to people who their literal job is to try to figure out what's going on and see the universe as clearly as possible. Not only that, but like to private companies, the shape of the Earth is important. Like shipping companies would need to know, the fastest ways to get different places. Airline companies, cartographers, private space agencies. Satellite TV providers would all have satellites, so all of them are lying. And also, at what point does a new CEO
stop galloping?
Sorry. I won't gish gallop. You can respond to this.
No, you're just making up stuff and imagining things. We're not saying all of these people are lying. Most of them have just a very strong belief, and they try to figure out how it could work on a globe, because it's most definitely a globe to them. And so they imagine maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's dark matter, maybe it's dark energy. That's how they're trying to explain the cosmos. Like they create ad hoc excuses, and because the ad hoc excuses sound good on paper or work mathematically, it's good enough. That's not good enough in reality when you actually measure the ground and it lacks the curve that is required to be there.
I know, but I guess what my point with the scientists is, people are coming up with a bunch of new observations and experiments all the time, so and in a wide, diverse array of fields, for instance. So as an example, for instance, the arrival rates of meteorites can be used as as proof that as a piece of evidence that the Earth is spherical. Because meteorites, if you track where meteorites land on the planet through time, you see that most of them arrive at the terminator line between night and day in the morning. Maybe you've heard the best time to view Halley's comets. Halley's Comet, not Halley's Comets, the star, what are they called? Shooting stars is in the morning. That's
shut up, bitch!
What up, gang? What up, gang? We got yam food.
No, what that guy get muted? Hey, what's up, man? I finally got in here.
Oh, that was no guy. It was just a clip about a YouTube video. Someone getting cooked from YouTube. So taking over, man. I will be the host of the morning.
Nice. What's happening?
Not much, big dog. Not much, man. You were listening. What did you think of the conversation?
I think you were saying something about how meteorites prove the Earth is round or something like something about the way they usually land near the line of daylight and night or something. I don't know.
Interesting.
Weird.
Yeah, they always want to go backwards and reverse. They have all these things like, oh, well, that would mean it's round. It's like, well, why don't we go to the Earth directly, the surface, and find out what it's
Yeah.
really doing?
Yeah, exactly. Can you show me an observation of the actual curve of the Earth? That would be proof.
Right. Right. Well, to be fair,
They have to sorry.
to be
What's that?
fair for them,
Yeah.
they say it's too big to observe it, which is fair. I'll give
Yeah.
them that. That's fine. But that's why we have to go and test or directly measure to find out if it's really there. They're basing all these things off of something that they're saying it exists. Oh, well, look, boat goes over this
Mhm.
thing. And we're like, okay, well, let's test to see if the thing's there. And when we test it, it's not there. They're like, well, it has to be there. So,
Yeah.
so that's what we do is we go right to the foundation, and they want to go like up in the sky and do all these other, ancillary things. Um, I have an analogy. I have this basket of cables. I'll see if I can find it. It's basically, I'm sure you guys have stuff like this too. It's just a basket of cables, wires, different cables and stuff like
Everyone's
that.
got one of those, yeah.
Yeah, right. So essentially, that's what they have as well. They have like these, all these things. Like, so basically, if you take that basket, right, you probably have some USB cables. You've got a box charger, this and that. Some of those things will connect with each other. And but the problem is, none of those things in the basket are plugged into the wall. They're not getting any power. And so that is the analogy that I use, because that's what they'll be like, oh, well, this proves that, and that proves this, and that's essentially you're just connecting these cables, you're connecting these dots that are all within this basket. The problem is you don't have any power to anything in that basket. And so if I can find it, I'll post it. But that's the analogy I like to use. They'll be like, oh, well, meteorites, and then that proves that satellites, and then that proves this. Great, no problem. Those things do go together. That's fine. But when we try to go and plug it into the power, you ain't got none. That's the major issue.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I use that analogy from time to time. Now, essentially, what they're doing is like they're trying to imagine this house. They want to pick out the curtains and what the paint of the baby's room is going to be and the carpet. They don't have a foundation yet. They don't have the land bought. They don't have the plumbing. They don't have any of that stuff, but they're trying to go in reverse. Like they're trying to build a house from the shingles down. And obviously you can't do that. So what we do is we bought the land. It's in our name. We own it. Then we've built the foundation. Now we're slowly putting the house together. We don't necessarily have, they're like, oh, you need a model. Well, we don't need one. What we do have is the foundation. We have the power. And so that's the important part here. That's why we're different from them. Let me just switch over to the app here. So I have a couple things to help accentuate my point here. I probably don't need to find this cable's picture. I'm sure it's buried somewhere. But I do have a clip that I can play about this guy who he builds houses, and he described how he spent I think it was 77 days to build a house, and he said that the largest chunk of days were spent on the foundation. I think it was like 38 days out of the 77 was spent on the foundation. He also said that the largest chunk of the money was spent on the foundation as well. Of course, everything else comes up, right? So, yeah, that's what we do. I clipped it because it exactly describes our process here as well. We're spending all of our time on the foundation, all of our money on the foundation. and what our friends on the other side of the fence are doing are going in reverse. Oh, well, I think the baby's room should be yellow. Great, that's cool. You got the design all picked out in our model. This is the model of our house. Cool, but where are you gonna put it? Well,
Yeah.
you don't have any land to put it on. You don't have a foundation. You don't have plumbing. None of that stuff. So, and Lemon has joined the panel. Welcome, Lemon.
Hey.
Okay, so
I was thinking about recently is the whole idea about how radio waves go in a straight line, radar stuff like that, like the long distance radar, how it could never work on a round Earth because radar always goes in a straight line.
yeah,
I
I
think
think
we
that
should
goes
look
with
more at
the
that stuff.
Marconi,
Uh,
right? I think that's the
yeah, the
Marconi.
Marconi thing is the
Yeah,
biggest one. Yeah.
yeah. To be honest, there's a, this is why I like having you guys around because personally, I'm not the most technical guy, and that's where you guys come in. You guys know some of these smaller details. I'm not too versed on, that type of technology. Maybe Lemon might know some more about that type of stuff, and that's why I like having him around as well. But yeah, that's not in my wheelhouse. I will grab I know there's some images of the Marconi thing, so we can put it in the chat and talk about it. But oh, here it is. But and then like sometimes Wave Mixer will pop in and talk about his experience with light waves and sound waves and things like that. But it's not in my wheelhouse. I'll be honest. It's not in my wheelhouse really. But there's an
Yeah, no,
image in
I
the
don't know
chat.
too much about it either.
Yeah.
I just heard about it recently, but I was thinking about it because very interesting the way they try to prove the weird stuff.
Mhm.
Oh, where's the chat? Oh, it's in the
Uh,
chat. Okay,
I'll
voice
tag
chat.
you in
Yeah.
there. So yeah, I mean, maybe I can try to figure this out on the fly here. So we've got the circumference doing about 25,000 miles. The green bubble there would be the ionosphere between 30 and 600 miles. The bounce at 600 miles times 7. So
Oh
one,
yeah, that's
two,
great. Yeah, this is
one,
awesome.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then the bounce at not 300 miles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so I guess the receiver is on the other side. The radio source is over
It
here.
can never work.
Yeah.
Never work in a million
Well,
years.
I mean, based on what this is presenting, again, it's not super deep in my wheelhouse, but I have seen this presented a few times before. So I think Wave Mixer might be a good candidate to help us. I'll send him a message if you're
Weird
around
stuff.
sometime.
Yeah, this is completely impossible, but yeah, they try to make you think that this is how it works. Like it's so ridiculous.
All right, I sent him a message. Maybe he'll pop in sometime today and help us out with that. And of course, Lemon, if you're no pressure. We don't. I know we don't got you on retainer and clocked in here, but if you want to chime in at any time and share your experience with that, you're welcome to do so as well. What I was gonna do is just grab the clip of the foundation thing, so we can take just a quick listen to that. And I'll find that here. Let's see. Where is that? Did I not save that? Darn, I must not have saved it. I'll have to dig it out.
Right. So basically, how it works, you can't send the radio. You can't send the radio waves through the Earth or just in a straight line. That's why the radio source UK and radio receiver in Australia can't just go through the Earth. The impossible path is also just basically going around the circumference. What was done was basically a radio wave was sent to the ionosphere, and since it can reflect the radio waves, you can send like one impulse, and that will bounce off multiple times, and that's how basically the radio waves come from one to another station.
Iona, what? No, I'm just kidding. I understand.
It bounces off the Earth and then bounces back to the ionosphere and then back to the Earth, back to the ionosphere. That's the idea.
Yes, that's the idea. And since it's a wave, you don't have to you don't have to navigate it very specifically. It just bounces off like a wave would.
Like a wave. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, again, couldn't formulate an argument for or against it. It's not something that's really in my wheelhouse, but I do appreciate you chiming in on that to kind of give a quick understanding of how it works.
It bounces like that 7 times, and that's considered to be. That makes sense. That's possible. I thought that would be impossible. So.
No, the impossible path is just through the Earth and in like a straight line. That's impossible. But bouncing it, you send like a huge wave of it, and send it like you want it to go in a specific area, and it just bounces off the atmosphere. And since the Earth, according to the globe theory, is pretty huge, it just bounces off the atmosphere, the ionosphere, comes back and bounces off a few times till it reaches the station.
Interesting.
And you think that's a good explanation? I don't know. I mean, isn't the better explanation that the Earth is flat and they're just sending it straight? Like Marconi obviously didn't do this, right? This is a wave, I guess. Guess that's reasonable or something. That's the argument, I guess. So this is live. This is live streaming right now. So what's the YouTube channel?
Let me just double check because I know the Rumble is not live at the moment, but let me check the YouTube. YouTube.com 247 Flat Earth. Yeah, it looks like that one is live. I'll drop a link. Yeah, go ahead and throw this link in your back pocket. You can use it
All right, thanks.
in the future. But make sure you guys.
I gotta put this.
Go ahead.
And I was gonna put this in my Discord. I'm gonna put the link for this.
Good. Yeah, do that, and also grab this Rumble link as well for when we're live on Rumble.
All right, cool.
Make sure you follow that channel, and I'm looking to get the engagement up over there more. So when we're live over there, make sure you go thumbs up the video and all that good stuff.
For sure. Never went on Rumble before, you know.
Oh, really? Yeah, Rumble's
I don't know
awesome.
why I never went. I think it's because is it like something you need a phone for?
No, you can do it on your computer.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
check
only
it out.
doing it on computer at the moment. The big thing about Rumble, bro, is it's free speech at the moment. Like YouTube, you have to tap dance around their algorithms and can't play copyrighted this, copyrighted that. Rumble's completely open for all that. You can play copyrighted stuff. You can, say what the hell you need to say. And yeah, I do have a couple of rants about the importance of that. Maybe I'll throw it on. We can take a listen because I want to put more people on it. The importance of Rumble. So let me just see if I can grab that. Yeah. So recently there was a big controversy with Russell Brand. I'm not too up to date on Russell, but let me just Google it and see what the mainstream is saying about him. Russell Brand.
I think that's just shill. That's just shillery, man.
Perhaps. I mean, they're trying to do this whole cancel mob on him. Russell Brand is forced to pull down a legal barricade he built around his pub after bombshell grape allegation. Russell Brand thrived in an era of masked misogyny. I have a soundboard clip for that.
Misogyny.
The YouTube's demonetization of Russell Brand highlights a free speech problem. So yeah, they're doing the whole cancel Russell thing right now. And my boys over on FNF did a rant about this, so I'll just play it really quickly. And then here we go. Let's take a listen, and I'll give some more context afterwards.
But God. The point is that anybody could be under this same set of allegations. So it's just sad, man. But yeah, I mean, listen. Once again, guys, one company stood by him, special note, and it was Rumble. They took all the heat. Actually, there's an article. You want to bring the tweet real quick?
Yeah. Let's pull
so
it
there's
up.
a tweet that came out from Rumble CEO.
And here's another reason too why we're doing this.
Yeah,
bro. There's been attacks on a bunch of Rumble creators.
Yes,
bro. I'm telling you, there's
it's not all. Kai Cenat, ISO Speed, us,
Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate,
Donald Trump,
Donald Trump, Donald Trump Jr.
Yo, it's crazy.
Russell Brand now.
Yeah,
dude, what the fuck is going on here, man?
I mean, this is crazy, bro.
It's wild.
The world's ending.
Steven Crowder.
Yeah.
They've done attacks on him too.
Yeah.
Shout out to Steven Crowder and their camp. Dude, and shout out to Chris over at Rumble.
Don
DeMarco. Today we received an extremely disturbing letter from a committee chair in the UK Parliament. While Rumble obviously deplores sexual assault, rape, and all serious crimes,
yes,
and believes that both alleged victims and the accused are entitled to full and serious investigation, it is vital to note that recent allegations against Russell Brand have nothing to do with content on Rumble's platform. Just yesterday, YouTube announced that, based solely on these media accusations, it was barring Mr. Brand from monetizing his video content.
All right, can you say that one more time? They said based solely on
media accusations. Nothing else, dude.
You're being accused with no evidence.
In which there's plenty of proof that victims, are paid off a lot of the times to have a media assault on an individual.
And media's government, so pretty much government saying you're guilty.
Yeah,
you are a terrorist in that sense.
Yeah,
scary.
So okay. Rumble stands for very different values. We have devoted ourselves to the vital cause of defending a free internet, meaning an internet where no one arbitrarily dictates which ideas can or cannot be heard or which citizens may or may not be entitled to a platform. We regard it as deeply inappropriate and dangerous that the UK Parliament would attempt to control who is allowed to speak on our platform or to earn a living from doing so. Singling out an individual and demanding his ban is even more disturbing given the absence of any connection between allegations and his content and Rumble. We don't agree with the behavior of many Rumble creators, but we refuse to penalize them for actions that have nothing to do with our platform. One more time. We don't agree with the behavior of many Rumble creators, but we refuse to penalize them for actions that have nothing to do with our platform. Although it may not be politically and socially easier for Rumble to join a cancel culture mob, although it may be politically and socially easier for Rumble to join a cancel culture mob, doing so would be a violation of our company's values and mission. We emphatically reject the UK Parliament's demands. Bro! Mo, go to the elevator real quick. And before you do that, for all you guys
that complain
about fucking about Rumble, about bro, why do you guys keep going to Rumble? Why do you hit this elevator? You know what? You motherfuckers need to come over to hit the goddamn link right now. Come to Rumble because I got to say something.
And
It's not gonna
also,
be safe for
I
you
want to say
two.
this too. If you want to complain about Rumble, guys, just know they had our back when no one else did. So if you don't like them, you can go somewhere else. Just saying that right now.
Yeah. Are we?
So
I'm just gonna say it.
All right, well, I'm gonna have to deafen the YouTube for this because this is where it continues. Myron goes on like a huge rant on the importance of Rumble. So let's listen to that. I'm gonna deafen, guys. If you're on speaker, maybe
Okay.
turn your speaker off. But we'll take a
Okay.
quick listen. YouTube. I can understand why maybe Oakley was like, "All right, dude, chill out." You know what I mean?
Yeah, my bad. I know I get excited, but I'm just passionate, and I'm also trying to have fun and be like, you know, happy and kind of lighten the mood. And people just trip out, bro. They're
Well,
like, "This is
remember,
a serious conversation, and
it
we got to
is.
trip out."
It is a
You know?
serious. It is a sincere, and I would say maybe more sincere is the better word. But we're trying to teach people things, so we have to be careful. We're already getting a lot of flack in the media. People already think we're silly, goofy, stupid. So you don't want to like portray that and be like, "Yep, I was right about them." You know. So I think it is kind of a serious thing. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's not serious. I'm just saying it's nice to have a little comic relief every once in a while because it's like you can get real heated.
I mean, I can see both sides. Everybody has a different way of showing the message. Like I heard Q yesterday for the first time, and that's my kind of content.
Huey, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, I think I'm a big fan of his work as well. So, you know, those guys kind of run in the similar circles. The Oakley crew,
Very rough around the edges.
No, that's you. I think that's you. You're that. I think
No,
Nathan's
Quantum
very sharp.
Eraser is a little. No. Quantum Eraser is a little rough around the edges, though.
I think he's just. I think he's pretty sharp. I would say he's very sharp, and
He's
I
not
think
dumb.
What you meant to say is that he can be a little aggressive.
Abrasive.
Abrasive, yeah, but I think it comes from a good place. He's not just like that for no reason. If you don't give him a reason to be like that, he won't.
Oh
I've
yeah,
seen
I
him.
don't hate him.
Yeah, well, not you in particular. I just mean that I've seen him have very, very, calm and sweet conversations with people. It's just a matter of like, if you come out swinging, he's gonna swing back on you. And the same thing happens here. It happened yesterday. That guy came in. He's like, "Hey, I have a question." I'm like, "Oh, okay, great. Go ahead and ask your question." And then I was like, "Well," I try to answer it. He's like, "I don't give a shit." It's like he got swung on by Kenji, Lamar. You guys were all like trying to like flame him, and that's what you get when you come in when you're hot. So.
Yeah. I mean, I try to be understanding. I'm not mad at anyone. I love everybody. Even when you watch the Nathan Oakley show, I said, I love you guys, pray for you guys, but, kind of acting a little demonized a little bit against me. But
No, I think they're, like I said, it's not just unwarranted hate. I think they're just trying to, like, clean you up a little bit. And so.
It was weird because we were laughing and having a good time, and I was trying to befriend them. But then I guess there was like one dude, the 10th man. I don't know who that guy is, but like, I guess he thought that my voice sounds like someone else. He assumed I was someone else.
Mm-hmm.
It just turned into a crap show from that point.
A lot of those guys have spent a lot of time trying to educate the audience. And so, there's times to have fun for sure. We all have fun. But I think where they come from is more of like an educational point of view. And honestly, in terms of like befriending, like go in there and help assist there's been times when I've gone to the panel and I've said things that they've never heard before, and they're like, "Whoa, that's a good idea," type of thing. So
well, guess what happened in there yesterday? They got our sister. She admitted the Indian moon landing looked fake.
Nice. There you go. What's up, Drake Vital? How are you, sir? And there's Arwen. Wow, speak of the devil, hey, bud.
Oh, snap, it's Arwen. What's up, brother?
Hello.
Hey, buddy. You were the only one defending me.
The what?
You were the only one that defended me.
I did?
Yeah, you defended me when everyone was attacking me, remember?
Oh, the troll guy from Friday. Yeah.
I'm not a troll guy. Oh, that's kind of mean.
I know. That's why I said it. Sorry, I'm in a terrible mood today.
You're good.
All right, brother.
No, I've been trying to tell Repent. I think why, because like I have a lot of respect for the FED crew, and I know you guys have dealt with a lot of different characters, and you guys try to come from an educational standpoint, want to teach the audience things, and obviously we all have fun. And I was just saying, Repent. I don't think that they were just like mean to you for no reason. I think they were just like, hey, look, man, you can clean it up a little bit, right? Some of those edges could be smoothed out. But what's up, Trick Battle?
Everybody,
You are-
Well, they thought
Good,
that you
good.
were a guy that they recognized that was controlling continually. So
I said that
they
exactly.
and to be fair, in the end, you were kind of playing into it, though. You were getting very, very rumpusy for absolutely no reason. And yeah, everybody treated you kind of like disrespectfully, so I get that you would do that. Still doesn't really excuse it, though. So
Well,
that's
I was
why
just
they called
trying to
you
have a
troll,
little.
because you definitely acted like one in the end.
Well, yeah, I know, but when you're a comedian, it might seem like you're a troll, but you're just trying to have fun, lighten the mood. I was trying to befriend everybody, and I don't know if you. I don't know if you were
said
when I.
again. You said 10th man that he was a demon. Like
I know. I got triggered, bro. Listen, hold on. I got triggered because everyone was attacking me for like 30 minutes, bro. So eventually I was like, man, you guys are acting demonized, bro. You're like tripping out on me for no
except
reason.
me, though. I was trying to
Except
prevent
you,
that from
except you,
happening.
except you.
You can't.
Yeah, but then you still did that, though.
I got triggered, man.
And somebody's
I'm a
trying
human
to
being.
hold everybody back from attacking you. That's not a good moment to then strike back,
I know.
That kind of
I got
undoes
pissed
the
off.
whole
I'm
holding
sorry.
back thing.
I know, bro. I'm a human being.
I would say you cannot blame your behavior on other people. So if they're reacting a certain way, you got to look at, well, what am I doing to cause this type of thing? And I will say that's one thing you might have to work on a little bit. Repent is like letting people finish, not being rumpusy, like Arwen put it. That's one of the reasons I think yesterday we had to mute you just a couple times, not because we don't like you. I'm only saying these things that I think you're funny. I think you're a cool guy. You seem like you're coming from a good place. But I don't think that just inherently the FED panel is just toxic and they hate you. I think they were just trying to like call you out, like, look, dude, chill out, type of thing. So, but I wasn't there, so just saying from my observation, that's what I see. But
Rumpusing is not funny. It never is.
no, it can get frustrating too, because like people just want to finish what they're saying, and then you can go, and that's totally fine. And you don't have to. The other piece of advice too is like you don't have to befriend everybody. Not everyone wants to be friends with everybody. You know what I mean?
That's what I just learned from it all. Yeah, I was actually depressed for like 12 hours because it really stressed me out because I came in like as friendly as possible. I said, yes, sir. I was very nice to Nathan, even when he was rude to me and told me I'm like a piece of crap, basically. And I'm like, yes, sir, I concede. Just try to be nice, bro. I don't know, man. It's just weird to me, but
Well,
that's
the
okay.
thing. Maybe here's a piece of advice for you.
Yeah,
Like,
but
just
you go.
think are you familiar with the term like alley oop, Repent, in basketball?
Yeah.
Yeah, like you come from that angle, like just if you see an opportunity where you can throw an alley oop or assist, do that. You don't have to like, hey everybody, I'm friends with everybody, we're all cool. Like sometimes that can rub people off the wrong way. And so yeah, I would say just try to like assist where you can, help out where you can. You have your own skills and strengths, so just you lean into those. And
Well,
yeah.
and especially when people tell you to stop interrupting them, they don't want to hear how friendly you are. Interrupting. Like they just actually want you to shut the fuck up. And if that means not saying a single word for 10 minutes straight, then don't say a word for 10 minutes straight. And not try to like maneuver yourself back into the conversation when you've
Okay, I
clearly
understand.
been told
I
off for
understand.
rumpusing.
Okay, I understand, sir. I understand. I'm sorry. I will work on it.
There we go.
Good luck. Just the standards are very high, and once you start crossing those borders, and Nathan starts reprimanding you, like starts talking nasty or whatever, you can't fix it anymore. You just can't. You can't fix it anymore. You're gonna have to let it roll out because you can't fix it anymore after that's happened. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's where like the assist thing comes from. Just like if you notice a gap, hey, I can help here. Just throw it in, and then let them catch it and continue, down the court and score type of thing. It's his show,
Right. It's
So
a give and take relationship. And I mean, I don't think you did anything like I feel like that's just your personality. But the thing is, you have to learn how to adjust to the room. You have to learn how to read the room, right? So maybe you could do all of that, everything you want to do. You want to do a comedy flatter, bro, you should make a platform and do that. There's not enough of that. But when you
yeah.
step into another person's room, you kind of have to like
And
follow their rules.
I think that you're right too, because as a stand-up comedian, you are the show, and so like you do whatever you want, and so you have that kind of mindset, right? And so I need to like kind of like chill and kind of rethink stuff.
Yeah, that was a great point, Kenchi. You go to grandma's house, you better kick them shoes off at the door. You know what I mean? Like Oakley's house is marble floors. We can't be scratching up the floor and stuff like that too. He spent a lot of time building that place up, so we want to respect his space. Same thing with like QE and all that. So when I go in there, man, I just like I'll write some stuff down and maybe add in when I can. I don't want to make it about me. I'm there to help. I'm an assistant, and it's his show. So if he wants to call on me or tell me to like pipe down for a bit, all right, that's fine. Same thing it works the same here in this panel. So, yeah,
I try to be respectful.
Yeah, no, you're a good spirit. I don't think you're mean spirited. Go ahead, Drake.
I've been looking into sunsets like the past couple of hours, trying to figure it out.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to find like a sunset in which the sun shrinks. I sort of found like a few in the desert, but mostly it doesn't shrink. It just goes under the horizon. Like first you see the full sun, then you see half of it, then you don't see it at all.
Can we
Check the
agree
chat.
that?
I'm sending the shrinking video.
Yeah. Perfect. I was gonna pull up one for you as well. But can we agree on one thing, Drake? Is that I'm not sure what your position is. You could be learning. Maybe you're on the fence, or maybe you're on the globe side.
I don't know. I was like on the flat Earth side, but now I am open to questioning it because I
Okay.
want to have it proved completely for me.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I think one thing we have to keep in mind is that there's this idea out there that things should be different. Oh well, if you guys are right, then the sun should do this and should do that. I think that a lot of people don't understand that the Earth nothing changes. It is the way it is. So sunsets will do what they do. That's not going to change if you come to have a different understanding. So, but like you'll have people say like, oh no, it should shrink. It should do this. It should do that. Not really. It's just going to do what it's always done and will continue to do forever. So I think we have to agree that we all live in the same place, and it's never going to change. So the only thing that changes is your perspective, the way you see it. So I think that's important to keep in mind. You go to these articles and they'd be like, oh well, no, well if it was flat, then we'd see across the ocean, we'd see to China, we'd see all the stars, the sun would do this, the moon would do that. Those are just a subtle way of presenting a straw man.
Well, no, those are incorrect because the distance would be too great to see China, for example, because of the air sort of blurring everything after a few 50 miles or so.
I'm glad you understand that.
But I'm trying to figure out how do you explain the fact that it's not shrinking. It seems to be.
I gave a preamble for that. Like, what? Number one, I would ask why
use,
should
like, a
it do
filter.
something different? But then again, here it is doing exactly that. If you look at the chat, you can see that. So there's two ways to think about it. Why should it do something different? One, and then two. Well, if you're requesting that, there you go. It's in the chat twice.
Yeah.
So I would just be careful about this presentation. That like, oh nope, it should do something different, and it doesn't. So it's like, well,
It
But then
should.
if you
What is
use
it?
well, just all those things are when like,
It's
oh
just
well,
an
we
optical effect. We don't even know what this optical effect really is
Facts.
based
The
on. We don't
Atmos.
have anything to compare it with that is actual.
Right.
Well, we
The
could try.
Atmos can magnify.
We could try, for example, a simulation, like some, video games like Unity, video game creators, software that can simulate like a light source and then a
But it's
flat
only
plane,
gonna
and then
do exactly what it's programmed to do. It's not gonna have these intricate, complex arena in which all these lights are gonna do what they would normally do in the real world. To actually simulate the real world, celestials like that, the sun, that's no. They
Yeah,
don't
and-
know how to do it because they don't know what the sun really is. They just know what you're gonna
So
see,
you're
and they
saying-
know how to emulate what you get to see and make you feel like it's looking real. That's all they do.
Yeah, I don't think the simulation would prove the representation doesn't prove the reality. And so, I mean, they can simulate anything. That's not like, oh, well, since it did it in the simulation, it should do it like this. Like that's not. We, as Arwen pointed out, we don't know what that thing is anyway. So why should people say, oh, well, it should do this, it should do that? What is it? That's Arwen makes a great point there. We don't know what that thing is, so why should we say what it should be doing or shouldn't be doing or where it should be? I don't agree with that type of thinking. We don't know what
Well,
that
there
thing
is
is.
a visual, and the visual does things, but we don't know why it does that because we don't know what it's based on.
Yeah,
We
and so
don't
what
know
would
if
you?
there's anything other than just a visual because we can't trace it.
Yeah. So what would you simulate exactly? It's like we don't know what it is. So what are you gonna like create to
Yeah, so you're
simulate?
gonna just simulate the sightings. Well, the sightings can be simulated, but not naturally. You'd have to like prefab organize it to look like that because you can't just make it look like that through an actual simulation in which there is air and moist and all those. That's not happening. They don't do that.
Yeah.
Were you able to see the chat there with the?
Yeah, I see.
Okay,
I'm
cool,
seeing
cool.
it.
Gotcha.
The thing is that if you use like a light filter, then I don't think the sun shrinks.
Okay.
Like what you see is the sort of shining of the sun, but the shining disappears, like it slowly fades, but the size of the sun itself, it doesn't shrink. I need to give you a video if I could find one.
Have you ever used a solar filter?
No, I haven't.
Well, check it out.
Yeah. Well, again, I would just be careful because the ops will tell you that oh, it should do this, and since it doesn't, it's like, well, why are you saying what this unknown thing should or shouldn't be doing? You see, so they think that's some sort of argument. It really isn't.
Yeah, it's a burden of proof reversal.
But also, I think that the important part is what you said. It's going under this thing, right? So let's find out if that's really happening. 'Cause number one, that's not what you see. You don't see anything going under, right? You don't see through the horizon type of thing. So we would have to then take a look at, well, what is the horizon specifically? What is that exactly? If they're saying, well, it's going over this geometric, hump essentially, then, well, why don't we find out if that's really happening?
Which has been proven incorrect.
Yeah, we can do that 6 ways to Sunday. It's really simple.
That's why refraction and apparency has become, the magic blanket. I need Grace here for a soundboard.
Again, you just have to be careful with these presentations that, oh, well, if those guys are right, then, reality would be different. No, it wouldn't. It's just the same way it is now. Same way it's always going to be. Nothing would change. You don't go to sleep tonight and then wake up tomorrow and then like sunsets do like backflips or something different. You understand?
I guess.
I mean, that's what they're going to try to tell you. Reality would be different. No, it's not. Nothing out there would change. The only thing that changes is you, your perspective, the way you
Well,
have.
at least trying to understand it.
That's fine, but then we start getting into incredulity. Well, I don't understand, therefore you don't understand. That's fine. Life doesn't have to make sense to you. But just
Well,
don't let these people tell you that reality would be different. It would not. The only thing that would be different is the way you look at it. Again, if you went to sleep tonight and I waved a magic wand and you got the same perspective, say Arwen and I have, you wouldn't wake up tomorrow and then sunsets would be doing something different than they always have. We live on the same earth as you, man. We see
but
the same thing
isn't
as you. So what they're doing is they're creating a position that no one holds. That's why
but
it's a
isn't
straw
like
man.
the flat Earth supposed to be common sense? Like if nobody told you that it was a globe, then you'd think it's flat.
Yeah, it's the same Earth with sunsets and all these things. None of those things would change or just go away. But when you really go into like their presentation versus ours, they're gonna tell you that, oh nope, if that was true, then like sunsets wouldn't happen and these other things would happen. It's a straw man. That's what you have to be careful of. Yeah, it's common sense, but it's not. Most people don't have that, right? Common sense isn't common.
So what should they do? If they should say that if the Earth were flat, then the sunsets would. They should steel man the argument. Then the sunsets would look this way.
They look the way they
Or
do
what would?
now. I don't know how many times I have to say it. Nothing would change. We live on the same Earth as you. With the same sunsets, the same boats going over there, all that. Nothing would change. All that stuff doesn't just go away.
I'm just hoping that it'll be like sort of clear cut in this case.
Yeah, I think it is. Like what people are resisting is actually going to the surface to test out what's really actually happening. That's where the rubber meets the road. I mean, they're saying the sun goes over this thing called a geometric horizon. Well, let's go find out if that really is there. When you go to investigate, you'll realize it's not a geometric position. So again, that's where the rubber meets the road, right there. But most people are like, nah, I don't want to do that. I'll just imagine what a different reality would be, and then tell you why that can't exist. Well, great, you're right. It doesn't exist. It's some other reality that no one lives in, and no one holds that position either. It's one of my like number one pet peeves is this idea that reality would be something different. It's like, no, it wouldn't. Nothing changes, bro. Nothing. Like, but that's what they'll try to tell you. Oh, you should be able to see across the ocean. You should be able to see China. You should be able to see the Eiffel Tower. All these things. That doesn't make any sense. Like if you go to sleep tonight, I wave a magic wand. You turn into Arwen. You don't wake up and then start seeing across the ocean. You don't see to China. Nothing out there would shift and morph and change into something else. It's a sloppy but subtle way of presenting a straw man.
Yeah, it's sort of a straw man argument, but at the same time, people have to know. They gotta know how their eyes work, okay? It just doesn't work like that, people, okay? You can't just see forever. Why can't I see New York from Japan or something like that? That's not how it is.
Exactly.
Is that a Trump impression?
It is.
Pretty good, actually.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Now for a
When I
Biden
walked,
impression.
yeah, when I walked into this room, it was a very big room. I told myself, "Wow, this is a big room."
I'll try to find these articles where they make the same presentation that I'm talking about. Because that's where people are getting it from. I don't think people naturally think to themselves, yeah, you know what? I should be able to see across the ocean. Let's take with it. They didn't think of that on their own. They're being, you know, it's not an original idea. I think that's people are often being told that that's some sort of like gotcha. But I'll try to find some stuff on these articles that that do this kind of thing. I'll read it out for you. It's just a very, very subtle straw man. Here we go. Perfect.
Did you watch my show today?
Me, no.
What's your channel? What's your channel, Arwen?
You don't know?
But
It's
early
Arwen.
bird.
I only know you from Nathan.
Okay, well, it's Arwin. Just look YouTube, search Arwin, ARWIGN.
Okay, cool, bro. I'll check
The
it out.
channel's Arwin33.
Arwen33. Okay, got you, man. Thank you.
But I was just gonna ask because my show today was actually kind of shit. I was just
It
so
happens.
freaking negative.
Don't worry about it, man. Just lift yourself up. It'll be all right. Stay positive.
Yeah, sure. Not today.
Yeah.
Hey, it can't be
Perfect
daytime
every
all
day.
the time, you know?
Yeah.
So it's okay.
It happens.
It was
Like I just said,
so many different things, you know. It's like
I had a really bad day yesterday. Like I said, I was depressed for 12 hours. After that Nathan Oakley thing, I was depressed, bro. I was like trying to befriend people. Made me super depressed. You just gotta rise up, baby, and go, you know what? I'm me and let's go. Let's roll.
I don't know. Still, the sunrise thing is sunset thing is bothering me.
It shouldn't, bro. It shouldn't. Like, again, they
What
shouldn't
about
be
it
doing
bothering you?
something different. That's the thing you got to get over. What's happening right now is what's always going to happen forever, and that does not change, bro. Yeah, but what's bothering you specifically?
Like
You're just gonna say, "Oh, well, it should do something different." Just wait. I'll wait. Go ahead.
that it seems to set. It seems
What?
to set like over the
geometric
horizon.
horizon? Okay, well then let's go find out what that what is the horizon specifically. Let's go find out what that is. Because what you're saying is it's being blocked by this geometric hill, if you will, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's go find out if that's what it is instead of just assuming.
Nah. It's whatever you're seeing folded within like a limit of your capability to see it. So the horizon is not actually a blockage from one way, it's like a visual blockage from both ways. Like things fold into the horizon. They don't go over it. They fold into it from both sides.
Hmm.
Look at this, dude. Are you seeing the chat? Look at how many
Yeah,
times
I'm
they
seeing
do this. That you got to get this out of your head. Like, look at the last one I posted. I'm highlighting. This is how they get people. They're like, well, if those guys were right, everything would be different. That's essentially kind of the same type of thinking you have. If the sun was a spotlight, we would see the sun even if it didn't shine on top of us. It's like, no, dude. What? No, they're presenting a straw man. No one thinks
Well,
that.
like I could prove it with the sunlight by using a flashlight and a flat Earth map.
Hey,
That way
mate.
you
Cool, but the sun isn't a flashlight.
No, you're falling for this presentation in the chat. Again, you have to keep in mind, bro. Like, I don't know how many times I have to say this exact same thing. If you're Arwen and I and the people in the panel, we're 100% on this thing, right? You might have a different perspective, but the thing is, it's that when you go outside, that is what it is. But these articles will present to you that nope, if those guys are right, then this would do that and that would do this and things would be different. Hell no.
Hell no.
So even your presentation, well, if I got a map and a flashlight, well, that's what they're trying to tell you is our presentation. It's not.
But what if like someone who isn't a flat earther, I start telling him about the flat earth and he starts asking me these questions.
Tell them to go outside and test the thing in reality. That's the only thing that's the important thing.
He will look at the sun setting and he would say, that's
Yeah.
obviously because the
Do you
earth
know
is
about Atmos
rotating and
magnification?
But listen. We live on the same earth as you, the one with sunsets. Why would that not happen? You see how this gets
But
into a straw man
I
territory.
look-
You're basically saying like, oh, well, if those guys are right, then sunsets would do something different.
But I think you're right. You know, I look at the video that you sent, and I think that's actually good enough to show that it doesn't always happen.
Yeah,
It
but-
does look, okay. Like I'm trying to figure this out how it's supposed to logically work.
Mate, think about this. If you're looking at the sunset, yeah, and there's Atmos there's magnification, right? So you're saying the sun should get smaller, but your eyes are going to resolve it in a way that's not what you're expecting.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Is this? I've heard of this idea before, but I'm not really sure how it works.
Just look into it, brother. It's all gravy here.
Where
The
can I find it?
article-
Like an article.
Oh, you need a citation? Oh, I'm on my mobile right now. I don't have that, brother.
I mean, these articles should kind of highlight exactly what I'm saying here. I'll put another one. Look at these, bro. They're basically saying what I'm saying. Look, it would not only change everything, our sun would behave differently. No, this is creating a position that no one holds. Right? I'm on the same earth as you. I see sunsets too. I see eclipses too. I see all these things as you. Don't fall for these presentations like, oh, nope, if those guys are right, then sunsets wouldn't happen or it would do this differently. No, it wouldn't. The earth is the way it is. Never going to change.
But then my father would say, the earth is doing what it is doing because it's a globe.
Yeah, but that's so you have to go and test that claim, bro. We're saying it's not that. We live on the exact same thing as you. Your father We live in the same place as him. So he's saying it's one way, we're saying it's a different way, but it's still the same place. We have to go
Why
test
would
the
you?
claims that are being made. If he says, well, sun goes over the horizon, well, let's go find out what the horizon is. We don't just assume. Let's go test it.
And mate, why would you have senses if you're not allowed to use them? Because you're told that even though when you walk outside, the default position is that you're on a stationary topographic plane. You're told, don't worry about that. You're spinning, tilting, and wobbling and shooting through the galaxy. So you're moving at 4 different directions. I mean, can somebody help me out here?
But do you understand though, Trek? Like if me, you, and your dad are all standing at the beach, shoulder to shoulder, he's gonna point out and say it's one way. I'm gonna point out and say it's a different way, and you're like in the middle, like, all right, well let's figure out which one it is. But do you understand? Like
Yeah.
we both are 10 toes down, same place. We see the same things. So
Yeah.
him saying, "Oh no, if he's right, Creation Bear, if he's right, then well, everything we see wouldn't happen." No, bro, I'm I'm standing right there saying, "Yep, the things we see is happening right now, and this is the way it is." So that's you gotta get that poison out of your mind that things should be different or some other way than the way it is. That will never change. The only thing that changes is your dad, the way he views it, or you, the way you view it. Okay, so if he says, "Oh look, the sun went over the horizon," well, let's go find out what the horizon is, folks. On the side that your dad is, he says that's a geometric position. I say it's an optical phenomenon. So let's go find out which one of those two it is.
Okay.
So I mean, this is when I first joined. The topic was in 2017, so like 6 years ago, and this is what the argument was all about. What is the horizon? Okay, folks on your dad's side were saying it's a geometric, essentially, a hill. So think of like if you go out in your front yard and there's a hill there, you go put a flag in that hill. That's the physical, it's a physical place. That's the curve of the front yard.
Mm-hmm.
No, here's the problem. Let's say you go out on Monday and the hill's in your yard, you put the flag there. And on Tuesday you go out and it's in the neighbor's yard. Then on Wednesday you go out and it's in the backyard. And on Thursday you go out and it's back in the front yard. Well, there's something wrong there. And so what we're seeing when we go out to the horizon is that the place where you planted the flag and said, look, this is the physical curve. It's actually moved. Tuesday, it's in a different location. Wednesday, it's in another location. Friday, it's back in the first location. Then Saturday, it's in another location. So how is it that how is that physical hill that you planted a flag in moving around? Maybe it's not a physical hill to begin with. So that's kind of what the argument boils down to in a simple way. Well, we can show you how to test it if you want to. It's not that complicated, but I'll boil it down. I'll reset the table for you. So
No, I think I understand now. Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well, I'd like to. I mean, we can present an argument to give you something to chew on, instead of just saying, "Oh, that's wrong." We'll kind of show you why it's not what they're telling you. Have you heard of the black swan before?
Yeah, I have. It's, somebody actually mentioned it here in this server.
Okay. You think you could like kind of put it in a nutshell, or what is your understanding of it?
Well, there are 2 oil rigs, and the horizon is behind them, and they're like one is 6 miles away, the other is 9 miles away.
Okay. And where is the geometric horizon supposed to be based off of that
5
observation?
miles.
1.22 miles squared.
Don't give them the answer, repent. This is when you gotta work on that.
Sorry,
You always feed them
sorry.
the answer.
I know.
Something like that, like 3-5 miles.
It's actually supposed to be way shorter. Let me.
I was just generous.
Well, I mean, if we're being generous, the horizon's actually much further past the behind it. It's actually much further, but beyond that. But we can just quickly walk through it. It's not too complicated, and then it'll give you maybe a better understanding of the argument. But let me just grab some things for you. We'll just go over it real quickly, and then I think we can put a nice little bow on it for you. So you already said that. Here, I'll post an image. So I'm posting this in the chat. So you already said that the horizon's behind the second oil rig there, right?
Yeah.
Cool. And so based off of the geometric predictions, at 1 foot off the surface, the distance of the horizon is going to be 1.2 miles.
Let's say about 100 feet drop.
No, we're not talking about drop. So you might have heard this before, like for a 6-foot observer, the horizon would be 3 miles.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'll stick that in the calculator as well so you can see how that lines up. I'm going to put in observer height 6 foot, and you'll see that it also lines up with that 3-mile horizon distance. So it's all based off of, it's all based off the same numbers, the claimed size of the Earth. So I'm going to stick that in. Okay, so yeah, you can see they're 1 foot, 1.22, 6 foot, 3 miles. So the observer height in the Black Swan is at 1 foot. They got the camera low to the ground. And we post the picture here. Yeah, so you've seen this before already. So we've got the 2 platforms there, the ones at 6.21 miles, the other platforms at 9.41 miles, and the horizon appears to be behind the second rig. Now, the issue comes up when you start looking at the prediction. So like they're always like, oh, the globe makes predictions and stuff like that. So one of the predictions is this horizon distance. So what I'm gonna do here is grab the screenshot from the calculator that shows you the orthographic view, and I'll kind of highlight the issue here. Dun, 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 dun. All right, I need to change this really quickly. 1 second. I'm going to put the target distance at 10 miles, and we can maybe show you why it actually might be a little bit further, but just to play it safe, we'll put it at 10 miles as the second rig is at 9.41. So let me screenshot this here.
Are you putting that in the text chat?
I just got to draw a little circle here.
Okay, let me move this.
All right. Oops. Yeah, so what we're seeing here is you see the blue arrows, the H0 is the blue arrow. That would be the observer height at 1 foot. Obviously, the horizon with the arrow there would be at 1.22 miles. The red arrow, H1, would be our second oil rig at 9.41 miles. The issue here, you'll see that green line on the little graphic there. The green line would be the surface of the water. You following so far?
Yeah.
Cool. So what we're seeing is behind that red arrow. I circled there and put a little question mark. We're seeing that, essentially, we're seeing that green line behind the target. Based off of the prediction, there should be this geometric curve in the way. That dotted line represents your your view to the horizon, and then the dotted line, we're seeing essentially what should be under this horizon. So this seems to be the issue is, where is that geometric horizon that's supposed to be at 1.22 miles? And so what this is showing is that, well, it's not there. And, I spoke to a gentleman who dubbed himself Bob the Science Guy, and this is what he had to say
Oh boy.
about the observation.
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
So there's the split in the two parties. You've got his party that says that there's this like hill of water, like a hump of water somewhere between you and the first rig.
A hump of water?
Yeah, you didn't hear him there? Yeah, I'll play it again. Listen again.
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
That's why I was laughing. This was a conversation between him and I. He goes, well, so what's blocking the bottom of the rig? And I was like, well, not a hill of water. And he's like, well, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
About a millimeter of water.
So that's where the split is. First of all, like the nature, the physics of water, in my view, just doesn't do that. Period. But
yeah, even in the globe model.
Well, waves are going to be like mountains.
Repent. We're not talking about waves here. So, I use the word hill as a bit of a joke, if I'm being honest. But essentially, yeah, you guys are dealing with some sort of curved water. I have another clip here, actually. Let me grab it for you. Gosh, I hope I can find this. I thought I put it in the bot yesterday. Here.
Can I just? Okay, go ahead.
Well, hold on. I thought I put it in yesterday. Where is it?
I want to do like a really fast soundboard.
Oh, you got one?
The globular model is your God, and gravity and refraction is your Lord and Savior.
Shut up, bitch!
Let me just get this here. I thought I added it. Where is it? Yeah, again, sorry, I might not be able to find it as quickly as I thought.
No, yeah, take your time.
I think I have it here.
So how's everybody doing? How's the family? Is everybody okay?
Hold on. Not gonna take me that long.
Okay.
All right, here it is. Yeah, again, I use hill as a bit of a joke, but again, the nature of the physics doesn't. I would just say it just doesn't do the whole curve thing to begin with. But let's put this in here.
You guys are the ones saying that the boat's going over a hill of water. We're not saying that.
Yes.
Easy, mate. Easy.
No, it's not a hill of water. It's just a dropping continuously from your point.
Yeah, that would be a hill of water, man.
No, you're all time at the top of the hill.
Yeah, of water. That's what I'm saying. Water doesn't do that.
Nico,
Anywhere.
why did you say that, bro?
Yeah,
Why
because
did you say that?
Tell me, you are not from your point on your vertical. You are not at the highest point on a sphere.
Are you on top of the hill of? Are you on top of the hill of water, Nico?
No, I'm not. I'm on the ground right now. I'm not on a ship.
No, when you're on a ship, bro. When you're on a ship, are you on top of the hill of water?
Huh? You're on top of water. Yes, you're on top of the hill.
Yeah. Clipcord, where you at, brother?
So that's it. So again, I use the term hill as a little bit of a joke, but essentially that is what you guys are. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to characterize you, but that's essentially what they're saying.
You thought somebody jumped in the chat and started talking like that. I didn't know that you played a video.
If you need a visual, there's something in the chat for you there, Drake.
Yeah.
So that's the split. You've got folks saying, yeah, water hills. And we're like, no water hills, bro. So there you go. So then the question is like, what are boats going over? What is the sun going behind? My answer, not a hill of water. Your dad, that's what he thinks is the sun's going behind this hump of water, aka the horizon.
You just go and go and go until they converge, bro.
Why, like this black swan should be like the death of any skepticism.
Yeah.
There should not be a horizon behind those platforms.
Hold on, repent, dude. Yeah, Drake, I know. But a lot of people, they're so late to the party that, like, they haven't really got a full grip on the full argument, right? They didn't know that, like the folks showing up in 2023, they haven't heard that the original premise is that the horizon is a geometric physical location, the thing that boats are supposed to go over, right? They didn't get the memo. So what they're hearing when they arrive in 2023 is like, these guys are grouping up in a huddle and they're going, all right, guys, we're going to say refraction on 3. 1, 2, 3, refraction. And they all break and come here and say, oh, Black Swan, refraction.
Bruh.
Little do they know that's essentially taking the original premise that the horizon is this geometric position. They chuck it out the window and tell us why there's an optical phenomenon preventing you from observing any of this geometry. So essentially the refraction argument is our point to begin with. There's a bunch of variables for why the horizon moves. Refractive conditions, weather, your observer's height. The only variable that you guys, your dad, I'm going to use your dad for example. The only variable that's important to him and folks on that side are that there is a physical curve. So when they argue things like, oh, well, there's refraction. Well, goodbye curve, essentially. You're telling us why it's not there, which is our entire point. It's not there due to these variables, and refraction is just one of them.
Yeah, but what if they start telling us, oh, it's a geometric location and a visual location?
You have to prove that original premise first. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say, well, it's there, but you can't see it's not there.
Yeah, exactly. I used to joke saying that because of the way gravity works, the light, the photons bend across the globe, and it makes it look like it's flat.
Yeah. Right. So they will say that. They're like, oh, well, it is geometric and optical. No, bro. Remember, like, when I first joined in 2017, it was one side was saying it's geometric, the other side was saying it's optical. Now, all of a sudden, after the Black Swan gets released in 2020, they're like, oh, nope, it's actually optical. Yeah, that's what we've been saying from literally day one. So you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't spend 3 years. Like they literally spent 3 years straight saying, "Oh, you think it's optical? You think there's all these variables? You're stupid. You're dumb. That's stupid. You know, you guys don't get it." To then turn around in 2023 and go, "Actually, no, there are these variables." That's what I mean when I say people are late to the party. They've shown up and they didn't realize they have no idea the party already happened. So there was a fight in the backyard, and we drank all the beers and all that. They showed up like, "Hey guys, I'm ready to get this thing going." Like, no, you're late, bro. You missed everything.
Yo, it's the party.
So yeah, man, that's the crux of the issues. We're saying when you're like, "Oh, well, my dad says the sun went behind the horizon." Yeah, well, it did, just not like the horizon's not what they're claiming it to be. So it's over. Game over. Right? So there you go. I mean,
Yeah.
you're right. You asked a good question. Well, how come, this should be the death? Yeah, it is. It is, just a lot of people don't want to face that yet. So welcome to the club, man. You don't have to label yourself anything in particular, but I'm just trying to give you the sauce here.
Good morning.
Hey.
This makes me want to party.
Yeah, I mean, me too, man. We're essentially, like I said, the party is pretty much wrapped up. We're just doing victory laps at this point, man. We're doing victory laps because they come in and they're like, "Well, you didn't realize there's refraction." You sure about that? It's been the argument from day one. So, yeah, no, we did realize it.
Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not understand about that?
I love that clip. It's season 9, bro. This isn't like we're not still in the first season where we're talking about, oh, but what about flight paths? That's over, bro. Like that's so 2015. Now we're what is it? What do the kids say? We're getting to the money, right? So the answers don't lie in the sky, which direction planes fly and stuff like that. The answer lies right there, the surface of the earth. Go ahead.
What is the hot topics in 2023 in flat Earth?
Well, bro, that's what's funny. We're literally every time people show up, we basically have to jump in a time capsule and go back to like 2015. So like, there's nothing really new. We're having to remind you folks, not you. I don't want to characterize you. We're having to remind these folks, our ops, what their original premise is. It's like they've forgotten what they're supposed to be arguing for. Again, 2023 guys that come in, they're like, "Oh yeah, but what about refraction?" Yeah, well, what about your original premise, which is this geometric physical curve? So we're having to remind them, we're having to take them back in time and remind them what their premise is. There's really nothing new under the sun. We don't have I think the Black Swan came out in 2020. So, I mean, they're still squirming around it. Like, oh, but refraction. Yeah, that's our point, though. So, I mean, people are always going out and making their own observations, and they're like, oh, refractions. They're like, oh god, refraction. Well, let's use a infrared and things like that. So people are doing other things to try and help rebuttal some of their claims. But yeah, it just goes right back to their original premise. Remember where the burden of proof lies. It's not on us. We're not making original claims here. A lot of the things we do are rebuttals to certain claims. Like the Black Swan is a rebuttal to this geometric claim. It's not like this new claim we came, oh look guys, we got a new idea. We've had to rebuttal a lot of the things that have been said. So yeah.
It's sad to hear that there's no news. Nothing new under the sun.
I mean, that's an old. I didn't even come up with that. That's like an old saying. Nothing new.
No, I mean related to the flat Earth. I don't know, arguments, or I don't know how to say it exactly.
Well,
like,
is
there any expeditions?
Oh, I see.
Gonna happen lately or something?
I see. Well, dude, I sometimes joke around. I'm like, all right, man, because people are like, well, how come you haven't explored more? Like, dude, 3 years ago, You could barely explore the grocery store to get toilet paper. I don't know if you guys remember that. That just
Yeah.
happened. But now everyone wants to be Lewis and Clark all of a sudden, and like, but what's in Antarctica? Like, you don't. I bet you most people haven't even explored their like local area. They're like asking me what's in the South. I don't know. You don't. The answers don't lie over there. The answers don't lie
What's in
up
the
in the sky.
catacombs beneath us?
I know. Yeah.
Right?
Right. Yeah. It's like
Probably some satanic ritual.
Oh shit. So that is a fair question. Like, well, what would you guys do? There's a lot of things we could maybe potentially do, but like, I want to remind people like, don't get distracted. Don't let people be like, yeah, but over there, the answers aren't over there. The answers are right here. Like, go to the ocean, go to a lake. That's where the answer is. It's not in the sky or in the south. People are just setting up these mental roadblocks. Not like you can just easily. You got to think of it like this, bro. Even if what they're saying is true, outer space and all this stuff, it's not easy. You can't just easily travel through outer space. It's a dangerous place. It's cold and bars, vacant, and it takes a long time. It's not just you can't just like waltz out there and like have a good time. So that same logic would apply. You can't just like waltz around the earth and just like get in your little sailboat and all right, guys, we're heading to this. It's not easy to just traverse and go and do the things they're requesting. So that's something you have to keep in mind. Just like in your worldview or your dad's worldview, it's not easy just to like venture out into outer space and just put on a little cute spacesuit. Like it would potentially take a lot. You need technology, you need time, and it's dangerous. So same thing with the Earth. Like to go venture out past the little known area that we live in, it's not easy. It's dangerous. Have you seen the show Attack on Titan before?
Yeah, I have.
Perfect. So like how they have their little area that's within the walls. It's pretty safe. It's all good. But like once they venture out them walls, it's kind of dangerous out there. They need a military to help explore. They need to go in certain formations to like make sure people don't get like eaten up, all that stuff. That same thing would apply. Like if we're gonna leave this little known area, well, we're gonna need. We're gonna need more than just like a sailboat and like 2 friends. It's gonna take a lot more than that. Just like Attack on Titan. That's why I love that show.
Grappling hooks and katanas.
It's a really great show. I think it actually has some really interesting parallels to reality. But once they leave that little area, like it gets more and more dangerous the farther they go out. And so, I would say the same thing applies. There's also this other show I really enjoyed called Hell's Paradise. Very dope show. I really liked it. It's a new for 2023. But look at this. I'll put the screenshot in the chat. When they try to venture off this island, motherfuckers die. It's not easy to just leave and go explore. You see all those ships wrecked around the island? Yeah. I would imagine it's probably similar to that. Not necessarily like monsters and stuff out there, but it's just like it's not easy to just like get in a boat and head out. It's not that simple.
I'd like to offer something.
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how scary the prospect would be of exploring because we're not allowed to do so. And because, they haven't practiced these techniques or, this is not something that they teach people how to explore in boats, how to explore with surveying, how to explore in any sort of way. They don't want you to explore. What's going on new? Breaking news, straight from New York. What's happening is the flat earth community is proliferating, and this idea is becoming more mainstream, and you have more mainstream characters now out having to tell stories about their globe to try to reinforce the indoctrination that has been perpetuated against us. What's happening because of the proliferation, the powers that be, the people that put out the information about where you live are changing a lot of information. They're redacting documents. You are no longer allowed to get documents that say that the military uses the plane, as a flat stationary plane for all practical purposes. That information is harder to obtain now. It used to be a lot easier to obtain these documents. Now, when you go to look for these documents from these military websites and other things, those documents are being redacted and they're being scrubbed off the internet. And so they are making it much more difficult to get the truth information out there via the internet now. You know, and here's the thing: once they start changing the words, the meanings, the definitions, it becomes a harder battle because people want to believe the words that they read in books as truth without doing any other research. They want to take the first answer they get on Google. People are looking for confirmation bias and not truth. And so we have to be careful because this topic is becoming a more of a mainstream topic, and they're having to rebut and to put up barriers and to things to try to prevent this information from becoming the truth, because it is the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a neighbor who's also he's not a flat earther, but he's agnostic. He's like on the fence.
So agnostic, not Gnostic.
No, not Gnostic.
Agnostic.
If he would be Gnostic, cosmogonical-wise, then he would know what the Earth is like, but he's just not going to tell you.
You have to use your mind for critical thoughts these days. And that's not something that's something else that they're trying to take away from you, to be able to think critically and logically about things. So, you know, it is a good thing that this information is becoming a bit more ubiquitous, but it's also going to make the challenges a bit harder because they have to try to rig the game again.
I don't think they're going to go back to a model where they're going to try to basically control us again. I think that they realized they lost control. They're just not willing to relinquish power, so now they're just going to turn it into a, well, neo-feudal state where we're at and play us off against one another, which is what they did in feudal times too, right? Kings and queens would go to war with one another because there was a certain dispute. And it's like, oh, let's go to war. I need these couple of people, I need these people dead. These specific people. So, and if we go to war, then I can graft them into the army because I'm the king and get them killed. But we need to go to war to do that. Right? That's what they're doing right now. With everything. It's been going on for a long time still, but it's just more blatant now because they have no way to get control back. And when they can't get control back, then extermination becomes their priority.
Well, no, they're war, right? That's what you said, Aldrin, a war. So war is a tool that they use for several different reasons. Probably the main reason is a power dynamic, to have more resources, to be able to control more things, and to be able to crush your enemies, right? To make sure nobody else has power that's challenging yours. So, and war also has another effect in depopulating an area or multiple areas at the same time because people die during war. So war is always something that they've been able to utilize, and the low man on the totem pole never knows why he's killing another man, right? You go out and do it because your king told you, because your country told you, because you're patriotic, because whatever. But the reasons that you're killing these other people is not for the reasons that you might think, right? And so that's always been a part of their tool in order to, maintain the control that they have. And as far as us being out of control, no, we're in their pocket so far, it's crazy. We are so controlled. We are so manipulated. Our thoughts are not our own. We have to fight off the things that we think in order
Speak
to
for
have some
yourself.
sort of clarity. Yeah,
Speak
no,
for
I'm just
yourself.
speaking.
I'm not.
I'm speaking for myself.
Yeah,
I'm speaking for myself.
we're in a soup of information that is not under our control, that is not truly free. But even despite all that, we have definitely managed to free our minds and even free our spirits within all these conditions. Right? It's not gonna change the power dynamic.
Is that the
But
general
it
population, or
does.
you're talking
No,
about a
not the
small
no,
group?
no people. I'm talking about the
General,
increasing
right?
amount of
Generally
people,
speaking.
dude, that don't relinquish that control. Yes, the ones that do are more egregious because they have to virtue signal it more to encourage the hordes of dumb
I'm just
sheep.
asking you, Arjun, are you
Follow it.
talking generally? Is what I'm asking you. That's all. I'm just trying to get some clarification on it.
Yes, generally we are winning.
I disagree with that. Okay.
It's just that the ones that are
I also
selling out
disagree
to
with
us
that.
are
Yeah, most
showing
people-
themselves more and more. They're selling out is like a sales pitch that they need to throw out now to keep that going, to get sheep to follow them and not us. Get
So
it?
you think the people are more in control, and that the powers that be are losing control? Is that what you're stating?
Control over their minds, not over their situation, financial.
Over their minds. Well,
Yeah.
that's a whole part of it. The financial, all of that comes into the control of the mind.
Well, not about how we see things, right?
Absolutely, how we see things is control of the mind.
Well, not with me. And not with a lot of people out there. They're all catching on. I mean, not as quickly as we do typically, but they are. I mean, everybody in the fucking world right now knows that there's a highly corrupt game being played between elites in Europe and America and Russia. And that they're just violating everything. Everybody knows that. Nobody actually agrees with it. They might say that in the open because they're afraid to lose whatever they got. But nobody actually doesn't understand that at this point. Okay?
Hold on, let's clarify this. Doesn't understand what? I'm asking you a
From 20
question.
years ago.
Hold on, I'm
20
just
years
asking you
ago
a
was
question.
totally different, provably, right? 9/11 had
Can I
just
ask
happened.
you a
People
question,
didn't
Arjun?
know. People didn't know. Now,
Why are you getting
people
upset?
know.
Why you seem to be getting upset and talking over me? I just asked you a question for clarification.
I was still talking.
And so was I. So I just asked you, what is it that you think people know?
They know that there is a rigged group of elites that have no interest in their well-being, in control.
Okay, I mean, you're entitled to that. I disagree with it, but you're entitled to think that, and so am I. I don't think that, you have too many arguments in here about people talking about, well, no, it's for your benefit, it's for your best, right? You just had an event where everybody rolled over, right? What do you mean?
Because they're rolling over has nothing to do with knowing. And by the way, that's a giant hype. The whole Corona
really
shit
good
was a
point.
giant hype. I mean, they
I don't know. I think knowing does have something to do with your actions, right?
What?
I don't know if I fully agree. I think a lot
Knowledge has something to do with what you do, right? Whether what you know helps you make determinations and decisions, right?
to some degree, but I don't think that.
I
think
I think to the full degree that your knowledge determines what you do and what you don't do. I don't think it's another factor.
No, because in terms of what your example, I think some people knew and still rolled over. So, yeah, I think you're right to some degree, but I think there's a little bit of a distinction between knowing and then what you do with that knowledge. For example, look at this group of people. I typically split it into like 3 groups. You have the people that know, like Arwen, who stand 10 toes down. They're vocal. They're going to say it no matter what. Then you also have the people that are not as vocal. They'll just sort of maybe throw hints. then you have the people that know and keep quiet about it. So you're right that your action, you take your knowledge and then make an action with it. But in terms of the example that we just talked about with the cocoa, some people absolutely knew and were like, well, they still rolled over essentially. So, yeah.
I
So
don't know that to be true. That part I don't know to be true. What you said, that people knew and they still decided to roll over. I don't know that part to be true. I think people who knew, who had some idea, and said, "Well, you know what? I'm not doing it because it's not good." They didn't do it because it wasn't good, right? And then you have other people who were coerced to doing it because they didn't really look into it. They just thought that, well, this is for the benefit of society at large, right? And so they said that they'll comply, but that doesn't mean that they had knowledge about this stuff.
I don't know. I'm surprised you haven't. I'm surprised you haven't. Like, there's the people that were like, I know, but I want to keep my job, so
Do they
whatever.
really know, though? Like,
We
what if
still
they?
don't know what's going to happen from that stuff.
I don't know if they really
well, that's a
knew.
different
Some
type of
people know
knowledge.
the government lies and people lie, but sometimes they don't. They're like, oh yeah, I know that it's corrupt, but they don't really see the depth. Like some people, they're awake to so many different things, but then when it comes to flat Earth, that's where they draw the line. So do they really know? I think that there's a small group of people that really know, but the truth of the matter is, this elite system has captured most people's minds, and it's like the Matrix. Right, there are the few of us that have woken up, but the reason why we're so grateful to be one of the ones who have been chosen to get this knowledge is because we're special and because it's few. Most people are sheeple.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Most people are sheeple.
I agree with Max, and that's my stance.
I disagree. Not most. It all depends. Everybody has a part sheeple in them. Most people have a part sheeple in them. And that means that they're inclined to just follow along with the group and function within that dynamic. But that doesn't mean that that's the only option you ever have. It just means it's going to be harder for somebody like that to not go along with the herd.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that they can't, or that they're not smart at all for themselves. And so we get to see the people that just gleefully go along with it, whatever. You don't get to see all those people that don't get along with it, that don't go along with it. Yeah, the media specifically avoids those.
Right.
Always have to keep that in mind.
True.
So I disagree. Definitely not everybody's sheeple. You just get to see all of those all the time. Because that's what they want everybody to think everybody is.
I have a.
Well, I go from my personal experience, right? I'm not just going from the media. I don't trust the media, never have. That being said, I go from my interpersonal experience. I go from my own experience in trying to express the information that has been given to you as false. And when you make that proposition to somebody, you get pushback. And you can explain to them certain things and they'll understand it. They'll agree, but they will not leave the heliocentric model because it is ingrained. It has become a part of their indoctrination system, part of their world. You can even unpeel layers and get them to agree to certain aspects of it, but then there's other layers that they just replace it with. To me, that's a person who is willingly ignorant, not willing to accept what's being presented to you, that you can try and test yourself. That's willful ignorance. That is saying, well, I've been giving everything in this world. I like this world the way it is, and I'm going to operate in it the way it is. And to me, that's cheapo.
I have a good clip for this conversation. Kind of like it was a conversation between Tucker and Tate on Twitter a few months ago, and the reason I clipped it out is because I thought it was a good point. He says, like, you're gonna say no or go against the crowd. Well, you're gonna have to have the ability to defend that no, and I think not everyone has that ability to do that. If you think about it, and I wasn't around for this, but they say like in history or ancient times, people would duel, or maybe two tribes would link up and say, all right, well, we want these terms, and if you're going to be like, no, I don't agree to those terms, or you might have to fight for that. And so that's kind of the heart of the clip. I'll play it, and then maybe I'll add some more context after. Let's take a listen.
Level. I don't know if you ever saw the study which linked people's testosterone level to their ability and capability to disagree with something. So they did a study which is pretty self-explanatory. The higher your testosterone level, the more likely you are to disagree with a point. And the reason for that is because, especially in older times, if you're going to disagree with something, you had to fight over it.
Yeah.
If you're going to say no to somebody or some tribe or some person, there's a high chance that you're going to have to fight that person. You have to defend your idea. If you don't have the propensity or the capability to defend your idea, then why would you go against the ideas of the people who are stronger than you? So reducing testosterone levels make men more compliant and more complacent because we're less likely to say no because we can't defend what we think. Why would we say you're wrong, but we can't do anything about it? We might as well just say, well, then you're right. Might makes right.
Yeah. So, and I think this kind of highlights a little bit of what we're talking about here. Like, for example, there was a gentleman that came here and he was like, oh, wow, I really understand where you guys are coming from. Like, I agree. But he had 50 Twitch followers. He's like, I just don't want them to know, and so he knew, but he wasn't going to change his behavior even with the knowledge. And so I think that's just where I would push back a little bit. It's like, you can know, but you're going to have to defend that knowledge. And that's not easy to do. I think that's what sets us apart. A lot of us are like, we know it, we're vocal, we're going to say it, and have a steel backbone to defend it. I don't think that everybody has that same type of nature. So, yeah, I think that's where I would maybe draw a little bit of a distinction.
So I like the clip. I don't necessarily know if I agree with the testosterone being the key factor.
That wasn't the point.
No, you're right. No, I was saying I agree with it. I said I agree.
Because that's also
you
true
have to
for
defend yourself.
I've also said it's true for the lady. Like, there's a lot of ladies here that understand as well. So I agree. It's not necessarily about testosterone. So
Right. But I was about to go into standing on what you believe, standing on what you know.
yeah,
Now, I believe when people know something and they believe it in their hearts to be true, they stand on it. Right or wrong, they stand on it. And if you don't know, if you're unsure, you find it hard to stand on it. And so when that guy comes in here, because I don't believe a lot of these people say things like that, right? Well, I know, I believe it, but I don't want them to know it. I don't believe that. If you believe something and you know something, then you don't really have shame about it. You just know it. You just know it. And you will stand on it. That's my take on that.
not everyone's like us, though. I think that's us. You're describing this group of people, and I agree that that describes me very well. I'm going to stand on it 10 toes down, but not everyone's like that. Not everyone's cut from that same cloth.
I kind of think they are. I kind of think that when people know something, they know it, and they don't let people tell them that they don't know what they believe that they know. And I believe they stand,
I'm just
they
drawing a
argue their
distinction
points.
of the actions don't necessarily follow that knowledge. That was my only disagreement, is that you might know something, but doing something about that is way harder than just knowing, keeping it to
Like,
yourself.
I know that the world that I exist on and that I experience is flat. And I will not sit there and argue with someone who wants to argue about senseless points, and I'll just let them say, okay, well, if that's what you want to believe, then that's on you. Right? I'm not going to fight about it, but you're not going to change what I know either. If you challenge what I know, I will stand on my spot and defend that. But I'm not going to try to convince you of anything or coerce you or change you. Right? So that's what I mean. It's just knowing and being convicted of what you know. And no one changes that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Actually, I agree with that. I think just it was the original premise about the actions that follow that knowledge is where I disagreed, and that's why
Yeah, it's not always action. I agree with that. People don't always take action. I definitely agree with that. You may know something and not take action.
Right.
I agree.
Cool. Yeah. Then we're on the same page. Yeah, for sure. Because like I've said, I think there's a lot of people out there that know exactly what we know when they're just quiet and silent about it, and I can understand why they would be. No, you get a lot of flack. You take a lot of heat for being on this side of the fence, and so I can understand why someone would be, in the silent knower group.
There's a lot of people who don't believe in small hats and in their policies and in their ideas, but they go along anyway just to get along, right?
Yep, we see that on YouTube a lot. I'm not too well versed in that type of stuff, but I do know what you mean. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I'm not getting into either side of it. I'm just saying that, that's something that we could look at and see, where there is some similarities.
Oh, our friend Goose is back from earlier.
Goose gets cooked.
I was about to change it to Goof. But I like that. He did get his goose cooked.
I love to get along and have a faith in humanity. But we have to be realists. And we live in this world and we see how people respond and react. And ignorance is bliss. And they don't want you to ruin their bliss by spitting a whole bunch of truth. So they'd rather remain ignorant to a whole bunch of things and just go along to get along.
Is the wiki active?
What do you mean by wiki?
Like, if you check out the admin Indio, he has 24/7 Flat Earth Wiki in his About Me.
I've not been over there, so I would say probably not. I think it's more for like information. The active part of the server is usually here in the chat, things like that. Oh my gosh. He's in the chat. Let me just kick him out for not referring to the rules.
I've not heard any new arguments regarding the flat earth topic that has been brought in front center, that the globalists have any new points or arguments to stand on. So all that's going to happen is you're going to get a bunch of new globalists that come in here with old points that has already been deconstructed.
All right, hey, Goof, welcome back to the panel. Do you want to chime in?
Did you ever get your answers about the air pressure, Goose?
He did. He just didn't like it very much. So now he's talking about blowing around already contained gas. So that again, you would need a demonstration, Goose, of the claim that there is no container. Well, you cannot point at the sky, which is where your claim lies. So pointing at the claim and calling it the proof that's not going to work. And so, I gave you some good examples to think about. I'm not sure if you read those, but might want to double check that. Because we've heard this before. Oh, a fan blowing around air, that's gas pressure without a container. Well, you're not realizing that that air that it's blowing around is already within a contained system. And so you're forgetting the big picture here. You're like what you're doing, my friend, is you're a really good example of someone that asks questions, but you don't actually really want the answer. I detected this a while ago. You're someone that likes to you'd prefer to just push rhetoric. So I would say you might as well just, instead of asking questions, because we know you don't really want the answer. Because when we give you the answer, you're not here for that. You're just masking rhetoric behind questions. So we're not going to do a lot of this. We're not going to do this like text to speech thing. So you're going to have to chime in, or I'll just come back when you're not busy. Yeah, we don't play that game, so no one's refusing to answer your question. I'm happy to answer all of your questions, my friend, as we did yesterday, and I did already in the chat. So if you want to chime in, you're welcome to, but we're not going to do this whole talking to text thing. We don't do that here. So if you don't want to talk, then come back when you can.
We don't do that here.
So there's blood pressure in my body, and it creates itself by pushing, but don't account the body as a container for the blood pressure inside. Basically, it's the same thing.
Yeah, Goof, you're not going to get a reaction. So essentially, I'll just remove you from the chat.
Did you rename him Goofy?
So
open your mic, Goose. Stop being a chump.
Cool. Yeah, he's trying to get a reaction out of the chat. We're not going to give that. I'm not going to give you the reaction you're looking for.
What kind of reaction am I going to get on the chat?
There we go. Now he's available. Cool. So which is
Goofy,
it?
just answer my question. Just answer my question. Just straight answer my question. If there's blood pressure in my body, what's the container of the blood pressure?
The blood vessels, like the veins, the arteries?
Yeah, but where are the arteries contained?
Closed system.
Okay.
There you go. So you understand you need a closed system to have the pressure.
So in a situation, let's say you're in an open field on a farmland, right?
Yeah.
Let's say there's no wind, and you set up a very powerful fan, and in front of it you have a sensitive scale that's able to detect pressure. Right? If you were to turn that fan on, that scale would detect a pressure being caused by the air being pushed from the fan to the scale.
Hey Goose.
So I need you to demonstrate where the container is in that situation.
We already covered this yesterday.
So there's a fire alarm, right? And the what's the name when the crowds just bumps into each other and creates a blockage, right?
No.
So yeah, sorry, whatever.
No, just I mean, because we already answered this.
You went through this, yeah.
Yeah, so
you can have the fan creating pressure if the atmosphere around it is not contained by itself.
There you go. That's exactly right. You're essentially just blowing around already contained air. So when you say, well, where's the container? We already covered yesterday that if you have, say, a banana with peanut butter, I don't have to show you the peel. You already know that it came from one. It's required. You can't have one without the other.
So in almost all closed air pressure systems or gas pressure systems, the pressure gradients are very, very small, because in an actual closed system, not the make-believe ones that you guys think actually exist.
Hold on, wait. We haven't provided you with anything.
Basically, what happens is,
we haven't
in an actual closed system, when there is a pressure differential, those pressure differentials are equalized very, very quickly. But in Earth, we have huge pressure gradients. So why doesn't the high pressure areas instantly move up to the extremely low pressure areas.
We already answered this, so I'm just no, we already covered this in a different way. So,
But as soon as you remove the container, then all of a sudden the high pressure gas wants to shoot up into space. That doesn't make any sense. That makes no logical sense.
No one said that, right? Remember,
actually, someone did say that the other day. They said if you were to remove the container, all the gas on the planet would be violently sucked out into space.
But that's still a hypothetical, and that's great. That's fine. What we're trying to tell you is what happens in reality, right?
That's experiment.
You're saying in reality there is a container. Can you demonstrate the container? Can you prove the container exists?
Again.
Without using an antecedent relationship?
Sir, we already answered this for you. You can't take away the antecedent relationship. That's like saying, well, show me the cow. Well, I don't need to show you the cow. If there's a steak right on your plate, you already know that you can't have one without the other. I don't have to dig the banana peel out of the trash can to prove that.
So you're just going to use a definition of gas pressure.
No, it's not a definition, sir. I'm not using a definition. Again, a banana
You
is
have the
something
burden
in
of
reality.
proof. We have examples in the macrocosm, let's say, of pressure, gas pressure in a container. We never seen gas pressure without a container. So you have the burden of proof, my friend. That's
correct.
If this is a court of law.
You can demonstrate gas pressure without a container. I just gave you an example. You're saying that there has
the
to be
air is already contained. The air inside that you're blowing.
How do you know it's already contained? You do not know it's already contained.
Yeah,
you just assume that it's required.
No.
You assume it's required.
You do the same. You assume. We don't assume, but you assume that there is gravity is the container, or creates the sort of effect of a container. You assume that too.
Space is a vacuum. You assume space is a vacuum.
There's no
what does a
example
vacuum
of
do
this.
exactly?
Hold on. Again, we don't need to go.
Can you quickly answer? Can you quickly answer?
We don't need to go into these hypotheticals anymore. What we're going to show you is what happens in reality, and that's it, and that's that. You don't like it, that's fine.
Perfect.
You don't
Show
have
me
to.
where the container is,
I
and
don't
I will
have
be a
to.
flat earther.
Hold on, sir. No, see, this is dishonest.
If it's in reality, you should be able to show me.
Excuse me. That's very disingenuous. You're
It's
not.
not disingenuous. It's a genuine question. You're asking me to demonstrate things, and then I'm asking you to demonstrate things.
No, I don't have to demonstrate. Hold on. You
have the patience of a saint, man.
That's fine.
Things have already been demonstrated to you. They showed you the gases in the two bulbs, right? They showed you that. That's an experiment and an example.
Demonstration that will show air pressure.
You did not give a demonstration. What you're doing is you're explaining what's happening right here on Earth, which is what we're explaining to you.
I'd like to give a shot at this guy if y'all wouldn't mind at some point.
Well, go ahead, but I'd like to finish cooking this goose when you're finished. So go ahead.
Appreciate it. I think what these guys are saying is that you have the burden of proof because all of the pressure systems that we see that exist all require a container. So you're saying, oh, I got a fan. Look, I can make the scale move. So boom, might not.
That's a pressure system without an apparent, observable.
He wasn't finished speaking, so you're gonna have to let the homie finish before you start rumpusing. Yeah, this is that disingenuous behavior I pointed out earlier.
You can't just put a fan on a scale and say, oh, well, we don't know for sure if there's a macro container, so let's go ahead and just say that there might be, so therefore there is. Well, no, you have the burden of proof, and you still have not came up with an example of some sort of pressure without a contained system.
Okay, tell me exactly how I would be able to demonstrate pressure not in a contained system. If you are already asserting that there has to be a container around the entire atmosphere, on what scale would I have to go to demonstrate gas outside of a container?
You take a vacuum.
Hold on, any scale would be great, but let's just rip the Band-Aid off. You can't. That's the whole point. We're essentially sending you on a wild goose chase. No pun intended.
What you're doing is you're just asserting that there is a.
You're not here in good faith. So what we're gonna have to do is control your microphone since you can't.
You take a vacuum chamber, you put some gas in it, and if you're able to create,
What we're doing is we're sending you on a wild goose chase to look for something that does not exist. So we can just rip the Band-Aid off and tell you that.
Okay, show me where the container is then.
Okay, well, we already went through this. This is you, again, asking questions.
Where is it? Where is it?
Sorry. We already gave you the answer to that. You're essentially saying
where the container is. What are its properties?
You're still rumpusing. You don't realize
force being applied to the container.
You don't realize you're muted. So,
Dude, have a conversation. Listen and speak. Listen and
we already
speak.
know.
It's
We
an
already know.
exchange.
Look, listen. We already know your behavior, Goose. You're not actually here in good faith to get an answer. You're just here to push rhetoric, which is fine, and we can deal with that, no problem. But here's the thing: you're essentially saying, "I will believe that this steak filet mignon came from a cow if you show me the cow." That's dishonest. It's disingenuous. I don't have to show you the cow. I don't need to tell you what its name was or how many spots it had or any of that stuff. You know it came from the cow. Period. Same thing with the banana. I do not have to dig it out of the trash can, tell you how many brown spots it had. You cannot have these
What you're
picnic with
essentially
banana slices without
what
the
you're
container.
essentially
I don't have to show you it. You already know it exists. That is the definition of an antecedent relationship, and it's not just based off a definition. This is based on reality. Unless you want to show me some type of tree with bananas growing without a peel, this is reality, not definition. So same thing works with gas pressure. I do not have to show you this container. You know
we can reverse
already
we can
it's contained.
reverse this. Like I imagine if you believe in the heliocentric model, you believe stars are made out of hydrogen and stuff like that. Well, show it to me. Bring me a star, bring me the sun, and show me what it's made out of. You can't do it, right? But you presume it's made out of hydrogen, nuclear, whatever reactions. So helium, whatever.
You also made a reference to scale, and I already addressed this in the chat earlier today, right? You're basically saying that, well, if I just increase the size of this T-bone steak to the size of the planet, then I don't even need the cow anymore. And that's not going to work. It doesn't matter what the reference of scale is, sir.
All
You
right.
said-
Can I answer the question about this the star? Like, how do we know what stars are made out of?
No, you see, Enzyme.
He asked me the question.
We already ripped
He
the
asked me
Band-Aid
the
off.
question.
You cannot provide a demonstration, so
He
all.
asked me a question of how we know what stars are made out of.
No, we don't care about that. All right.
Well, he asked me the question. I would like to answer it.
No,
It wasn't a question, really, but you're going into the
did ask me,
hypotheticals,
so
right?
I would like to answer it.
You got him off
how we
track,
know what stars are
Enzyme.
made out of. If you don't want to hear it, that's
It was a
fine.
rhetorical
Don't ask
question.
questions
It's
if you want to.
rhetorical. It was rhetorical, that question about the stars. That's a rhetorical
But we
question.
do know what stars are made out of,
You
and we have
absolutely
a process to determine the properties.
No, you don't. Again, so Enzyme. This is what I mean, bro. We're trying
Yeah,
to
I
keep this
remember
focused.
yesterday you were going on and off. It's a
Netty
it's a
approach,
no-go.
right? It's not what he thinks. So
Stay on
listen,
topic.
I know it can be helpful for some people, but this guy, he thinks there's an answer. All we need to do is rip the Band-Aid off and tell him it's not what you think exists is not. Period.
If the analogy king it didn't didn't convince
cannot
him, then
approve.
I can't.
He's not here for the answer anyway.
No, like was the analogy you gave me that of like bring a star here and show us what a star is made out of?
Now we're off track. So
Well, he brought up this point. Well, I'm not taking this off track. I'm simply
are.
expanding on a point previously
No, you're ignoring everything I already
discussed.
presented to you in the chat. You're ignoring
It was just a rhetorical question.
So
Why
it's
is it a rhetorical
rhetorical.
question?
I'm gonna answer it. You can't. You can just say
You
we
can.
analyze the light and presume whatever it is. So that's what you're doing.
Yeah, we do analyze light, and that's been shown to be accurate, repeatable, and
off in the weeds.
observable. It's an accurate way of doing science.
That's not science.
Sure.
So don't worry.
That's not science because it doesn't use the
No,
scientific
'cause
method.
you
Where's
would
the
need to-
variable?
Yeah, you would need to vary and manipulate something. You're not very manipulating anything. So it's not science. So don't worry. We got to focus, Goof. Remember, your claim is that you don't
So
need
the
a
study of
container.
light
So,
or
no,
optics.
No. See, Enzyme, you see the problem here?
I'm
Now, he doesn't
I'm
wanna
gonna
address-
shut up.
He came. Well, no, you're fine. I'm a big fan of yours. It's just that he came in with a certain claim, and now we're off of that claim into something else. You've given him another branch to swing on.
Yeah,
That's what
branch.
monkeys
Yeah,
do.
monkey branch.
Air
So-
pressure, right?
Now we're talking about things in the weeds. None of those things in the sky are relevant to the claim that's being
But
made.
look, it's been 2 days and 3 if you count the VC verified chat he had with Beasticles. So we're talking about the pressure for 3 days straight with this guy. Where is it going?
Yeah, it's not going anywhere. He's not actually here in good faith. He doesn't really want the answer to questions. I'm going to play a clip for this so you guys can see a good example of how this works in reality, in real time. Let's take a listen.
Okay, what's your credibility? is my
He's spoken to over
question.
2,000 girls.
You know what?
That's great for you. That's
I'm a
great for
best-selling
you.
Amazon author,
That's
and I
great for
studied.
you.
Well, no, because you want to talk about credibility
Yeah.
now and accolades. I'm giving it to you.
That means nothing to me, though. It really doesn't mean nothing to
I'm
me.
more
See? So she asked the question, well, what's your credibility? He tries to provide. He's like, well, that means nothing to me. He's essentially doing the same thing. Guys, I have some questions about gas pressure. Well, there's an antecedent relationship. I don't care about that. Well, then what are you here for besides just to push rhetoric? Push an agenda. We already know what your agenda is. We just rip the Band-Aid off, Goof, and tell you, look, the demonstration that you would need to provide doesn't exist. You're not the
Right,
first
because
person to
you
have
say it doesn't exist.
No, it's because you
You're
don't
just
have
saying it doesn't exist.
Even
You can't
yesterday,
prove.
Then bring
even,
it.
even yesterday, you said that you can't do it. You'd have to have it on a planetary scale. Guess what? I already addressed that in the chat, man. I said it earlier. You're essentially saying, look, I've got this T-bone steak, but if I increase the size of a planet, now you don't even need the cow. And that's not how it's going to work ever. So
Basically,
you already answered this yesterday. Again,
it sounds like he agrees with the principles of gas pressure, atmospheric pressure, and now he's lost because he wants to see what's containing that pressure.
Yeah,
Right? So it sounds like you've made a couple of steps there, buddy. Right? And we're just trying to get you to take the last step. Right?
Okay,
Because you conceded already that gas pressure requires containment and that atmospheric pressure is gas pressure. So, we're just trying to get you to that last step, man. That,
All right, man. All right, man. You know what? I
There's really
will
nothing left
admit
to-
it is difficult. You are right. It is difficult to provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
It's not difficult. It's impossible. That's what.
Okay.
You could, Goose. You create a mini black hole. You put it in a vacuum chamber, and then you insert gas in the vacuum chamber.
Yeah, and then again, that's a container right there.
Anyways.
Regardless,
so-
now what you're saying, Goose, is you're saying, well, you got to dig the banana peel out of the trash can, then I'll believe. Which is dishonest. You would never say that in reality. That's not how you would behave. You're just saying that here as some sort of gotcha.
Okay, but if you can't see a curve.
Oh, here we go. Let's change the subject real quick.
So this is the same
And
thing.
so
as the
we
banana
got him
peels.
to make the concession on the air pressure and the atmospheric
I made a
pressure,
full
and that
confession
you-
on it. I made a full confession
Absolutely.
on it.
Thank
I would like to see the banana peel though.
No, I don't have
It
to
would
show
it would
to you.
really help me. You don't have. You're right. You don't have to do anything, man.
No,
But
I would like an EG scan of your brain for proof of synapse, please.
do you even have the banana peel?
You can't have the banana
slipped on it.
slices.
Do you have the
Sir,
banana peel?
Sir, listen. What you're breathing right now essentially is the slices of a banana in the analogy.
Sure.
Do I have
In-
it? You couldn't have the banana slices without it. Remember, notice how you keep. The reason why I like the banana slices analogy is because how you'll keep pointing back to this idea of a gradient, which essentially is a bunch of slices of the air.
Sure.
So, yeah, so that's the analogy. I think it fits very well.
Okay, like
You're
man, like
breathing.
look, I get it. I
You're
get it.
breathing the air. So that essentially that's us at the picnic enjoying our banana slices with peanut butter and maybe a raisin on top.
Yeah, no,
do
dude,
not
I
need to go
understand
fetch
what you're
out
saying.
the-
Like,
I don't gotta go fetch
it's
the banana peel. I don't. You,
when
that's
when I'm
dishonesty.
speaking words that confirm the existence of the banana,
Then
I
let's
don't
move
need
on.
to see the banana peel to
Let's
prove
move
the
on.
banana.
It's game over. It's game over.
Okay.
No, game over.
But so you win. You win. All right, you win. So can you just at least for my own edification?
No, I don't
show
have to
me.
show you jack shit.
Do you don't have that because you're just
No. You can't have
don't
one
have
without the other. You can't have one without the other. What are you breathing
What do you
right
mean?
now? Do you exist in some place that doesn't have air that you don't breathe?
Huh?
That's essentially saying like we're at a picnic, right? We've got our banana slices, and you're like, no, it didn't come from a peel.
You still
What
forget
are
the
you-
burden
what are
of
you
proof
doing?
is
I'm
on
not
you,
saying
right?
it didn't come from
No,
the
that's
banana peel.
exactly
I'm just
what
asking you to show me the banana peel.
That's exactly what you're saying. Because when I say I don't have to, you're like, well, see that you didn't have one. We wouldn't be able to have the banana slices without it.
Right.
So you being
bring-
like, well, no, you have to prove it to me. I don't. The proof is right in front of you.
I've conceded this entire argument. Like
So it's game over.
you can end it now
You
and say that
lose.
you've won. All I want now is just.
No,
I just
being
want the banana
dishonest.
peel, man.
You're being dishonest.
I'm not being dishonest. I'm
You
actually
are.
genuinely
You can
fucking
say
curious.
you
If
can
guys
say
have
that you
proof
won, so he
affirmative,
still can
that's
admit
amazing, guys. That's actually
dude,
sick.
you can
No.
you still don't admit defeat, right? You can admit, you can say to
So
other
let's
people
stay
you
on
won,
the
but
banana peel. Let's stay on the banana peel, right? So what happened was the trash came. They took the banana peel over to the trash depot. So that's where all the banana peels are. We don't have access. The trash bins are all guarded by security. There's gates miles outside of it to make
He's
sure that you
gonna.
can't get there to protect the public from disease and stuff. So that's why you can't see the banana peel.
Now he's gonna be like, "Oh, so you think it's guarded?" I would
oh
be
yeah, I
careful
can
with that.
clone a steak. You can clone meat now. That's another argument I feel coming. Well, show me the beef because you can clone a steak now. What the fuck?
It's game over, dude. There's no way around this.
And also, where's the burden of proof is on you. Why don't you show us? Show me, answer me. Gas pressure without a container. Show it to me. Where is it? You can't, right? You can't, right? That's you, brother. That's you.
I don't like giving them arguments. I like them to make their own arguments.
Yeah, well, this one's game over. We might as well move on to this curvature that you talked about. Let's talk about that.
So you're just completely dodging the whole.
There's nothing to
There
dodge.
is a
You're
You just
essentially
admitted.
saying you're like, oh well, so if you can't show me the peel, these bananas don't exist. No, you're being dishonest, bro. We can all see it. It's fine. You're just coping at this point. Well, if you can't show me the peel, then this banana must be fake. No.
I
What are you
have sympathy
breathing right
for you,
now?
Goose. I realize that you made a couple of concessions and that you're understanding some things. So I got a little faith that you'll take that last step.
Yeah, you might as well just move on. We can pick a different
Okay,
subject.
look, you can call me disingenuous. I just call it
You are.
cognitive dissonance.
You are.
Right? So I have a resistance to accept your claims because I am a.
Whoa, I'm not making any claim here, my man. If anything, you've got the positive claim here that, oh, you can have a banana grow on a tree without a peel. That's the positive claim. I'm telling you that that's not possible. I'm not making any new claim. I'm demonstrating to you that you cannot have one without the other. There's no claim involved there. That's what an
Even you
antecedent
admitting,
relationship
even you,
involved is.
even you admitting you're in cognitive dissonance sounds disingenuous because it's like what we try to say to people that behave like you, and you're like, yo, okay, I'm in cognitive dissonance, and you still internally laugh at us, right?
Listen, I'm actually gonna 100% admit the fact that I can't produce to you guys a demonstratable.
Don't worry. It's not lack of trying on your part. It's not.
No,
a failure of
it's
you.
nothing to do with that.
No
It's just the
one
fact
can
that
do
I
that.
can't is surprising because I thought I could.
Well, don't worry. It's not a fault of your own. It's just something that's
We've been
not
there, man.
possible. That'd be a violation of natural law. That's why we pointed out to you the second law of thermodynamics, entropy. You can't violate that and have gas go back into the coffee cup. If you pour soda into a coffee cup, it's gonna move from high pressure area to a low pressure area, period. You can't have that reverse or cause that not to happen. It's gonna happen, period. So it's not a fault of your own. Don't worry. It's not because you can't do it that no one can do it. No one can do it because it's impossible. We're essentially asking you to provide the impossible. The reason why we do it like this is because you guys do think this evidence exists. So we send you on a wild goose chase looking for it, and hopefully on your own, you'll find out on your own that it's not there. It's called a fool who persists in his folly may become wise. So if you believe, if you believe that it's out there, go look for it. And then when you find out it's not there, then you'll learn. A lot of people don't want to hear it from me or hear it from Enzyme or Max. So that's why it's best to go look for what you think exists. And when you find out it's not out there, then you'll learn. So maybe you become not a fool anymore. So
No, maybe you'll just resort to believe because then instead of you can't know because it's not there, you're just gonna believe it. I still believe it even though there's no proof. Belief is a slippery slope, my friend.
So we might as well move on. If you want to talk about curvature or something, that's great. We can definitely get into that too. Kind of more where the crux lies anyway, but at least you have an understanding of our presentation, which involves containment.
Okay.
We already know the claims quite well on your side, so it's not like you need to repeat them like you were doing yesterday. Oh no, you don't need a container. You don't need a container. We know that's the claim, bro. But you're never going to be able to demonstrate that. Not not because of lack of trying. It's just not possible.
Yo, Goose, I'm happy with you, bro.
I appreciate it, man. Like I thanks you guys for being patient with me. You know, I can be an aggressive arguer, but I do have actually good intentions at the heart of it.
So do I. So do we. Yeah.
You want to know
So,
the
like-
truth, right? You want to know the truth, right? That
Yeah.
I honor that. That's honorable. But there's a price to pay, and that price to pay is a lot of inner work and rearranging mental gymnastics. We all were flat round earthers or globe earthers, man.
Very much
We all
so.
went through the same thing, man. We were in denial. We were like, yeah, that's laughable. But NASA and space and stardust and whatever. But and everybody has a different journey. But we reach the same point eventually if you are honest enough with yourself, right? Because there's a moment in time your ego is gonna jump, like now with the discussions, and you're like, yeah, prove this, prove that, and you're not listening to what debate is, the fallacies, the biases. I learned a lot here how to argue properly and who has the burden of proof and etc. All of these things are essential for us to have a proper constructive debate and conversation, right?
Good point. I think that's actually a great point, actually, because like I'm a big fan of law. So you'll
All right, so let's say like
understand in a court setting that only one party holds the burden at once, right? If I'm the plaintiff, it's on me to prove that those charges are upheld. I can't turn to the defendant and say, no, you have to prove that, you can't reverse the burden. And so that's what people try to do quite often is reverse the burden of proof. And that's why it's a fallacious logic. So I wouldn't recommend it.
so okay, so the burden of proof is on
The positive claim.
the positive claim, right?
Correct.
So
The
you're
one that's
purely on the negative claim side. Do you not have any like positive claims of your own?
We not see a lot of the. Well, that's a good point, right? You guys like we're
Because
not.
you can. Sorry, I didn't mean to
already on
interrupt.
the
Like you
table.
can.
The claim's already on the table for everyone. So like you'll get people come and say, "Oh, well, I didn't claim X, Y, and Z." Well, we're not waiting around for you to make the claim. It's already made, right? Again, you were repeating it yesterday quite often. No, you don't need a container. You don't need a container. Yeah, that's the claim. We know what that is. The positive claim. You've essentially got this huge, peelless banana out there. That is a very much a positive claim, right? So I'm not making a claim like, no, bananas do require peel. That's something that's the base axiom. If you want to say you've got this special version, that's certainly going to be on you. That is very much a positive claim. So then you hold the burden of proof to prove that. So no, we don't really do. We're not coming up with new claims here. A lot of things we do are rebuttals to these claims. The horizon is this. Okay, well let's see if that's true. It's like if you have a neighbor who's like, I won the lottery. If you're like, no, you didn't, that's not a new positive claim. Now you have to prove he didn't. That's not how it works. And Drake, you got some background noise, bro. So yeah, we don't really. I know people want to say like, no, but you have to claim something too. Not really.
Do you claim anything?
You're trying to do it right now. You're trying to make.
Well, I'm literally just asking if you do.
I
No,
claim your
really.
claim is invalid about my claim. Come on, man.
No, I'm literally because like you were saying that like the burden of proof lies on my end, which I will concede. I'll
not
agree.
just
I would have to
as an
provide you.
individual, not you as an individual. I want to make that
No, but like on like my side of like the argument.
correct,
You know what I
correct.
mean?
Well, that's
So
the thing is like we're being made fun of. We're being told, look, you guys need to drop this and go back to this thing. That thing would be the positive claim. So no, we're not coming up with new claims. Like our version is blah. We're just simply saying like, yo, if you're gonna claim that you have this giant banana without a peel, we'll show it. We're not saying like, no, actually, there's this other banana with this other thing. It's not like that. I know you wanna make it this claim versus claim thing, but it's not like that at all. It's more like the neighbor who says, I won the lottery, and we're just simply saying, no, you didn't, or prove it.
So you would presume our positive claim would be no measurable curvature, but it's not a positive claim because that's a fact, measurable fact, right? We can't have gas pressure without a container. That's not something like we're having a positive claim about. That's a fact. If you contradict that, then you have to prove it, right? That's what I'm trying to say. The difference in positive claims. We most of us here, 99% have been here for a while, don't even have a model in our head about what the Earth is or the universe is. because we only know there's no measurable curvature with the math and the measurements and all of that. That's not even science; it's geometry. But that's another story.
Yeah, people want to turn it into this. This is gonna sound vulgar, but people want to turn it into this like wiener measuring contest. Well, show me yours. No, that's not what we do here, bro. That's not the point. There's a claim on the table that quote everyone is supposed to believe in. So we're just going to address those claims as they are. One of them is the gas pressure, right? That you can have gas pressure without a container. That's the claim that's on the table, right? The other claims are rotation or movement. The other claim is the curvature. So what we're going to do is address those claims and go through them. We don't need to come up with new claims. So I know people often want to like, no, you have to have a claim against my claim. Not really. It's just like in a courtroom. If I'm the plaintiff, I have the claim. I'm saying you are guilty of this charge. Okay, then it's up to me to show that those charges are upheld. I hold the burden. I can't put it on them and say, no, you actually have to prove. Only one party holds the burden of proof at a time. So I like the court setting because it's a good way to represent how that burden of proof works.
Mm-hmm.
So if I say you're guilty of a murder, like I have to prove that. I have to show that that's true. And what you are going to do as the defendant is dismantle. You're going to take that claim and poke holes in it. So that's how it goes. You know, like if you're the defendant, you don't have to be like, oh, well, actually, the murderer is this person. You're like, well, it's not my client. So, and yeah, that's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I noticed just a change in you just now, just a few minutes ago. You're listening more, you know?
W.
Oh, because I was getting spam muted.
Well, I'm sorry.
Because it
but-
makes sense, right? Come on.
Hmm?
Because it makes
yeah,
sense.
it makes logical sense. Like the way you guys handle your discussions and your arguments.
Well, that's not ours. Comes from ancient Greece, man, and philosophy and logic and the study of logic and fallacies and how to create proper arguments and debates to get somewhere, to get something out of it. Because if not, we're just like echoing whatever, talking to each other, not listening, not knowing the proper workings and mechanisms of debates and arguments.
I think the mute
So,
came
Goose,
out
what
when
happened here was science has been explained to you in a way that you can digest it. And it may have taken a few days and multiple different angles and multiple people to participate in order to get you to understand about the air pressure and the gas pressure. And I'm glad that you are understanding that point. You also need to understand that we are restricted and we're not allowed to explore. We're not allowed to see things. So we don't have answers about things that we don't have answers about. And they make it so, so that they can deliver a story which is full of lies and holes. But when we science those stories, when we measure those stories, they come out to be proven incorrect, unprovable. And so just because, and I'm going to repeat something someone else says, falsification is independent of replacement, right? So we don't have to replace what the lie is. We just have to expose the lie.
Yeah, and don't forget, we all have our theories and that we would like to believe, but we put them in a separate box, right? We all can come here and theorize what the sun actually could be or not be, but we don't do that. We just put it in a separate box, just like our belief systems.
So I was just commending you on your progress that you've made, because I know it's not easy.
I think the
Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. It's just more like if this server or this community is it's like it doesn't make any positive claims.
Why would
it's simply like you said, like it's
or the defendant?
Would you say falsification? It's just a falsification, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like we have natural phenomenon that like we can all observe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in these natural phenomenon, we can just look at them and then just predict them in the future. And the reason, 1 second.
I know where this is going, but
Well, there's
one
natural
one thing
phenomenon
that
that we observe and natural phenomenon that we can science. These are two different
And
these are
yeah,
two
then we
different
presume
things.
that the light spectrum of this is that, and I know where this is going too, but that's not the scientific method.
think one thing that they have to keep in mind as well is that these same phenomena wouldn't just poof out of existence, right? If I waved a magic wand over your head, I know he's busy. We're just talking amongst ourselves here, but like this is one thing these guys get wrong. They're like, well, we spoke to what's his name earlier today in the chat, Drake. Like, oh well, everything would be different if you guys were right. No, like these phenomenon don't just poof out of existence. You know, so that they have there's so many. I'll post them in the chat again. But there's a lot of presentations being made out there saying, nope, if those guys are right, life would be completely upside down, backwards. And I think
You
that's
know, another thing is that I think that they think that it would destroy their imagination, right? No, you can still have space movies. You can still imagine all of those things because there are answers we don't have. And so if you want your imagination to run wild about things and you still want to have a creative thought, there is nothing preventing you from that when you know the truth, right? It's just understanding what's actually factual and what's not and being able to make that clear distinction, right? And so you can still have your imagination. You can still have a new Star Wars movie. You can still have Battlestar Galactica or whatever it is that you're into, right? There's nothing precluding those sorts of thoughts, right? We're just saying separate fiction from nonfiction. That is it. And I think that's, you know, that also shakes them up. And that's something that we don't really discuss a whole lot. Like, oh, because space don't exist, and we'll never be able to go to Tatari or whatever. Whatever. You can always go there in your head, man. You can always make a movie. It's all good.
like again, just to go back to the court case reference, right? I'm gonna charge Enzyme with murder, right? He's gonna be like he's gonna say things like, well, where's the weapon? Where's the murder weapon? Where's the footage? Where's the blood? He doesn't have to be like, well, it's so and so's blood. It's the weapon's over there. Like you just are gonna poke lots of holes in the prosecution. So, but they, there's this weird idea like, no, you both have to have claims. You both have to present who's guilty. No, I'm just gonna prove that I'm not guilty of those charges. But yeah, like if you guys should look at what I typed in the chat there, it's not a. Well, you guys can read that. I don't want to say it on stream, but that's what it boils down to. It's not a comparison. There's a claim on the table. We're gonna show you why that claim is false. We don't have to come up with a new claim. There's no Santa 2.0. Well, my version of Santa is this. You're just going to say, look, Santa's not real. Period. Here's the reality of it. There's no need to come up with a new version. So don't let them ask you, well, no, I need you to come up with a new version. I need you to make a claim. I need a model. I need this. I'm not going to give you one. I don't need to. It's not a A versus B comparison. I mean, they're saying this thing is a fact. All right, well, let's address it. Let's find out if it's true. It's not fact versus fact. Is that fact cap or not? We're just saying stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
So, I mean, homie was like, I'm sure he's still busy. Maybe he's getting DMs from somebody, but he was like, well, why were you muting me? Well, the answer is you were basically saying, I'll believe in bananas if you show me a PO, which is completely dishonest. And I get it. It's not. This is one of the more tough pills to swallow. this argument in particular. I think the other ones are a little bit easier to understand. The curvature and the rotation are much easier to sort of digest, but the gas pressure one, you like literally have to pinch your arm and go, holy smokes, like what if we are in a closed system? It's very tough to that's a tough pill to swallow. And I understand why you would maybe buck and reject and go against that. But to say that like, oh no, I'll be a firm believer if you show me like I'll be a firm believer in bananas for the first time ever if you like, that's dishonest on its face. And I don't believe when people say that anyway. Oh, I'll believe if you just do this. No, you're not. Like that's not honest, bro. That didn't work like that for me. It's not a microwave meal you just put in the microwave and it pops out in 5 seconds and done. It takes time to understand a lot of these things. For me, I mean, I didn't even hear the words put together until like 2017. I did my own observations in 2021. It's 2023 now, and I'm still learning. So for when people were like, "Oh, just show me this one thing, and I'll be on board forever," I don't think it really does work like that. You got to go through quite a few things, and the things you got to go through are the claims that are on the table, which that's exactly what we go through. So we don't have to come up with new claims. I don't need to come up with a new version of Santa Claus. I'm going to tell you why Santa Claus isn't real. Move on. There's no Santa 2.0, bro. There's no Earth 2.0. There's just the Earth as it is. That's it. And I think that I put in the chat there, you can see all those highlighted areas where they're telling you like, oh, well, if those guys are right, everything would be different. We're not, no one's saying that. That's just a very subtle straw man. Saying the Earth
Hello?
is the way it is. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I was helping my my dad out. We're just getting ready for Thanksgiving tomorrow.
Nice. Good stuff. Yeah, good stuff. All that stuff comes first, of course, so no worries.
Mm-hmm.
Family first.
Okay, so let's change subject to, because you wanted to talk about curvature.
I mean, I think that's where the rubber meets the road. So, yeah, that would be a good conversation.
Honestly, I'm going to be completely honest. There being the Earth being flat is less hard for me to like. It's easier for me to swallow that the Earth is flat than it is to just like assume I guess say that there is a dome around the entire Earth.
Well, that's a very. It's funny you say that because I said it, but when you were away, that's exactly what I said. That it's a very tough pill to swallow. This gas pressure argument. That's funny that you repeated what I said. No, in terms of a dome, I think that I wouldn't present it like that because I'm pretty sure if you were to look that up, that's a very specific thing. Let me look that up real quick just to make sure.
Well, some form of.
You can just say container. Yeah. You can just say container. So
yeah, I just said dome because
that. Yeah, I mean, I try to be careful of that type of terminology because people are like, oh, so it's made of glass. It's like, no, I'm not saying that.
I don't want to go really off topic with this, but wait, I'm hearing feedback from my dog. No, it's me. You hear me?
Yeah, got you.
Have you ever? Well, there's this guy, Argentinian guy. He has a channel. He's a special effects expert, and he's a flat earther, and did some research on the thing. Have you? And I'm just gonna say the buzzword and not even give the theory of what it could be, because maybe the dome or whatever container is much bigger than we think. Sulfur hexafluoride. Have you ever heard of sulfur hexafluoride or supercritical gases like supercritical helium and supercritical hexafluoride? Creation Bear? No, right?
Hexafluoride. So it's a sulfur with 6 fluoride.
Yeah, it's okay, come on, man. It's self-explanatory when you hear the word if you know a little bit of chemistry. Yeah, but no, what it does.
I don't know, what does it do?
So, and you're just gonna be a second, right? When we've launched amateur rockets up to 10,000 feet, was it? I'm not sure. I can't measure in feet. Kilometers, was it? I don't remember. When it supposedly hits something, it doesn't hit it almost like ballistic gel. And supercritical gases are transparent. They don't have viscosity, and they behave like nothing. You can see they don't have viscosity or reflections. So we don't know what's up there, man. I'm trying to say maybe it's not a glass dome. Maybe it's higher. Maybe there's other gases up there contained in this finite universe, because it has to be finite for there to be pressure, or it has to constantly keep generating new gases and substances to maintain pressure. I'll link you some videos, CB. Maybe you like it, about the sulfur hexafluoride.
Sure. Yeah, I'm somewhat familiar with it, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that was it. Normally, volcanoes are created in our natural environment. It could be helium, supercritical helium, or maybe supercritical hexafluoride. That's my theory about what's up there when rockets hit it. It's almost like a bullet hitting ballistic gel, but it has no viscosity, so it looks weird. And sound changes. Sound pitches down from the cameras, and any sound recorded, it just goes whoop, like it goes underwater, you know? While it should pitch up, right? Because you know how they tune pianos, old pianos that they could break if they physically touch them. They if everything is detuned, whatever cents, 8 cents, they just change the atmosphere around the piano and re-record it, right? Every gas changes how sound dissipates, right? And which frequencies dissipate. And if it were less gas density, it would be higher pitched until you can't hear it anymore. But it's the opposite. It goes whoop, like it goes underwater.
Cool. Yeah. Send over whatever you got.
See if I can find it. It's 5-year-old research I did many years ago, but it's in Spanish. So I'm going to find a guy that talks about it in English and hit you up when I find it. I'm going to do that.
Cool.
So for curvature, I don't know if you guys know AJ. He's on the politics and religion server. But I actually talked to him for about like an hour or two last night about like curvature, right? And like an experiment that like I'm actually setting up that I'm going to do either this upcoming spring or summer, because I live in the Great Lakes region in Canada, so I have large bodies of water.
Dope. Awesome.
So basically what I was going to do is I was going to use drones that are calibrated with a level to maintain a static height above the water level, and have these two drones a set distance apart. Let's say 1 kilometer, 2 kilometer, 3 kilometer, 4 kilometer, 5 kilometer, and have a high range, high power laser on one of the drones, and on the other drone, I'll have a light sensor with a polarizing lens that only lets the wavelengths of whatever color laser I'm using, so it only picks up the light from the laser.
Yo, kudos, man. Here I thought you were a troll a day ago, and you're doing physical experiments that actually seem interesting.
Yeah, I drew up a diagram for it. I don't have it on my phone. It's on my desktop. But if any of you are in the politics and religion server in the globe, the flat Earth chat in the text voice, I put a diagram of it up. You might have to scroll up a little bit, but it is there somewhere, of the experiment that I want to do. And basically, my hypothesis is if the Earth is curved, like I believe, and given the accepted curve rate of the Earth, the average curve rate, which is 8 inches per mile.
Squared. That was synced.
Because otherwise, you'd have a slope. That would be a slope if it was going 8 inches. 8 inches up, 1 mile forward. 8 inches up, 1 mile forward. You end up with a slope. So yeah, you got to square the miles to get the curve.
Right.
But yeah, you're right.
So let's say like I have if I convert that to whatever that is in kilometers and meters or in centimeters, and then use the drones and basically have them a set distance apart at the same height above the water level. The reason we do it over water is because we know like water levels itself, so it's a very accurate.
Oh,
you need a very
really?
accurate height reading.
Water levels itself. Yo, I applaud you, but we can give you examples of more than 100. Well, maybe not 100. The 3, 4, 5 good experiments that have proven this over and over again, and the horizon always eye level, whatever altitude you go. People measuring it in salt lakes and oceans with lasers, with sextants, with gyroscopes, etc. But do it if you have to do it to know I did it, I saw it, whatever. Just don't go cock
Yeah, like
this
that's
on
the thing. I
yourself.
need for that is an experiment like I'm actually able to perform.
Look,
With
I've
like
just done observations. I would love to have the money, and I want to build a drone for music videos that follows me, but it's better to buy it because it's just not worth it.
you
But
can find I like the drone. I have one drone. It was like $250 Canadian, and it's able to hold like a static position
yeah,
without any input. So it's very like you can set it to like if you attach like a gyroscope and a level to it, I would be able
yeah, you
to
modify that. Yeah,
set
it's
it to
better
like
than to build it from scratch. No, what I was
yeah, and
saying
like
is
I
I
have
live
a
in
programming background, so
awesome,
I'd be able
dude.
to write a program so
I
it
respect that because
automatically maintains.
it's all Chinese to me when I see code. I've did some work on just scripting, but like I'm not good at it. Anyway, what I was gonna say is that my personal not experiment observation that proves it to me in the physical realm, not just only talking here for I've been a flat earther since 2014, but I live in Spain right now, and I lived in Spain since I was a kid. And in a clear day here in the south of Spain, in Malaga, in a really clear day, you can see Africa. You can see Morocco from Malaga, from the coast, mind you. You see some mountains and stuff, actually, and some maybe even ground. But at 8 inches per mile squared, that would be totally impossible. Like, totally, totally impossible for me to be able to see that with my bare eyes. That was for, that just confirmed it for me.
I feel like you'd still be able to see mountains because like just because like
But
the
they're not
horizon
tilted.
is let's
But
say
why are they not tilted?
over
Right. They should be tilted, right? Because they follow the level of the ground underneath them of the supposed sphere. So they should be actually at an angle. If buildings should go in an angle after a few miles, and you can actually observe or measure, but they don't. When you go up high in a plane at 10,000 feet or whatever cruise altitude is, the horizon is still eye level. How much higher do we have to go to see the horizon dip and curve? How much? Just the numbers that nobody knows them. Yeah, and they say no. Some people say no, you're not high enough. Others say you could see it from just as little as whatever. Some people, the math doesn't add up. The measurements don't add up with the globe model at all. Never. In the history of time.
like the distance between Malaga and Africa.
Yeah,
It's
Morocco.
roughly 100. Yeah, Morocco. It's roughly like 150, 200 kilometers.
No.
Would that be like an accurate? Because it's like the Strait of Gibraltar, right?
I forgot it. It's been years. It's not that far at all. It's like you could see, like, depend what part of Malaga you're at, you're closer or further. There's the balcony, like an observatory. It's not an observatory. It's a place called El Balcón de Europa, which is close, and you can see it, like you can see the mountains, right? But you couldn't. 100 kilometers, you shouldn't be able to see anything, and I don't think it's 100 kilometers. It's less. But even if it was 20, it's 8 inches per mile squared. So the farther you go, the more exponential the drop gets from your perspective.
Well, that's an approximation because as you like in the globe model, like eventually when you get like halfway
Yeah, it
around the Earth,
depends.
like the distance should
Depends
actually.
if
It's an
yeah, depends
approximation. The parabola is an approximation.
Depends if your sea level, your height. Of course, yeah, it's an approximation. But even if it was an approximation, it's whatever variable you add up or lower just to account for that. It still doesn't add up by orders of magnitude.
Right, but the parabola only follows the curve of the Earth. In short distances, I think it was up to
1,000
1,000
miles.
kilometers.
Yeah.
That's not short. I mean, it's not, we're not going out and making 1,000-mile observations, and they're also
Hey,
claiming
climb on
that-
top of a mountain and then
I know,
and,
I know,
tell me
but
where the
that's fine. I mean, but to be fair, they're saying that the distance to this geometric curve would be at 1.2 miles at 1 foot off the surface. So we don't really need thousands and thousands of miles to test that claim.
Nobody can see 1,000 miles on the surface of the Earth that we know of. There's too much atmospheric
Yeah,
atmos conditioning and other things.
The best we've done is infrared. Infrared.
700-mile observation. But yeah, I mean, you're right about the parabola. It does match up to a certain distance, but that distance is well within the bounds of being able to test.
I mean, I've been able to see across the entirety of Lake Ontario and see Buffalo from Toronto. And I don't know what's the exact distance. I'll actually pull it up on maps right now.
Pretty interesting. Yeah. Go ahead.
I think it's only like 50 kilometers, but still, it's a pretty long distance.
It also, like the observer's height is also really important to like factor in as well, because that obviously as the higher you up you go, like the more you will see. So yeah, like you definitely have to factor that in.
Yeah.
If you were up really high, then let's say okay, that makes sense. But if you were really low,
It's
closer to the
roughly
ground, you still saw that might be a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, it's roughly 50 kilometers from Niagara Falls, sorry, not Buffalo, to Toronto. Like I've been able to see, on a clear day, the entirety of the Toronto skyline from Niagara Falls, which is 50 kilometers away.
Nice.
So I don't know what. So it'd be 50 times 8 squared or something.
Well, there's drop, and then there's like the distance to horizon. So the 8 inches per mile square would be the drop away from you as the observer, and then the geometric horizon claim would be like the distance to you seeing the horizon in front of you. So yeah, there is a little bit of a discrepancy in those two, from my understanding. But yeah, you definitely have to factor in the observer. If you're at Niagara, it
definitely
seems to
different.
be pretty high up. So just to be fair for your side. But yeah. So yeah, I mean that's good. I mean I think that's great, man. Because we're not trying to get people to just like end the Discord call and go, well, those guys said it, so like that's not the goal. We want to get people away from doing that type of stuff, like just listening to people. So the fact that you're interested in doing your own test, I think it's a great start, and I think that's fantastic. I didn't even do my own observations until a few years in, and I think there's a lot of people out there even on our side that haven't done their own tests yet. So I do recommend that. I would keep in mind I drew out just so I wouldn't forget. You said you would do like 2 drones and stuff like that, lasers. I would say like they say there's a saying about like just putting the obstacle down and stepping over it. You don't want to set up like too many mental or roadblocks for yourself, preventing you from doing it. There was a girl I was speaking to about this before. She's like, "Yeah, but I don't have a boat and I don't have this, I don't have that." It's like you don't need all these tools. Essentially, all you need to start, at least to start, would be a body of water that's maybe 5 to 10 miles big, and you can start there doing some observations. If you have something in the distance at a certain distance away from you, you can use that to test the geometric horizon claim. But feel free, if you got drones and lasers, like go for it, man. We're not gonna stop you. But
I don't have a boat, so I can't believe you. But I don't have a spaceship. I don't have a spaceship, so I believe them.
they do that. Yeah, they do that kind of stuff, and so you can step over the hurdle without setting up certain roadblocks. Like, well, first I'm gonna need just like you said, a spaceship or a boat or all these. Like, I didn't have a boat when I did my test. I didn't have a drone. But if you do have those tools, by all means, please like use whatever you think would be helpful. So yeah, for me, I did my long distance observations in San Diego. So I was using things in the distance. You can use ship trackers. There's lots of like ships, and there's a military base out there, so they've got like naval ships and that kind of thing. You can use ship trackers to determine how far away from the shore they are. You've got islands off in the distance. You've got piers down the coast. So you can use certain objects that obviously can be tracked at a certain distance from you to kind of gauge how far you're looking. So you have that, but you also have, like you said, you've got drones and stuff like that. So I'm curious to see how that works for you. So yeah, I mean, I applaud you though, that you want to do your own tests. I'll admit that I was dating this girl a couple years ago, and I told her about, like, she didn't really like the subject very much. She was pretty much against it, but so I was like, why don't we go out and like do an observation? And her idea was that like we'd get in the car, like go to the lake. She would just like open the door, look, and then get back in the car and go home. It's like, well, we're gonna need a little bit more than that, shawty. But yeah, no. So I just wanted to give you your flowers for having the intent to go do your own observations. So that's great, man. And I look forward to your results.
No, it's like I like doing. Yeah, it's gonna be months from now because I gotta wait until the weather's nicer because Canadian winters are a little brutal.
Yeah.
But because like I have like a background in science. I was originally in physics. That was my major at university. I've since switched into computer engineering because I just enjoy it a lot more. So I definitely like I want to do like a proper experiment that like isn't just like a one and done thing. I want to take like multiple observations over multiple days and compare the results and have graphs and all that shit.
Yeah, that's
but I'm looking forward to it. I've been wanting to do it for a while, like just as an experiment. So,
yeah, that's good, man. Shout out to you. I look forward to your results, and again, yeah, that's great.
Yo, and to be honest, like having your background, it's even tenfold more difficult to actually grasp some of these things we're talking about because it sounds stupid, right? We've been programmed to think that this idea actually is bogus. So as a person with scientific background, even if I've actually observed a few steps in your favor, so kudos to you also because of that, because it's hard. I know it's hard. I'm a school dropout. Maybe it's easier for me to, as I don't do some, I don't like authority neither or the educational system. So it was maybe easier for me. But I imagine that somebody with your background would have because so much time, ego, and thinking involved of getting where you're at with your education, and you're from me and say, hey, the people you've been studying, well, or because what you're doing with the experiment is actually kind of more scientific method, even though we have to have a controlled variable, independent variable, all that. And it's not really science like we say here, it's geometry, right? And measurements. It's not like doing experiments like in a lab, right?
Sure, if that's how you want to define it.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong there. I misspoke, but you get me. Like it's just measuring geometry. We know
because there is a dependent and independent variable in the test. Like the dependent variable is whatever height you set the drones to. Like dependent variables is also like the materials you use, like the equipment, like the calibration. Those are all dependent variables. The independent variables are the results.
Yeah.
So like, or is it the other way around? Like the dependent variable is dependent on the initial measurements and like the calibration of the tools you use. Like you don't need taking measurements is like really that's a big part of science in doing experiments.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
like,
it's the most work is actually knowing your math. Know if you're doing chemistry, molar solutions, measuring, weighting things, and it's all measurements, and applying that knowledge to get whatever effect you're looking for. Even
Yeah.
even organic chemistry, you have to know the arrangements of molecules to know how they're gonna react and how much solvent you're gonna need and all that stuff.
Yeah, like you said earlier, like optics wasn't real science, but like I've done optics before in university. Like it does follow the scientific method to a T. So maybe you just haven't studied up on optics enough, but that's the
I
one
never
thing I'd
said
like.
that. Maybe you're
It was someone
confusing me
else.
with
It was
somebody else.
someone else. Yeah, it might have been
Okay.
someone else. They said like optics isn't real science because it was something about spectrography or something like.
Spectrography.
Sorry, spectroscopy. Sorry, I'm not good at English. The study of light.
Well, there's like when you're doing like, for example, analysis of what substance you have, you do X-ray or electrospectromography, but that's different.
Yeah, that's part of spectroscopy. Is
Electrospectrography.
using like
Yeah.
is interpreting the electromagnetic spectra
Mm-hmm.
that results from the interaction between light and matter,
Yeah.
and using that to determine the
They both
the
have their
makeup
weak
of
points.
an object.
They're both types of analysis have their weak points. I know for a fact that the same element in a different state could be detected as something else that it's actually not in electrospectromography. But that's just another topic about noble metals and salts of noble metals and all that.
Yeah, like it's obviously it's not perfect. There are like science is never perfect. Science is always
So
about
listen, the best method ever invented to know what substance there is in your sample is a Russian method that in a chamber, controlled chamber, slightly every few hours, I think, increase, or I don't know how they measure it, depends on the mass of the sample. They increase the temperature until from 0 to like 3,000, 4,000, and depending on and they have a scale inside, right? Special scale or whatever. And since things sublimate at different temperatures, right? They know what it is by the temperature it's sublimated at. That's fascinating, actually. So they know just using the periodic table, the density of each molecule or atom they want to measure or want to test, and that's one of the most accurate way to know what element. Maybe not chemical compounds because they're gonna get destroyed, right? But
so like individual elements. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyways, I got to get going. It's been nice talking to you guys.
Hey man, likewise. Like I have the love hate relationship with you. It's drifting towards.
Oh no, you're gonna. I'm probably gonna come back another time. And
It's okay,
yell at
man.
me.
Enjoy Thanksgiving. Enjoy
Kinda
Thanksgiving.
rough.
Bye.
But like I do have good intentions. I'm not disingenuous. So you guys have a good
Just
one. And,
record when you do the experiment. Share it with us. We'd love to see it.
yeah, sure, absolutely. Have a good one, guys.
Take care, man. CB, you there? Anyway, maybe you're doing something else. I'm gonna also go out from here and work on my music a little bit more. And I'll catch you later, guys. Hope some more people come later. I'm pretty sure that's gonna happen because it's Saturday. Maybe you can put a bot on CB if you're listening. Because Davy's deafened, exercises is deafened. Just you and me here right now, buddy. Okay, I'm gonna go. See you.
All right. Yeah, FNF just finished up. Let's see. Acid says, bro, we need to be on that show someday somehow. Yeah, we are. Coming soon, my friend. Witsit seems confident about getting on. Somebody donated a super chat a while back. I'll play it. About getting Dave Weiss on the show. I have the clip in here somewhere. Here it is.
Yeah, I hear you.
You've heard it before, probably. Yeah, I played it a lot. I play all these clips a bunch, dude. You guys have probably heard these all a million times. But I'm gonna play it again. Here it is.
Okay. Where are we at here? We're at Massachusetts 617. He goes, please let Dave Weiss come on the show, the premier flat Earth debater,
Oh,
Dirt on
God.
YouTube. I'm a huge fan of you guys. Keep up the great work. He has a ton of great scientific.
Chris would
points.
love
Don't worry,
him.
we're gonna have John Zerka
Chris would love him,
on
man.
Wednesday, so he'll talk about flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, so they're in Miami, and I think Witsit's actually moving down to Florida. So we'll see. Hopefully.
Yeah.
There's a couple guys over there in their server that are already on board with this stuff. DevLead Germany is one of them. Let me pull up their member list here. They got haters, but they also have some guys that seem like really legit that are on board with this FE train. Looks like he's not online right now, but yeah. Yeah, we spoke to them before, and they're like, "Yeah, man. I mean, the person that goes on there is gonna have to have some internet presence. Like, it wouldn't be able to be me or Indio or anyone like that. Unfortunately, like they don't know me. I don't have any history on the internet where they can kind of gauge. It's like the VC check-in process, right? We sort of feel people out. We make sure that they're cool because you're about to be on a live panel. And so since they have such a huge platform, they can't just bring on any random dude that hasn't been vetted, even just a little bit. So this is actually one of the things they point out a lot. Like they'll be like, well, women have life on easy mode. If you want to get on the show as a female, you can just go on there pretty easily. You just show up, But if you as a guy, you have to have value. You have to be giving value to people. You have to have like a presence. You have to have some sort of stat. You have to have something going for you to end up on the show. I mean, the male guests they bring on, like today, Tim Pool. He's been doing crazy work. Ty Lopez was on there this week. Zerka. I'm just scrolling through the list here. They bring on their CPA, their accountant. They brought on Fuentes. They've brought on essentially, if you're a dude, you got to have something. You got to be bringing value to people, and I bring value to you guys, hopefully. But I don't have like an internet presence where I can prove that I've been doing this for a long time and all that stuff. So someone like Witsit, Weiss, Dubé, those would probably be the only candidates that we would have to go on there and represent us. Right now we just have Zerka, but he's not really one of us in terms of like this server. He doesn't know like the Black Swan and all that stuff. So yeah, so if we were going to have someone go on there and represent the Discord, it would have to be someone like Witsit. I think actually Witsit would do a great job. He's about their age, he's familiar with women, I think Weiss would probably be out of his league a little bit. but Witsit would be perfect. So we'll see. Maybe Witsit will get on there eventually. But yeah. So man, they were going crazy deep today on Rumble. That's why I'm excited about getting us over there. Not that we need to go and just get off track, but there's going to be times when we can utilize some of these topics to help maybe wake someone up a little bit. So that's my thought on the issue. We have to be careful still, especially in the chat, stuff like that. But say we get someone in that joined that didn't go along with the Coco, then that seems like it'd be a good candidate for someone that might be able to understand some of this information as well. If they're like, yeah, no, it's effective, then maybe you can kind of be like, all right, well, maybe this person isn't cut out for it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, just something to think about. So you got your Rumble thing situated. You were able to get on there.
It works. I had a VPN. I had the .exe, but I started it. I don't know why I think because it went expensive.
Oh,
Upgrading
okay.
to the new version. Close YouTube. So yeah, no,
There you go. W.
Hey, Acid Rain, you should. Can you bump up your volume, man? Your output's quite low.
yeah, I think I have
I
to
bet.
go on the phone.
Oh,
Computer.
if it's already on max and the options, you can do it from the phone too. But if not, it's just low anyway. No worry, I'll bump it up.
Welcome back, Enzyme, dude.
Hey, man. For a
I'm
change now, the other guy seems it's whispering, not you.
Hey, I know, right? I feel bad. And
No, it's
earlier maybe we could talk about earlier, like, 'cause I was like, Enzyme, shut up, dude.
No, you didn't tell me to shut up. You politely, because you wasted 10 times more time talking to the guy, so I get it.
That's
He was
not,
just.
yeah.
The thing is, when he breaks that thing, he looks like a pretty not decent guy. The problem is, he was like, I didn't
This.
like his tone. I didn't like the way, everything. I'm really sensitive to those things, so I pick it up quite fast. Sometimes I have to deafen myself because I get angry just listening to some people. So,
Right.
yeah, but I
No,
get
he
it,
was
man.
being
You don't need to apologize or explain yourself or anything.
cool. Yeah. No, it's just that he was looking for every little. He wanted just one branch to swing off, and he he was gonna try and take it. I was like, nope,
Yeah,
not
and he was
allowed.
gonna say, and I said the sun thing, and actually, it was a good point, but with that person, it's actually not the thing to do. You have to keep them straight in the line of the conversation. If not, they just go like, "What about this? And what about the stars in orbits and shit?"
Yeah, exactly. Well, for them, like it's a video game. They already have answers for everything, So like, if you're like, well, how would this work? Oh, well, we've got an answer for that. It's like, well, you gotta prove it,
Oh,
dude. Oh,
hey,
you
man.
the devil. Hey, dude.
Is it better now? Hello? Hello? Is the
Hey,
voice better? Or
You sound better, man. You sound a little bit louder.
I just turned them up. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
okay.
Were your ears ringing, Goose? We were definitely talking about you. Not
Sorry?
in a negative light, but no, I was like, were your ears red or something? Because we were totally talking about you, bro.
So we
No,
were not
I
like
know when people are talking about
gossiping.
me.
Yeah, but when we speak to people and we have to learn to be better debaters in conversationalists, we try to learn from the conversation with you,
No, it was just weird. Like we were just reflecting on our conversation earlier, and then you popped in, like right on cue. It was weird timing.
Cool.
Yeah, serendipity,
I just
synchronicity.
I have a query, a question.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah,
So in nature we see objects tend to have a downward
tendency when there is nothing preventing them from falling, right? Like this.
Well, what's I got you. Sorry. What
Right?
medium is the object in? Because if the medium is the same density as the object, it would do nothing. If it's heavier, it would go up. So it depends from the medium, right?
Right.
Then
So I have a question for you. Let's say you're in a frame of reference where you have an object suspended in a medium that is less dense than the object. What would happen to the
it would
object?
float up like a balloon, like balloons do.
No. The medium has a less dense than the
So
object.
the object will go down. Yeah.
Right. What happens if you take that contained experiment, like let's box filled with
You're breaking up,
with
man. If you take the experiment and you do what?
then you have like a string
You're
and you cut
roboting.
the string.
Are you in a car? Or is it from my end?
Yeah, he's roboting for me as well.
You should have to roll back once you got good signal, like 30 seconds. Like you take the experiment and what? You release the containment.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like you said, because the medium is less dense than the object will fall down.
Sure.
Right. So
Yeah.
let's say we have we have a contained box, right? Like a plastic box, and at the top of the box, we have a marble suspended by a string, and the medium inside the box is simply air at atmospheric pressure at sea level. Right? So it's a closed system. And we have a button on the outside of the box that's able to release the marble when we press it. It cuts the string.
Yeah.
So what would you expect would happen if you were to press the button while the box is resting on Earth, like on a surface?
It will fall down.
Right. So it will fall down in that frame of reference. So what if we were in a frame of reference where both the observer and the box with the string were in free fall? Let's say like it's like you started the experiment at the top of a very high skyscraper and you press the button while in free fall. What would happen then when you press the button?
I think the ball would fall down as well because it's in contained and the
It would
air
not.
is not. No.
Nope. It would
I don't know.
it would
That's
actually
a cool
just
thought
it
experiment,
wouldn't
though.
move at all because both the box, the air inside the box, and the marble are in the same frame of reference. But since they're all in free fall, there's no
Yeah,
change in velocity.
It's still
Okay, but
relative to the observer.
for your experiment to have any validity on what we're talking about, you have to account like, inertia, right, and other forces. It's not like the box is in some kind of like alternate universe with no forces working on it, right?
So what's the
I don't
difference
know.
between a closed system in free fall and a closed system at rest?
Oh, I want to add something.
For example, the boxes. Well, I need to smoke
Both
another
the
one.
box
Like
and
that.
the marble are in free fall though, so it cancels out.
Wait.
Go ahead, Creation Bear. I'm a little bit
Go ahead,
stubbed here.
roll up. No, it's fine. Well, I've noticed this before that folks, and I don't want to try to characterize you. It's just an observation that I've noticed is that sometimes folks have this hyper limited timeline, like this focused timeline where they sort of, and they do this typically when they talk about dropping things. They're like, well, let's ignore the first few steps of what happened. Number one, this box, this marble, this string, these things were all at rest, doing nothing essentially. Then you pick them up, right? So we didn't just
Put 'em in a
spawn.
plane.
Yeah, we didn't just
Yeah.
spawn on top of this building or spawn in the air. So what folks do is they often cut out the before and the after. And they just want to hyper focus on, look, it fell, but you have to include the before and the after. So like like I've already pointed out, nothing was happening. Then you picked them up, right? And then we can go to your example So I would say I was trying to draw it out. You said we've got a box with a string on the inside that's holding a marble, and then we can push a button that will cut the string, and we're going to observe what the marble does. Am I tracking that accurately?
I think that the marble
Yep,
keeps
that's the whole
falling, but the
experiment.
box is falling as well. So
Yeah.
they're both falling. So
an-
that's the thing, right? The
So
box.
what happens from the frame of reference of the box? though? Does the marble
Well,
stay
frame
at
of
the top of
reference
the
is
box, or
irrelevant
does it fall
because
within the box?
if you Goose, if you snapshot me jumping, it looks like I'm flying, right? So
No, it's a
that
video,
means I'm
not a
flying.
snapshot.
Yeah, but it is a snapshot kind of the timeline, right? But I get what you're saying. But I think that since the box is also falling, it's pushing the string and the air and everything down as well, because it would the air would not want to go down, but it's in the box. So there's several other things happening there. I'm not.
Why would the air not want to go down?
Wait,
It is.
objectively,
Well, let's
Yeah.
say it's a vacuum. Actually, let's say it's a vacuum because it would produce the same results at rest as well. If you dropped a marble in a vacuum chamber, let's say you have like a 1x1x1 box of clear plexiglass. That's a perfect vacuum, and you have a marble.
There's no perfect vacuum, you
by a
know
string.
that.
Yeah.
We
Sorry?
never have been able to make a perfect vacuum, but irrelevant.
Okay,
if
well,
it's a
close
mind.
enough to a perfect vacuum where it's
No, supposed space is 10 to the negative 17 Thor. Was it Creation Bear?
Correct.
And the biggest vacuum chambers we've created down here are 10 to the negative 6. Was it?
Not
Or
sure.
6 to the. So it's like several points of magnitude different. And for us to maintain that vacuum, it's in like several feet of thick concrete and a plate of metal, right? And they still get
I've
air
been able to. I've
molecules.
created vacuum chambers before.
Yeah, but
Like, it's
when
not
it
a
gets
perfect
strong
vacuum.
enough, no, I just wanted to say when it gets strong enough, air molecules pass through the fucking concrete and metal. How is But anyway, yeah, I get the thought experiment, but then again, we don't know why dense things go down and lighter go up relative to each other. What says that, right? That we have different theories, but we don't know. Like
What
what
I would-
dictates up and down.
Yeah. What I would prefer is maybe make an argument, and then we can maybe like go through some maybe some real world examples. I find it.
Well,
a little frustrating.
it's a counter argument.
Hold on, let me
It
just.
is a counter argument to the claim.
Well, let me just say this really quickly, because what I find people often do is they'll write a check, $1 trillion. Right? What if we have a check with $1 trillion? Like, no one's gonna cash that for you. So I don't like these hypotheticals. Like, well, what if we have a plastic box that's a perfect
So
vacuum?
this is an experiment that could actually be done, though.
Well, let's see. Let's go find out. Let's take a look at that. Instead of imagining these thought ideas that
Be back going for water.
let's spawn on a roof and then drop a thing and push a magic button and you see how these are all just hypotheticals. And so I would prefer if you make your argument and say, okay, here's an example of my argument in reality. I think that would be more helpful than coming up with well, we've got a plastic box that's a perfect vacuum. Those aren't happening. That's a hypothetical that you can't cash in as your argument after it's all said and done. So I would prefer maybe start with the argument and then show us, demonstrate it or show us what's going on in reality. So, but
if you want me, I can find a YouTube video of the experiment being done.
Okay.
Where it's a similar premise. Where basically you're basically doing the same experiment in two different frames of reference. The first frame of reference is at rest, and the second frame of reference is if you perform the experiment while while the container is in free fall.
Okay. So what's the
Hold on a
argument
second.
attached to? Or what's the argument?
The prediction is, the hypothesis is, at rest, when you press the button to release the object suspended in the closed system, the object will accelerate downwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. While in this frame of reference during free fall, when the button is pressed to release the object will remain stationary within the closed system and not move downwards at 9.8 meters per second squared. Even though in both cases, the medium of the closed system is the same. So this goes to show that it's not the medium that causes objects to have a downward tendency. It's something else.
Wait, but objectively though, in both cases, they're both moving down.
Right, so they're both moving down, so it's the same frame of reference. Like if I'm in a car, right, going 60 miles per hour, and someone's sitting next to me, we're both going 60 miles per hour. But from the frame of reference of the interior of the car, it's as if we're not moving. It's the same with free fall.
Right, but objectively you are moving though.
From a separate frame of reference. This is like from the frame of reference of someone sitting on on the street. Yeah, the object is falling. But from within the frame of reference from within the closed system, from that frame of reference, everything else is moving around you. It's relativity.
Well, I prefer objectivity personally, because I think you can speak objectively. Like if you're like, well, we dropped this box in the air, like from a building, and then we
Right.
pushed
So
the
if
button,
you have a
objectively the box
if you have a car, if there's a car driving towards you or driving away from you at 60 kilometers per hour, and you are standing stationary relative to the road surface, you would observe and measure the velocity of that car to be 60 kilometers per hour. Now, if instead you were walking towards it 10 kilometers per hour relative to the road surface, and you were to measure the car's velocity, you would measure it to be 70 kilometers per hour. Both are objectively true statements because both are valid frames of reference.
but objectively the car's not going 70 kilometers per hour.
Relative to you, it is.
No, objectively it's not though. That's why I think you can speak objectively.
You need a frame of reference though.
Well, my
You
frame of
need a
reference
frame of
is always
reference
gonna be
to base all of your measurements off of. You always need a frame of reference.
Well, see, this is what people do this with. Sometimes I ask people like, all right, so we've got a bedroom with a ceiling fan. If I flip the switch
Right.
100 times, which moves, the room or the fan? And they'll be like, well, relatively, the room can move. Objectively, the room's not moving ever.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, I'm just trying to say that you can speak objectively. I don't think everything's relative. If I flip a ceiling fan switch that's in my bedroom 100 times, 100 out of 100, the fan's gonna start moving, not the room. But I've had many folks say, well, if your frame of reference is the fan, then the
Right.
room
If you,
moves.
that's what I mean. If you were in the frame of reference of the fan, it would appear as if the room is what was spinning.
But reality, like objectively speaking,
From your frame, okay, yeah, that's the thing. Like separate frame of references give different.
Goose, have you, when you were a kid, do you remember like sleeping on your side and squinting with one eye and then the other and the pillow moves, right?
Yeah.
That's from the. So what's happening? Is the pillow moving objectively or not?
No, you're seeing the same pillow.
Well, that's
from
it,
two different
man.
angles.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
But-
so tell me why, in the case that if you're walking towards a car at 10 kilometers per hour and it's coming towards you at 60 kilometers per hour, the relative velocity is not 70 kilometers per hour.
I'm just saying objectively the car is 60.
Based off of what? Why objectively based off of what? What frame of reference are you using to determine the velocity of the car?
Sir,
A stationary frame of reference.
Goose.
Relative to the road
You're not
surface,
trying
right?
to get an answer. You're doing this thing where you ask a question, but you don't actually want the answer.
Well, you're saying objectively it's going
Haven't
60
even
kilometers
got
per
to
hour.
say-
What frame of reference are you using to obtain that measurement?
Goose, can I answer?
Yes.
It was in your example. The car is going
Right. From so relative to the road
kilometers per
surface.
hour.
If you're saying
No.
stationary
Object-
relative to the road surface.
Goose, I would like to at least just get through a few words.
All right.
Objectively, the car is going 60 kilometers per hour. That was set in your example. So if
Okay,
I'm
what I
car,
said
that's
in my example, because
Oh
you're
my
now
God.
now you're saying I said something I didn't say. What I said was the car is moving at 60 kilometers per hour relative to an observer that is stationary to the road surface.
Okay, so
That's what I said.
All right, so it's
Also
set in your
relative to the
example.
ground, relative to the atmosphere, relative to the ions and molecules and what everything. Relative, it means it's objectively moving 60 an hour, right?
It's baked into your example. So like let's go deeper into this example. The car is set on cruise control, 60 kilometers per hour. Boom.
Right.
So objectively, it's moving 60 kilometers per hour. I
Relative
think
to the
that-
road surface, you're
no,
absolutely right.
Objectively speaking,
Relative to the road surface, it is moving at 60 kilometers per hour. You are 100% right.
objectively speaking, that's what's happening.
What do you mean? What do you mean by objectively? Like it's moving at 60 kilometers per hour in all scenarios?
You can speak objectively.
Okay.
Just like
when
with
you're
the ceiling
saying,
fan, just like
when
with the
you're,
ceiling
when you're
fan,
saying
objectively.
the car is moving at 60 kilometers per hour, relative to what is it moving
No,
60 kilometers
not
per hour?
speaking
Because you
relative.
need to have a point of reference to have velocity.
No.
Without a point of reference, you can't have velocity.
It's baked into your example. Objectively, the car is going at this speed, at like just like the ceiling fan. Objectively, the fan is moving, not the room.
Yeah, from the frame of reference you're observing it from.
No.
Yes.
I think this is the difference between folks on your side of the fence and ours. You
You,
guys,
you don't understand relativity.
Again.
Relative frames of reference. You don't
Okay,
understand
then
it.
what's the second?
You
What's the
simply
second
do
frame
not
of
understand
reference?
it, and that's okay. It's a complicated topic for some people.
If the car,
What's the second frame?
It's not
What's the second frame of reference that you can have?
Sorry?
What's the second frame of reference?
So the first frame of reference is a car is moving towards you
No,
at
not
60
in the
kilometers
car,
per hour
on the earth.
if you are
No, not in the car.
stationary relative to the road surface. So you're just
Not the
standing on
car.
the road and you measure the
Not-
car coming towards
Goose, you gotta.
Not the car.
You
On
gotta
the
listen.
earth. I'm asking about the earth.
Sorry?
On the earth, not the car. I'm asking about the earth. What's your second frame of reference on the earth right now?
on the earth.
Yeah.
You could use the sun as a frame of reference. You can use anything as a frame of reference.
No.
Can you go to the sun?
Sorry?
Can you go to the sun?
We've sent satellites and spaceships to the sun, yeah?
No, we haven't.
No, I'm not talking about we. I'm asking about you. What is your frame of reference on the earth? You.
Oh, stationary. Like my frame of reference
Okay,
is to the
okay.
Earth's surface.
Okay. So right. So can you have can you have a second frame of reference?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us which one it is and the method with which we can verify it?
Second frame of reference would be if I was walking 10 kilometers per hour.
Walking
relative
where?
to the Earth's surface. That's a
Goose,
frame of reference.
if you're
So
on a
so
bike,
you're still on the earth. So you're still on the earth.
if you're on a bike moving 18 kilometers per hour and the car is moving 70 kilometers per hour, are you gonna reach the 88 miles? Sorry, miles. Everything was miles. 88 miles per hour to go back to the future or not? You know, in Back to the
you
Future,
need,
you need 88
a
miles
certain amount
per
of
hour.
gigawatts power the DeLorean. I'm not super specific on the math here, but it is a possibility. I think it's a
Yeah,
possibility.
you're gonna need the flux capacitor and everything, but whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is just the difference between us and folks on the other side is that like we will say things objective. I'm 100% on Discord, and I'm 100. I'm this tall, objectively speaking. Not everything needs to be relative. Like you don't get and I think like your the POV that you have with your eyeballs is probably like your set frame of reference. You don't get this frame of reference like you're on the sun or on the ceiling fan. And even if you were somehow ledged up on a ceiling fan spinning around, you were the thing objectively moving, not the
Yeah,
room.
also relativity means that these places, things are in relationship as well to each other, right? So it's not that they're isolated universes where one thing is true and the other is not.
So
Alright,
I think
so-
we just speak objectively. You guys want to you guys want to have all
In
these
physics and astronomy, a frame of reference is an abstract coordinate system whose origin, orientation, and scale are specified by a set of reference points, geometric points, whose position is identified both mathematically and physically.
Thank you. No, it's not. I know you try to characterize this as like you don't understand relative. No, we understand. It's just we're taking the next step and saying, well, I get that, but you can still be objective about things.
Goose, let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
So you believe in relativity and relative perspectives and all that, right?
Mhm.
Well, so the fastest thing that can move in the universe is supposedly the speed of light, right?
Right.
Okay. So the sun in the globe model is 8 minutes, eight light minutes away in distance. The
Yeah.
distance that light needs to travel in 8 minutes, whatever millions of kilometers that is, right? So imagine, since you like mental, gymnastics, you're at the sun, right? Somehow you're at the sun, and I'm here on Earth, and we have a fucking big stick, right? That fucking big stick, I'm grabbing it and you're grabbing it. We're both at each end, right? So, at the exact same time, I pull on the stick, you pull on the stick.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen to the stick in those 4 minutes? The universe needs to render the thing that's happening.
The
Where
force
it's gonna be like
applied.
spaghetti-o. The stick is gonna become spaghetti-o or quanta possibility, or
So what
or
actually
is it like
here's what actually is going to happen. So the stick you're talking about, it's made up of what? What is the stick made out of? It has to be made out
the
of
stick
something.
is made out of adamantium?
Okay, it's made out of adamantium. What is adamantium an atom?
It's the
Is it a
Wolverine metal.
molecule? Is it an element?
Yeah, it's an element.
Okay,
It's an
so
atom.
in any solid, it's just a matrix of atoms or molecules arranged in a way where they're all bonded together, right? But the forces that keep that actually bond the individual molecules together, those forces can only transfer force at the speed of light maximum. So it would
Okay,
still take
but
8
so
minutes for me to register.
that means that
At
if we
minimum, it
go
would still take 8 minutes for me to register
What?
anything on my end of the stick.
What? So what's happening to the stick meantime? Because if I do like a
You're
wobbly
applying a
movement,
compressive or a tensile force to it. That's what's happening.
so it's gonna be spaghetti or like a string or a piece of rope that you slam and it creates this wave thingy. It's gonna that right?
Right. So
Imagine it's
here's the thing. When
imagine
you're
is
talking earlier, you're giving me a hypothetical that's physically impossible. But when I gave you guys a hypothetical that's
Wait a
physically
minute. Wait a
impossible,
minute.
you guys rejected it.
Wait,
So
what
what's
was
the point?
hold on, Goose. What was the hypothetical? We don't really do hypothetical. Remember you were trying to beg us to give you what would happen in some sort of hypothetical
No, but
situation.
he just gave me a
Hold
hypothetical
on, bro.
that's
Hold on,
physically
dude.
impossible.
Hold on, bro. Come on, man. Let me finish.
Today or the day
Hold
before,
on, dude.
I was talking about.
Hold on, dude. Damn. You said I gave you a hypothetical. What was the hypothetical?
It was me. It was me with the sun scoop thingy, right? Are you gonna bring that back? Man, I'm still paying karma for this, for real.
Holy. All right, my bad. I just wanted to clarify. I didn't because I was
It
I
was
the one
me, it was
saying
me.
Goose, that we don't really do all the whole hypothetical stuff
All
here.
right, so let's not do the hypothetical with the stick in space then.
Okay.
It's physically impossible. Let's not do it.
Yeah, it is physically impossible, is it?
What, to pull on a stick from both ends?
That stretches from Earth to the sun. Yeah, it's physically impossible. We can't do that. We can't. That's not actually a demonstratable experiment. We can't do it.
Man,
So skip it.
Elon Musk will make it happen if you ask him politely.
All right, when it happens, we'll do the experiment. But until then,
I would just say stick to the POV that you have. It's not like you can shift your point of view to something else like Dragon Ball Z or something, you know what I mean? Like you only get to see what you see with your point of view. Your
Mhm.
point of view isn't from the sun or from these other places. So yeah, I just think that you can speak objectively. How tall are you? Boom, this. What's your weight? This. What's how fast is that car going? This. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah, relative to your own position.
no, objectively, sir. Just
Relative.
like with your
Okay.
example. Hold on.
You
Just like
can't
with your,
measure a
just like with
velocity
your
of a vehicle.
example, just like with your example of the marble falling in a box from off the tower, off
Dude.
this tall building, the box and the marble are objectively both falling.
From a frame of reference of someone who is stationary on the floor.
Objectively speaking, they are both falling.
Okay, you're just denying what frame of references even
No.
exist. You're just saying the word objectively.
No.
You can't. What does that mean objectively? The box is
What does
objectively
that
falling
mean?
according to
Chris,
what?
Watch this. Watch this. How tall are you?
How tall am I?
Mm-hmm.
5'10". Why?
Is that objective or what? Can you say
Sorry?
that objectively?
Yeah, I can say that pretty objectively.
Oh, so when you're like, well, what do you mean objectively? You know exactly what I mean objectively.
Because we're talking about because okay, height isn't a vector. First off, velocity is a vector, and
Okay.
height isn't something that happens over time. Height is just like it's a number. So you can have like is 1 + 1 objectively 2? Yes.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about physics, you need to have frame of references. That's just how physics is done. You can't have.
I think if you drop something, it's falling objectively.
Yeah, if you're the one who dropped it, it's falling objectively.
What are you talking about?
We're going into linguistics. Where's the curvature, man? Where's the gas pressure without the
Look,
container?
if you guys don't actually want to have like a scientific discussion, you just want to have like just like talk about definitions of words.
No, we're
Not-
doing.
This isn't definitions. If the box and the marble are falling both objectively. That's not because of a definition. That's just
thing you're doing is you're separating the two things. The thing is falling. Once you find that out, at that point, you can't divorce it from something else. You have to marry it at that point.
Okay.
You have to say,
Is the box falling? Is the box falling, or is the Earth rising to meet it?
No.
Or is the Earth accelerating up to meet it?
You're just gonna answer your own question. You baked it into your example. We went to
No,
the
I'm
top-
like if you.
Oh
Okay,
my gosh,
listen,
bro.
listen.
Hold on, dude. You're doing it again. This thing where you ask a question and then you just answer it for yourself instead of letting. If you really are asking questions and you want an answer, let someone answer it. If you're just gonna make a statement, that's fine. You can do that, but don't mask it behind a question. So I'd like
Okay,
to-
here's my statement. Here's
No,
my
no,
statement.
No, I'm gonna answer now. I'm gonna answer now. If you're on the top of a building, this was baked into your example where you dropped this box. So, yes, objectively, the box and everything within that box is falling. Period. Go ahead with your statement.
Right, from the frame of reference of someone who isn't
No.
falling.
No.
That's how it works.
No.
You can't have an objective frame of reference
Yes.
that applies to all scenarios.
Baked
You
into
can't
your
have
example.
like it's falling, but it's falling in every frame of reference. No, it isn't.
No, the only
A
frame of
box is not
reference you
falling
have
in
is-
every single
you're
frame
not
of reference.
in-
That's not how physics work.
Yeah, but
it's because you're separating them. If you remember that it was falling in a previous frame of reference, when you go to the next one, if you remember, it's still falling. You can't
Yeah,
separate
in that
them.
original frame of reference, it's still falling. I'm not denying that the box
But in
isn't
this
falling.
new
I'm
one,
just
it's
saying in
also
a different
still
frame of
falling.
reference,
If you're using
it
the
is
same
not
object.
falling.
It is though. If you're using the same object, you're remembering what happened before, and you're just applying the logic of, okay, this happened before, therefore it's still happening because I'm in this frame of reference now. It doesn't change anything.
Can you see the chat? Can you see the chat there? The suitcase I posted. And the live stream voice text.
Right, I see it.
Can we objectively say that this suitcase is moving?
From the frame of reference of the camera? Yes.
No. Sir. Objectively, is the suitcase moving?
From the frame of reference of the camera, yes. That is my answer. I cannot give you another answer because any other answer would not be scientifically honest.
Okay, let's say at that point you go and put yourself inside the suitcase, and you remember that you saw this frame of reference. You do not forget it, and now are you moving inside of the suitcase without forgetting the previous frame of reference?
Because I'm still thinking about the suitcase in the scenario of the original frame of reference. So in that case, yes, the suitcase is still moving because I'm
because it's
thinking about
objectively moving. That's why.
no, oh my god.
Because you already verified that it's moving from a different frame of reference.
From
and
a
you can't
different
do
frame of
everything.
reference.
It's not. You're not. It's not
So
cool.
if I take
to just be
you guys, okay, this is like actually frustrating because you guys are like,
You get frustrated easily, Goose.
I do get frustrated because you guys are saying stupid things that don't make any sense.
It's not stupid. It's not
It is stupid. You guys
No,
know
it's
it's stupid. I know you guys know this is stupid.
I'm gonna shoot you
know
with
what
a
I'm
9
talking
millimeter.
about. Relative motion
If I-
is a
if
thing.
I-
It's a huge part of physics, man.
No, you want to say in some cases it's moving. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it isn't. No, objectively it is moving. Period. I don't care how you look at it. The only point of view you have is with your eyeballs. Whether you're in the suitcase or looking at the suitcase or you're
If I'm
dead.
standing
Hold on,
on-
Goose. Please. You've been here. You're welcome to be here. You're a guest. You're welcome to pop in and pop out as you please. But please, I'd like to finish, and we're gonna let you finish too. But my point is,
You were
whether,
doing so good, man. You were doing pretty good.
Whether
No, I
you're
told
li-
you I was gonna get angry again.
Hold
This
on,
is just
hold on.
me, bro.
You're not being stupid. Look, Whether you're dead, alive, in the suitcase, looking at the suitcase, hovering above the suitcase, it is moving objectively, period. There's no two ways around that. That's not
According to
I
why
get
is
around
why
that,
is the
buddy.
suitcase moving in one frame of reference and it's not moving in another frame of reference then?
Dude, it doesn't matter what.
Dude, you don't understand frames of reference.
I do.
You don't understand frames of reference.
You can't say that we just don't understand frames of reference. I'm moving past that. I'm moving to the next level and saying, okay, I get it. If you're in the suitcase, you could say, well, I'm not moving. I'm in the suitcase while it's objectively moving. I'm just saying you can say things objectively, like your height, like this suitcase moves. Period. It's not that difficult. It's not even a stupid thing. It's just what's happening in reality.
No, I agree. You can say the suitcase is moving objectively,
Yeah,
but it's
so why
always
won't
according to your frame of reference, and you guys are just keep denying that, and it's
No.
infuriating because you guys
Okay,
don't
man.
just.
Listen, yeah, I get it. Look, if I
So
shoot you with a 9 millimeter bullet straight in between the eyebrows at the speed of sound, from your perspective, you're dead. And from my perspective, you're dead. And from your perspective, I don't know. You don't have one. You're dead. From the perspective of your atoms, they're just rearranged.
From the perspective of the bullet, what happened?
From his perspective, he's conscious, but from your perspective, he's unconscious.
Look,
So,
you guys want to
just
derail
making
it,
an
fine.
argument for not being able
Do
to.
you get what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? Because after he died, he went to heaven.
Okay, that's great, but is Goose just making an argument for motion by basically telling us why he doesn't experience or detect any?
What?
Yeah, he's lying.
We actually hadn't got that far because he's trying to say that, like, okay, I don't know if you can see the chat central, but like that suitcase, he's like, well, sometimes it moves, sometimes it doesn't. Bro,
In order,
He's being really dishonest.
Would you agree that in order to measure a velocity, you need to have a frame of reference?
you don't have the point of view of a bullet moving. You don't have a point of view.
Okay, I'm asking you a question.
Hold on. I'm trying to answer. You don't have the point of view from the sun. The only point of view you have is from your eyeballs. That's it. And so, regardless of whether you're at that airport, dead, alive, in a helicopter, at home, on Discord, closing your eyes, blind, deaf, any of those quote frames of references, that suitcase is moving no matter, no point blank, period.
Okay.
That's
I'm
it.
asking you a simple question. Can you measure velocity without a frame of reference?
All I'm saying
You need a
is,
frame of reference.
Can you measure velocity without a frame of reference?
You need a frame of reference.
Okay, thank you. So depending on the frame of reference, the velocity is dependent on the frame of reference. If I am moving parallel to the suitcase that you posted on the conveyor belt at the same velocity as the suitcase, from my frame of reference, when I measure the velocity of the suitcase, it is 0 kilometers per hour. But
here's
from the frame of reference of someone who's standing stationary relative to the ground, the suitcase is moving at a velocity of greater than 0.
These are cool. Go ahead, Central. Go ahead.
That's relative.
I mean, this is linear velocity we're looking at, so that would be an inertial reference frame, right?
What do you mean linear velocity? That's
Well, it's just traveling in a straight path at the same speed.
yeah, the vector.
It's not accelerating.
It's not
Okay.
accelerating, but like
He
you can still
actually-
measure velocity. You still need a frame of reference to measure velocity.
To be fair, he hasn't actually tried to make the argument that the Earth is rotating. We haven't even got that far yet.
I'm not even there yet. Yeah, I'm not even there yet. I'm simply asking if you
me
need a frame of
respond.
reference to measure velocity.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So so do you agree that you need a frame of reference to measure
Yeah.
velocity? Yes.
How many
Is that
times
a
are you
yes
gonna
from
ask
everyone?
Yeah, he already answered you, Goose.
I need your answer.
No, you don't.
No,
Just go on.
Yes or no? Do you need a frame of reference to measure velocity?
Velocity means something's objectively moving. Then
Should we just talk to Matthew instead? Because it doesn't seem like you want to make your argument.
I do want to make my argument, but I need Creation Bear to
Make it.
answer my question. I need Creation Bear to answer my question.
Nah, I'm just going to put you on mute. This is getting boring. Make your argument or get off the pot.
Listen, I was having a conversation with him before.
Yeah, I don't care.
And, dude, you guys are just gonna stop the conversation because you know.
Because you're stopping the conversation. I said make your argument. You won't make it, and it's getting boring. Am I supposed to listen to that all day?
If he doesn't want to answer my question, the conversation's over. I win.
Okay, we can talk to him. Yeah, you win. Cool. Take that W, little buddy.
The answer is
I'm gonna take this W. I'm gonna hang it up on my wall. I feel real proud about it.
Yeah, really big win. You managed to not make
I
a
did
point.
it, guys. I did it. I took an L today. I took a dub today. I broke even, so I'm happy.
You don't get to just claim victory. Again,
I claim victory.
Even in your example, when you're saying
I claim victory.
I'm moving along with the suitcase, both you and the suitcase are moving objectively speaking.
Relative to what?
Objectively speaking, it's baked into
Relative
your
to what?
example,
Why are
my
they
friend.
moving?
You're not letting me finish. Objectively, it's baked into your example. You said it yourself. The suitcase is moving. I am
Do
moving.
you need a frame of reference to measure velocity? Yes or no?
Velocity means something's moving, right?
Distance over time. That's a definition.
So there's your movement, objective based. It's really
You need a
simple
frame
stuff.
of reference.
Well,
Distance over time. Do you think velocity is speed?
Sorry? Well, it's a vector.
Do you think
obviously.
velocity? What?
It's a vector.
Do you think velocity is speed?
No, they're not. They're separate.
Yeah. Sounds like you're describing speed.
D over T actually works for velocity too, but you have a vector symbol above D. I took physics. I know what I'm talking about, man.
But you can't say.
What? Can you define velocity? Let's see if you know what you're talking about.
Velocity is the speed, right? And the direction.
There you go. You got it.
Right? You need the direction as well. So in order
Yes, you do.
so speed, but okay, here's the thing. Like you still need a frame of reference for speed as well.
You're gonna make a point.
My point is like you guys are you guys are saying
No,
there is
we're not
objective-
denying anything.
If you're saying something is objectively moving at a speed, you're saying there is an objective frame of reference, which I'm okay to concede. What is the objective frame of reference?
Wait a minute. I think you're adding some extra details there. I'm just saying that in the examples that you've provided, the first one was being on a tall tower with a box, with a string, with a marble in it. You're like, well, so what happens if I cut the string and then drop the box? There you go. Objectively baked into your example, the box is falling along with the marble, along with the string in the box. This is objective speaking. You don't get a point of view where you're in the box.
Okay, you can. If you're
you don't. Okay, let me just.
You can have a frame of reference with.
I'm gonna throw out an insult here. I know you might be able to fit your brain into that box because it's pretty small, but that's not a point of view that you're gonna have. Same thing with a bullet. You're not having the point of view of being on a bullet, just like with a ceiling fan. You don't have that point of view of being on a ceiling fan nor on the sun. So the only point of view you have is your point of view with your eyeballs, bro. It's never gonna change.
I wonder what he's getting to. Like, do we not have the point of reference to show that the Earth is moving? Is that it?
I mean, I'm just really shocked at the amount of mental gymnastics you guys are doing.
Yeah. Okay. So, speaking of mental gymnastics, here's the question: are you just trying to get to the point where you claim that we don't have a point of reference to show that the Earth is moving, or what? Let's clear it up.
I'm trying to figure out why you guys believe in objective objective speed and velocity.
Yeah. Who cares? Is the Earth moving?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know that?
We can take measurements.
Okay. How?
I'm not going to let you run this argument, man.
Yeah. You are. So how do you take measurements? What measurement? Yeah. What measurement? How?
He's a moderator.
Describe the methodology.
He can do what he wants because he's a mod.
He's a fucking idiot. That's what he is.
Whoa.
Yeah. This is looking like another L for you, Goose. You're not going to break even today. Describe the methodology.
I already took the dub. You guys can do it.
Yeah, you already took it. Like Shooter McGavin took the gold jacket. Yeah, cool stuff. So what's the methodology?
That's a good one, Jitro. That's a good one.
None of you have actually answered my question yet.
Yeah, isn't that interesting that you're saying that while you're not answering the question? What's the methodology for detecting motion of the Earth?
I'm not.
You don't know the methodology for detecting the motion of the Earth that you claimed?
Sorry.
Sorry, it's the same question like the 7th time in a row, and you still don't get it, Goose?
I'm done talking to you.
Okay, you can go and move.
That's an L. So
that's not an L.
That's an insta L. That's an insta L. That took nothing. All I had to do was ask you if it's in motion. You say, "Yep." I say, "How do you know?" And then you spiraled. It was easy.
Stop stop muting.
I didn't even have to ask you what the inertial reference frame is. Didn't even have to get there. It just went, no, I'm not going to answer. Okay, well, that's an easy W. I'll take it. Thanks.
Dude, stop muting me.
No.
Okay, then like you can't like we can't have a discussion.
Yeah, well, we can't when you don't answer any questions.
You said you didn't want to engage, Goose. So, like, what are you talking about?
I want to engage with you, Creation Bear.
Why?
Because we and you have good conversations.
Well, I mean,
This other guy's just a dick.
He's not. He's actually pretty cool.
He's actually a dick. He's such a dick because he knows I'm winning the
you're not.
argument.
You're not.
You're
the
winning.
Hold on, Goose. You're not the sweetest of hearts either yourself. Let's be honest about it.
I'm a nice guy. I'm the best guy.
You're
best
winning
guy
the
around.
argument. The argument where you said that the Earth is in motion, and then you just couldn't answer how you know that to be the case. You won that? Explain how you think you won that.
Objectively, I'm a great guy. That's all I'm saying.
No, you're not.
Objectively, I'm a great guy.
Okay, well, from what objective vantage point were you able to judge that by?
Yeah,
From the frame of reference of my massive ego.
Yeah.
That's
anyways,
subjective.
like Creation Bear. I'd much rather have a conversation with you than this guy.
You're just talking about having conversations. Can we get to your motion of the Earth proof? Nobody cares.
I don't have to answer your question. How do you know the Earth is stationary?
Because I don't feel any motion. I don't detect any motion. How do you know it's not?
Listen, we're getting back to.
You're just going to tell me the same thing. You don't detect it either. How do you know it's not?
We need to talk about frames of reference. This is why I want to have this conversation.
Let's talk about frames of reference. So, what frame of reference are you going to be gauging the Earth's motion from?
It's actually rotation. The position of the sun. It's orbit around the sun. Like those.
Oh wait, how do you know that the Earth is orbiting around the sun? Did you see the Earth move or the sun?
We see the sun move.
Oh, so you see the sun move. So why do you think it was you?
Sorry?
Why do you think it was you that moved when you saw that thing moving?
We have models. We have the globe model of Earth works perfectly in describing astronomical
Creation Bear, you have to take this for a second. I'll be right back.
So if you can provide, okay.
Wait, but
oh, thank God he's
model-
gone. Thank
the
God.
representation isn't the proof of the real thing.
Okay.
So you
anyways,
can't- hold on.
You never
dude.
answered my question,
Bro,
Creation
bro,
Bear.
hold on, bro. Like, look, you're a guest here. You're not gonna run the show, all right? You said something that was pretty important there. The model proves. Well, he said, "How do you know?" Well, we have models that. Oh, that doesn't. I have a Hot Wheels of a Ferrari. That doesn't mean I have a Ferrari. Okay.
I didn't say proves. I said demonstrates.
That's okay, but you did that earlier with the gas pressure thing. You showed an animation of what could or would. Hold on,
Demonstrations.
sir. That's not a demonstration, my man. A demonstration would be something like the thing we provided to you with the two bulbs with the bromine gas. That's what's happening in reality. I can't make a little animation and say, well, here's how it would work. That is most certainly not a demonstration.
All right. So,
and then
I just need.
Again, with the Hot Wheels, if I have a Hot Wheels that doesn't quote demonstrate that I have a Ferrari of that Hot Wheels, or have the real thing, that's not a demonstration, bro. It's just a little model.
So why did you invert what you saw in the sky? You saw a thing moving through the sky, and then you concluded that thing didn't move. I did. Why'd you do that?
Oh, I'm not muted.
Nope.
Okay, so basically, if the sun was moving, you would need to provide.
You
with,
said
you need to. If the Earth was stationary, and the sun was moving, you would need to provide me with a model that accurately
No, I wouldn't.
describes all.
This is a burden reversal. Try again, Goose. I asked you how you showed that No, this is a burden reversal, Goose. That's not going to work. That won't do. So you saw a thing moving through the sky, and then you went, you know what? It's not that thing moving. It's me. How do you know that?
Just don't slip back into this earlier. We already covered this with you. What you have the positive claim and the burden of proof. You, as the defendant,
Yeah,
I don't
so
have
you
to come up
guys
with a,
just
"Hold on,
deny
dude,
everything and
you,
question
you're
everything."
triggered. You're so triggered. You're not letting people finish. I know we have to mute you because you're not in control of yourself right now.
You're denying stuff. You see things move through the sky, and you deny that that's the case. You assert that the opposite is the case. On what grounds?
The Earth is rotating.
Well, how do you know that? So the Earth is a non-inertial reference frame.
Okay,
So yes, it is or no?
it is rotating.
So it's a non-inertial reference frame.
What does that mean? Explain to me what a
Oh, okay,
non-inertial
I thought you were a
reference frame is.
physics guru.
I'm asking you to explain
My
what a
bad.
non-inertial reference
Yeah, a
frame
minute ago, I know what I'm talking about, and he doesn't
I'm
even know what
asking
a
you,
non-inertial
I'm
reference
asking
frame
you.
is. Yeah, you don't know what the fuck it is. You definitely don't know anything about this conversation. You snatched your wig.
Yeah, it did just kind of fall off there. You were bragging 2 seconds ago because I've studied physics, don't you know?
Yeah,
Okay,
don't
great,
come in with
great.
that kind of pompous attitude when you actually don't have anything to back it up with. It's not going to look good on you.
And earlier, just to be clear,
I really
hold on,
don't
bud.
care. I
Hold
haven't
on,
studied.
bud. I know he doesn't care, but you seem like you care.
Yeah, that would be the accelerating reference frame. You probably didn't know that rotation is acceleration either, did you, physics major? But anyway, how did you prove that it's actually a motion from what inertial reference frame?
No one ever answered my question, so
Isn't it interesting how you always answer questions by saying, no one answered my question?
you guys didn't answer my question. So I don't know. Like I don't feel comfortable moving forward in this
You don't have the
conversation.
answers. You're a bullshitter. You're a bullshitter, and you don't have what it takes for this conversation. Just shut up,
dude. Your conversation.
We're not here to make you feel comfortable, bro. It's not about the feels, dude. Hold on, let me get the violins out.
You guys are interrupting me by muting me,
Bro,
right? So
you're-
look, you're interrupting me right now. Let me talk for like 3 minutes, okay?
Hell no. Where do you think you're just gonna ramble for 3 minutes straight? Hell no. Dude, you've got the wrong ideas, dude. You're saying things that don't line up. Well, if you're right, then I need a model for all of reality, sir. You have the positive claim, therefore the burden of proof. We covered this earlier. As the defendant, I don't need to come up with a new person who committed the crimes, and I have to give you evidence for who did it. In the blood, that's not how it works ever. So no, what you're saying is required most certainly is not. You have the
Okay,
positive. You also admitted that you observed the sun moving, just like everyone else. So that was a huge L for you as well. So
I mean, yeah, that's like everyone sees the sun moving.
yeah, objectively.
Like that's just
There
it's
you go.
not.
Guess what else?
Okay.
That's objectively moving too.
If you want to have a productive conversation with me, we need to either do a one-on-one or need to be in a room where there isn't like.
You are a guest here. You're not gonna.
I know I'm a guest, and I appreciate you guys having me. But we can't have these productive conversations like.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, bro. I really, really appreciate you having you here. I truly mean that because it gives some content. But we've been doing this for quite a while. Central's been doing this for a while. A lot of people in this panel have been doing this for a while. You can't come in here and tell us how to run the show. Well, you're gonna need to do this and do that. No, bro. If you don't like it, kick rocks. But again, this is like day 3 for you, so calm down. It'll be okay.
No, like honestly, man, like I like you a lot. I think you're a great guy. I know I can be a little heated sometimes.
Yeah, a little.
Yeah, a little. I'm saying a little because my massive ego. I'm a great guy. I'm the best guy around.
Boring.
But
boring.
I just want to say, like, I'd love to have just like in a private call, just one-on-one, me and you.
I'd just love to have your rotation of the Earth proof, Goose. I'd love to have that.
I'm ignoring the other guy because I really don't care about him. I'd rather I want to have a one-on-one with you.
All right, listen. Let me just say this really quickly. You can't ignore the other guy. He's a moderator, and I have to go soon anyway. Not because you guys actually gotta go, but I personally don't do the one-on-one. Let's go hide in the shadows and me and you duke it out. But there's a lot of people listening. There's a big audience, and so what the things you say might help someone out there. And I kind of have the same aim. I'm trying to speak to the greater audience. So our little spar here is educational for people. So I don't prefer to go hide in the shadows where no one can learn from our conversation. So that won't be happening. If you want to catch me, I'm here a lot. So you can always join the panel. This is an open panel with people that come and go. Central's one of them. So you can't just ignore the people in the panel, bro, or we'll just ignore you. So
I mean, that's fair. That is fair. I you know what? You're right. That is fair. So I just want to say that I would love to have a one-on-one with you, and then we if you wanted to.
Why?
Sorry.
We've been having a one-on-one for days, but there other people have chimed in.
No,
as well.
but there's other people, and like I get mute spammed, and it's not
the
productive.
only reason that happens is your own behavior.
You want to have a one-on-one for what? You have no evidence to provide for your claim of motion of the
Just
Earth.
to have a conversation.
What are you going to do? You're going to talk to somebody one-on-one and not provide the evidence for your claim there? Like, who cares?
Literally just to have a conversation. It's not that deep.
On me. He thinks he can pick on you.
Why? I'm not able to pick on you. What the hell are you talking about? I just want to have a normal ass conversation with another person.
You're far from normal, bro. You're kind of upset, but it's okay.
Oh, do I sound upset?
Well, I mean, let's not forget the first thing you said when you came in. Hey guys, I have a question about gas pressure, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, that's a good question. So anyway, there's this antecedent. You're like, I don't give a shit. Like, bro,
Yeah, I
what
know. I
the-
remember.
So I mean, come
No,
on.
you're. Listen. I get like heated, but like I get heated when there's like a lot of people in the lobby and there's like a bunch of people talking.
But
Like if it's just a one-on-one, like honestly, like dude, like I'd love to have a one-on-one with you and just talk. I think that would just be great for the both of us.
It was like the first breath.
And if you
made-
want to have a talk on the forum, we
Even
can.
happened. It was like so. It was so out of the blue. You were like re-triggered when you joined. It was strange.
What, today or yesterday?
No, just the first time you joined the panel. That was the first time we even spoke, bro. I mean,
Oh no, yeah, I went in there like fucking heated.
All right, well, you understand.
No, like I just want to have a one-on-one with a flat earther, where
Then
I
do it
where
with
neither
Heretic.
of us can mute each other. That's all I want.
You can do it with Heretic right now. I'm gonna mute up. He's gonna ask you to prove the rotation. So go
I
ahead.
don't want to talk with Heretic because he's an asshole.
Well, you're not the most sweet.
No.
You're not the sweetest hearts I have. So.
Because I hold you to your shit. That's why. You don't want to be held accountable for the dumb shit that you say and can't back up. So you don't want to talk to me. I get it.
How long have you been debating people for?
Doesn't matter.
I'm asking, how long have you been debating people for?
Doesn't matter. I don't know.
I've been debating
I have no
people
idea.
for,
I haven't
I
been
don't know.
keeping count, and it doesn't matter.
Like 5 days maybe. So in a debate, in a controlled environment, you're gonna fucking smoke me. That's just how it's gonna go. I'm assuming you've been doing this for a while because you seem like you have a very, you have a confidence to you.
Well, you
right?
do too, bro. You do too. You can learn from.
I have a
someone
confidence because of my massive ego. I don't have anything to back it up.
Okay.
I
You said
can
it,
tell
not
the
me.
Heretic has been doing this for a while, and he knows how to corner people and get them to say exactly what he wants them to say.
Well, you could learn from.
And that's great for debates. That's great for debates, but for actual like productive conversations, it's useless.
I'll take the backhanded compliment. Thank you.
Yeah.
What do you mean
No,
it's
that's
not-
honestly a compliment, bro.
Why is it not
I think you're a
productive?
great debater.
Actually, pinpoint that
Bro,
you
you got,
can't
you
provide
got me to
evidence for
freeze
yourself.
up, man. That's actually sick. You got me to freeze up.
Is the come on, man?
What?
Why is it not productive that you can't?
He's being nice to me. He's figured out my weakness. Fuck. I'm done.
Bruce,
Anyways.
what's not productive about not being able to provide the evidence for your claim? Why is that not productive?
I don't have it on the top of my head. That's all. I just don't have it off the top of my head.
Well, okay. Well, what if you just switched your frame of reference? Then you'll have it, right?
Fuck, you're right, bro. Man, objectively speaking, I don't know how to debate people, and that is true. Like, I don't debate often. Like, I honestly prefer just like if anyone actually wants to like have a one-on-one, let me know. I'd love to do that. It would have to be a private call though. Like, I don't like.
Hell no.
All right, if you don't want to do that, it's fine. Like, it's personal preference. Like, it doesn't matter. If anyone does though, just send me a message.
Why do you want to hide in the shadows?
I just think I'm able to have better conversations in one-on-ones.
Right now. Just pretend you're in a one-on-one call.
With who?
Heretic.
I don't want to talk to Heretic. I want to talk to you.
Oh, I gotta go, so you can't.
Okay, well then I'll talk. I'll be back on later. But anyways,
Oh,
it was nice talking to you, guy. Heretic, good job. Take the dub. I'll give it to you.
Bye, Goose.
No one ever answered my question on if you need a frame of reference to measure velocity.
I did.
Oh,
He
you did?
actually. To be fair, he did. Yeah, multiple times actually.
Oh, I was more referring to you, Creation Bear.
Well, I mean, look, I'm not the most technical guy. I'll be honest about that. So,
Yeah, just because I studied physics doesn't mean I did good in it.
I see you trying to pick on me, but that doesn't always work.
No, it helps when you're able to mute people.
Oh, look, I mean, you've been unmuted for a while. The only reason we mute you is when you start getting all crazy. You were saying earlier the reason why you're like, why did you?
I mean,
mute me?
no.
Heretic was
Yeah, there you go,
spamming me because he wanted to instantly switch topics to something else, and then he cornered me. And then, like, when I wasn't able to give an answer, he just started like, "Oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. This guy can't even talk about this topic." And like, I was feeling pressured and cornered, so I couldn't like. I need to feel like relaxed.
Yeah, I remember. I dunked on you. I was here. I remember.
Don't on me so hard, bro.
Sorry, dude. I know we'll get the warm milk and we'll rub your feet.
Warm
next
milk,
time.
cookies, a nice blanket. Make me feel nice and comfortable. I need everyone to say hi, Goosey. You're such a nice person. When I enter chat, that'd be great.
So look, dude. I mean, Heretic was actually trying to get us off of our infinite.
No, I understand. Yeah, like
It's
I
just-
understand this is your guys' server, so you guys can run it how you want.
No, it was just that he was actually trying to get us on point because you and I were just going in a vicious circle of like, info frames, objective, reference frames, objective. And so he's like, well, okay, look, dude, if you're going to make this argument, it boils down to, if we're going to reduce it down, simmer it down, it goes to the rotation of the Earth. So then let's just get to that. So I think he was doing the right thing. He's getting us off of our little cycle that we were stuck on. So shout out to Heretic for that. That's what makes a good moderator. You don't have to get along with everyone, Goose. Just, I might not like you the most, but I'm going to try and put that aside and make sure that the audience learns from our conversation. So you can put your feelings for Central aside. He's a good guy. I've seen him do good work here before. So, you can have a conversation with him and it'll be all right. Put your feelings aside and make the best argument you can. Remember, there's people out there listening. They might learn from your knowledge in physics and that kind of thing. Even I can learn from that. So just try to appeal to the audience. Don't appeal to Central or these other people in the panel. Make your case for the greater audience. You never know who you could be helping. You could be helping a potential flat earther who might fall for this. Help them out, or just be mad at Central. So
I don't give a crap about the audience. I'm doing this for my own entertainment and edification.
Well, that's your guys' biggest issue. That's my biggest gripe is you guys don't consider that there's people out there that could use your help. But I think I have to go soon. I got a few more minutes, but yeah, you guys should pay more attention. Listen, let me just say this, right? I use the court thing all the time. If you're the counsel for your client, Globe, and I'm the counsel for my client, we are not there to, quote, convince each other, right? You're there to convince the jury and the judge. So keep that in mind. Don't worry about me. Don't try to be like, yeah, you don't believe, so I would just won't. That doesn't matter if I don't believe you. It's the audience that you have to keep in mind. So you should care more about them.
Right, but like what I was doing earlier and like asking about frame of reference is I was trying to find like common ground that we could then base the experiment off, because originally we were talking about the experiment of like the box with the object suspended by a string and two different frames of reference, and then that's where things got derailed, because then like you have a different perspective on.
No pun intended.
Sorry?
I said no pun intended. Different perspective.
Yeah, you have a different perspective.
Yeah.
I guess you take a more what is your objective perspective that you base all measurements off of? It's like that's the question I was going to ask you if you were to answer my question of do you need a frame of reference to measure velocity, which you do. Okay. So since you do, what is your objective? Where do you get your objective measurements from? What frame of reference?
What other frames of reference are there that I can?
There's so many frames of references.
Well, one of them's not being on a bullet, though, like you presented earlier.
That is a frame of reference. You can have hypothetical frames of references.
See, with that, we don't do hypotheticals, bro. We told you that.
Science does a lot of hypotheticals, man.
Science doesn't
part
do
of it.
anything.
I know you guys don't like hypotheticals, but that's just part of it.
Science doesn't do anything.
It doesn't do shit. Phones aren't real.
What? That's not science.
Computers aren't real.
That's not science either.
What is it?
Science is a method, right? You use this method to determine cause and effect relationships. So your phone is just technology, engineering. That's not science.
You don't think science was ever used in the process of designing computer parts, at all?
I think science can be used to determine like what temperature.
Science can be used for a lot of things.
Well, I think you guys use it like a buzzword. You guys throw it around willy-nilly. Science this and science that. You guys are like hippies with these pins on your flannel jacket, and one of them says science, but that's not what that is. It's not that loose. It's a very strict term. It's a method, right? It doesn't, quote, do anything. It doesn't say anything. It's a method, right? You need.
Okay. Here's a formal definition.
Dependent variables, right? Then you form your hypothesis test. That's what an experiment is. Even you've used the word experiment quite loosely, and so no, science is a very strict method. And if you're not adhering to that method, you're dealing with pseudoscience. We had a guy in here the other day that said that counting your age is science. And I was like, no, it's not. He's like, well, if you say it in French, like that, you guys just throw the word science around like crazy.
It's not
Science is the pursuit and application. I'm reading this straight off of Google. Science is the
I didn't
pursuit and
need to Google
application of
it.
knowledge and understanding of the natural and social world, following as a systematic methodology based on evidence.
I think
Scientific methodology includes the following: objective observation, measurement and data. Well, it's a long ass definition. Holy crap!
You can summarize it by the scientific method, though, right? That's the methodology. So basically, science is observing things and using the scientific method to validate your predicted cause and effect relationships in nature. Correct? There's a lot of
You
weird
use the words
definitions,
cause
right?
and effect relations, but that's never used in the definition of science, of any
Right,
formal
right.
definition of science.
So what I like to do is look up the definition of pseudoscience. That's a lot more straightforward. And then the opposite of that is science. So could you pull up the definition of pseudoscience?
Pseudoscience consists of statements, beliefs, or practices that claim to be both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with the scientific method.
Okay, yes, incompatible with the scientific method. Right, so that's a lot clearer to me. So science would be compatible with the scientific method, right?
Facts.
Scientific, it starts with observation. Then you have some administrative stuff, right? Measuring
Observation, research, hypothesis,
right,
test with
research,
experiment,
yeah.
analysis, and report.
Right, so you have to form a hypothesis. You have to basically predict why the independent variable, or you're predicting how the independent variable is manipulating and causing the effect, which is the dependent variable. Correct?
You can have
So,
more than
and
two
we're talking about
variables
natural
in
science.
a system. You can have
What's that?
multiple dependent variables, multiple independent variables.
Oh,
No, you only have one for you can have multiple hypotheses in but in each hypothesis you can only have one independent and dependent variable. You have an observed phenomenon. You're not having multiple dependent variables in your hypothesis. You could have multiple hypotheses.
So the independent variable is the cause. And the dependent variable is the effect, right?
Yeah.
You can have multiple independent variables though.
Yeah, but
Not in one experiment.
You have to formulate separate hypotheses. So
not necessarily.
Yes. Necessarily.
Not necessarily, no.
Yes.
100%.
Like let's say I'm measuring atmospheric pressure, right? So atmospheric pressure is the dependent variable. How many independent variables are there? There's many.
One per experiment.
We're talking about control variables, which come into play during experimentation.
Which are independent variables.
No. Control variables are variables you keep constant, so you know that you're testing whether the one independent variable that you're presuming to cause the effect is actually doing that, and not any of these other variables. So you have to control them.
Oh,
and
I
that's
see what you're saying. I see
during
what
the
you're saying now.
experimentation process, right? So you can have different hypotheses and make the independent variable in one hypothesis a control in another, because you're trying to figure out what's causing the effect. And there are many variables in play, but each hypothesis focuses on one independent variable.
If you have multiple, you wouldn't be able to pin down exactly what's causing that effect. So the whole point of having an independent variable is just to have one, to isolate it and to manipulate it to show, okay, did it cause that effect or not?
Holy shit, bro! I just saw your profile. You play lacrosse. That's fucking sick.
Yeah. From college about 10 years ago.
Are you Canadian?
What's that? No, I had 6 roommates who were Canadian though.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I played lacrosse once, dude. Because I grew up playing hockey, and like I thought hockey was like a hard sport to play because it's a contact sport, dude. I thought I was gonna die. I played one game of lacrosse. I nearly died.
Yeah, it's a cool sport. Not to get off track too much, and I agree with you, but where were we now? I lost my train of thought.
Well, he was just saying that you can have more than one independent variable, basically.
Right. So you test that through experimentation, then you either validate or invalidate your alternative hypothesis. Then you can move on to another hypothesis. You can formulate another one with another presumed cause, independent variable, and you test that while controlling the rest of the variables. So again, keywords are systematic experimentation, which is, forming multiple hypotheses because you want to find out that one cause and leave no chance of it being any of the other variables. That's why you control them. So I think the confusion was control variables from the beginning. We clear that up, or I think we did.
One independent variable per experiment. You want to see how that one thing affects the DV, the observed phenomenon.
Yeah, sure.
Controls, yeah, you can have many, but you have to have one IV and one DV. More than one IV and DV, that's another experiment.
All right. So I feel like you need to have at least one dependent variable and one independent variable in order for anything to be considered science.
Yeah, that's the scientific method.
Cool.
Yeah, nice.
I got to do some research on my own because what were you bringing up before?
They posted a bunch of citations.
Inertial frames of reference.
Right.
Yeah, I got it on that.
Well, that would be the frame of reference, which is not accelerating relative to the one which in this case, would be the Earth if it's rotating. So from within that inertial, the non-accelerating frame, that's how you would try to gauge the motion of the Earth.
Okay, cool. I'm going to touch up on it.
All right.
Find some stuff out, and I'll get back to you guys. I don't know, some other day. I'm going to head out. It's nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, that's a fair attitude. Sorry if I came in hot, but it's just it is.
Oh no, I don't like the fact that you came in hot, but it's it's your server. You can do what you want.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're just going to be humble, like, oh, okay, I need to look into that. I'll do some reading.
No, yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Nobody's going to dunk on you for that, but it's just if you have an attitude and whatever, then you're going to get attitude back. That's all.
Oh yeah, no, bro, that's not going to change.
Yeah, fair.
I mean, who doesn't have an attitude? Like, fuck, man. Hormones.
Well, yeah, guilty. I'm guilty.
There you go. Anyways, you guys have a good one. It's nice talking to you guys.
Okay, peace out.
Later.
Surprise, surprise. A whole lot of nothing.
Way she goes. No globe, no proof of the globe. That's how it works.
Wait, observational science. I love
That's a weasel word.
Like astronomy or marine biology or geology.
That's just a weasel word for pseudoscience.
You're making up stories. I'm sure you've not pretty honest.
I have a different definition of science.
Well, that's just pseudoscience, though. Like redefine the science so that. Yeah, sorry, Russ. Your mic's kind of.
Matthew's just.
Hey, Russ. I don't want to cut you off, but your mic is it sounds like it's underwater, so I couldn't tell what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to talk, go ahead. I just I wasn't even sure because your mic is coming through really muffled.
Yeah, I'm going on mute. I'm going to play around with it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that's just like a weasel word for pseudoscience, basically, because you're just trying to take stuff that doesn't follow the scientific method and call it science anyway. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, fair enough. It doesn't follow your definition. I admit that.
Doesn't follow the scientific method.
Right.
So, call it what you want.
I am.
I know you are.
Well, that was a little bit exhausting talking about over and over again. I mean, the past half an hour or so I've been here, but still interesting.
Just goes in circles.
Yeah.
The conversation is orbiting.
Just like the moon.
Yeah.
Okay, so several people have been saying things in the chat. It might be easier for me to just say what I'm my responses than try and type all these things. For those of you not reading the chat, we're discussing if there's science that can be done that is not an experiment. So experimental science, yes, use the independent variable, dependent variable. You set up an experiment and see what changes. But I would say that there's also observational science, and I gave as an example the moons of Jupiter go back and forth across the face of Jupiter, and that's the observation. We can't control that. We can't do any experiment. We can just look and see what happens. And then a scientific explanation of what's going on would involve trying to come up with a mathematical equation that describes it. For example, orbits around Jupiter, like that circle around Jupiter. And sure enough, if you get the equations right, then you can predict where those moons will be in the future. And so that's good evidence that you've got a accurate explanation that matches.
That's not an evidence. That's just a post-diction. You're inserting the observation and molding it around your assumption. It's
Right,
really
and
nothing.
so that assumption that they move around in a circle matches the evidence. So that would mean that I would be inclined to believe that they actually are moving in a circle.
They don't have to move in a circle to travel from point A to point B. You can just make up that it could work in a circle as well. It doesn't really evidence it.
Yeah, it doesn't prove it. That's right. They could be moving back and forth on a
It doesn't
sine wave
evidence it
somehow.
either. It's just one more option that could be happening. It's not an evidence of it.
It's probably the simplest one. It's probably the simplest one. You know, Occam's razor. That's how circular motion works.
Why is that the simplest one if you actually don't observe it? Why isn't the simplest one point A to point B? That's much more simple.
Yeah, because it moves faster at the center of its motion, and it slows down at the end, and then moves and then goes back the other direction
So
slowly,
why?
and then speeds up. So just
Why
like
doesn't that
circular
work
motion.
in a point A to point B?
There's I'm unaware of a better explanation of what would be causing that.
Okay, so you just assume that that's the only option.
No, there's lots of options. I'm saying let's find the simplest option, the simplest using Occam's razor that makes sense and can be well explained.
We're just going to build upon that, and we're going to make up more things and stand upon the previous thing and just like go forward.
No, yeah, you can make up as many as you want. You're allowed to make up competing explanations, and if you can find one that is better,
like make a house of cards of like this thing and then this thing, and all of them are assumptions. All of them are, as you say, Occam's razor, but it's not really. But let's just say it is that. But all of them are assumptions built upon assumptions. So as soon as you rip out one of the cards from underneath, all of it collapses. So
that's right. Yeah, they're all assumptions based on assumptions. And so then the question is, if you come up with a better set of assumptions, feel free to like use that as a competing explanation. And then we'll look at the two explanations and see which one makes sense. And Donato's right. It's technically they're elliptical orbits, not perfectly circular, but the eccentricity is very small, so almost circular orbits.
in either case, we will not be able to verify it. So it's just going to be a philosophical battle. Just going to say, I'm right or you're right.
Yeah,
on the basis.
That's how science works when we can't
That's not science.
verify something. What would you call it?
It's just pontificating. It's just pontificating.
Coming up with scientific explanations for what we observe, you would call that?
As the hypothesis part, and then verifying is this actually scientific method, which you can't apply to things in the sky that are far away.
Right. So if you're going to use that definition, then none of astronomy is science. Is that what you're prepared to use that definition?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not. I like to say that science is. If your definition excludes astronomy, then I think that's a flaw with the definition, not a flaw with astronomy.
Yeah, well, the problem is with astronomy, you don't have any knowledge, right? You just look at stuff. With a telescope, you magnify stuff, but you don't actually know what those things are.
Yeah, that's fair. I'd say you're coming up with explanations that explain what you see.
Yeah, but you're explaining if you don't verify them, then it's just okay. My claim for the sun moving is that invisible unicorns just fart on it and it moves. It makes it move. It's an explanation, right? Then it must be true.
Explanations work, and if there's different explanations, then you can look at the explanations and see which one seems more reasonable.
Then why isn't mine reasonable?
It doesn't sound reasonable to me. It sounds like made up.
Says who? On what basis can you reject my explanation? Because I don't have the NASA tag. That's all.
Common sense and my belief that unicorns don't exist.
Yeah, that's your belief, right? I mean, it's just an explanation. Like, look, Matthew. If you're going to make up explanations just because they're explanations and pick the one you want because it's the best explanation you think it is, then it's we go back to square one. You can verify it. So it's not even science in the original meaning of the word science. Knowledge. It's not even knowledge because you can't know it because you can verify it. I have an explanation for why my car moves, right? Well, now if I don't actually verify why it moves, I won't even know. I will never know. It's like saying, well, there's an explanation for why there's milk in the house, but I'm not ever going to verify that. Like, I can make up any possible explanation. Maybe it's my mom who brought it in. Maybe it's my dad. Maybe it's my brother. Maybe it's the milkman, right? I mean, those are all valid explanations. Maybe it's a pink fairy. Maybe it's pink fairies or an invisible unicorn. Who knows? Because I can verify it. And again, you don't need
no, I actually agree with your definition there that you can't actually know something without verifying it in that sense. But and I would say in those areas about which we can't know, the best we can do is come up with the explanations and look at the different explanations and see which makes more sense and go with the best explanation we have so far.
Okay, so what's your explanation for the sun moving then? Because you said it makes more sense. Then what sense do you have that tells you, well, I see the sun moving, but it's the opposite that happens? It's insane.
It's based on a constellation of presupposed notions that include the Earth being a globe, the sun being way bigger than the Earth, and the idea that the Earth is rotating. It sort of just makes sense. It's like, oh well, it looks like the sun is moving, but really we're rotating, and so it's based on those assumptions.
Yeah, so it doesn't make sense, right?
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Let me answer Donato's thing about the 4% versus 96%. Yeah, that is a little bit troubling. We're talking about 4% of the mass of the universe can be observed, 96 of the mass energy can't. And I'm not a cosmologist, so I don't know what's going on there. But it's not super surprising. Adam and Eve in the garden, they only saw less than 4% of the Earth. And if somebody said, no, there's all the rest of the Earth out there, eventually humans multiplied and filled the Earth, and now we know all of the Earth. Same thing with the oceans, right? Just because we don't know much about the oceans doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So I'm not super surprised that we only know a small percentage about the universe. That may change. But you do have a good point.
The main thing is, like, why would you go with something that's just an assumption? Like, at the end of the day, why would you go like, okay, that's something that we actually have a leg to stand on? If it's not actually a leg to stand on, it's just a fabrication in your mind.
Because all we have is assumptions. We just got to go with the one that seems most reasonable.
Why would you go with it, though, if you can't verify? Like, why would you go with it? What does that accomplish?
It accomplishes like explaining something rather than have zero explanation. For example, like
why is the better thing? What if it's wrong? Why is that better to have?
No, it might be wrong. I don't know.
You're gonna
better. So, for example, this idea of like, why is there milk in the house? What's the explanation for that? Well, I might say, well, maybe my wife went and purchased some milk and put it in the fridge, and I didn't see her do that. Or maybe some magic fairies like made it appear out of thin air and put it in there. If I don't know for sure which of those two things are true, I would rather just go with the best explanation. Oh, my wife bought it. And just go with that.
Verify that it's something we can do. We can buy milk. We can go to the store. We've done this before. It's a verified experience. But your part of the equation of figuring out pontification, you can't actually verify. This hasn't ever been in the field. It's only in your brain.
I'm talking about that one specific gallon of milk. That milk I didn't put there. and so I can't verify
you
either
know
way.
the
It's a
milk
historical
in
thing.
your fridge, right? You've experienced that before. You've seen it,
Exactly.
so it's logically sound that it will happen that
Yeah,
way.
and I think
But
you're
you haven't
exactly right.
seen anything in the sky happening the way you're assuming it would happen.
Yeah, so you
You
go
have
with what seems logically sound and go with that explanation. I totally agree with you.
Why would you? It's not equivalent to the milk in your fridge because you've seen this thing before in material world by verification. You haven't seen this in the sky. Does not correlate to you having a milk in the fridge.
Yeah, so it's a little bit more tenuous. So that's a good point. I'm just saying that we go with what the best that we have so far.
Why would you go with it though? It's not the best at all whatsoever if you can't actually verify it.
Is it something?
Go
If
with
you don't get any girls, it's better to get after a while you get thirsty, man. It's a bad analogy, but that's a bad example only because memory is quite unreliable. Maybe you put the gallon of milk there, you just don't remember.
Well, so here's a sort of medium example. I don't know what you guys are doing tomorrow or 1 week from today at let's see, 9:30 a.m. Pacific time. If you're in North America, it'll look like there's something blocking most of the sun. So we could just say, throw up our hands and say that's a mystery. We have no idea why part of the sun is being blocked. Or we could look at all the different explanations and see if any of them sound reasonable. And if one of them sounds reasonable, go with that one. What
Why would
are
you
you
go
saying?
with that? If it sounds reasonable, just on the account of sounding reasonable, you're going to teach it in school to children? Why would you do that?
Yes, I would.
Even though you haven't verified it, just because it sounds good.
Why
Yeah,
don't
I
you
would say
just
this is
teach
the
them
best
how to
explanation.
think?
That is teaching them to think. Like, hey, here's all
No,
the
that's
different
teaching them
explanations.
what to think.
No, not what to think. How to decide and how to determine the difference between those different explanations. So, would you rather me say, hey, look, we have no idea what is happening to the sun, and we don't have any explanation, so we're just going to throw up our hands and say, wow, look
You
at
say
this.
it could be, we could like go to school and say, okay,
I
it
would
could be
prefer
this,
that.
but we can say it is this.
Nobody's
That's
saying it could be. They're saying this is it. We
Yeah.
think because we know
Yeah,
more.
they're pretty confident in the explanation. You're right about that.
No, yeah. The problem is, why would you go with? I mean, what like do you prefer having an unverifiable bedtime story, or do you want people to be honest about what they know or they don't know?
It
Because
depends
I mean,
on how sure I am about the explanation. If the explanation seems kind of like iffy, I'm like, I don't know. But if it seems pretty solid, then I'll say, yeah, I'll go with that. So it depends on the explanation.
okay. So for example, you don't feel yourself. You don't feel the motion of yours, right? So then the most reasonable, best explanation for it, what is it? That you don't move, right? So I guess
Right.
on your
That's right.
own standards, then given that that's the best explanation, then you don't move, right?
That's the best explanation with just that one observation. But given all the whole constellation of other evidence, I would say that it's reasonable to say that we are moving just below the threshold of human sensory experience.
So that's
And
not
how do you
solid.
move?
Your sensory
Sorry.
experience is the opposite of that, though.
It is. That's right. That's why you have to take into account all of the things. You can't just do one piece at a time. You look at all of the evidence, not just the one piece.
There's nothing you're taking in that's actually supporting the other side, though. You only have this one observation. And
Yeah, no, there's a bunch of assumptions about why the Earth is a globe and the Earth is spinning. So there's lots of reasons for that, and I'd have to take
a lot
into
of
account the
assumptions,
whole
but
thing.
the thing that you actually experience is not motion. So one thing is solid and the other thing isn't solid.
So
So would you go with the thing that's not
yeah.
solid?
I don't experience the Earth. It doesn't feel like the Earth is moving. So either the Earth is not moving, or it's moving so slowly that I don't feel it. I have to
Okay,
decide.
Yo,
which of
it's
those.
moving 1,000 kilometers per hour.
Oh, we don't feel speed. We feel acceleration.
Yeah, when you turn on an axis, it's acceleration because you're changing direction.
Right.
And
How
yours
much,
is
how much acceleration?
Where's the
well, I don't know.
simplicity? Those
Yeah, actually,
You believe
that's
it-
right. I mean,
well, you
kind of still works. You can go with the whole orbit of around the sun. You know, it's much faster. It's also elliptic. So if you're just gonna
'cause
be
we're
stuck
turning.
on the axis rotation, then
We're-
sure.
We're turning at quite the velocity there.
Yeah, I posted the
Okay.
numbers if you're interested. The centripetal force is 0.03 meters per second squared, which is below the threshold of 0.06 meters per second squared, or 0.15 meters per second squared, which is what humans can sense. So it's below the threshold of what humans can sense.
But we have machines that should be able to predict that scales. If those
Right.
centripetal forces should counteract gravity in some extent, right?
Yeah, that's why ring laser gyroscopes report a 15 degree per hour rotation.
What?
Ring laser gyroscopes. If you turn one on,
Oh, the ring
it'll
laser
drift,
gyroscope thing.
15
Okay.
degrees every hour.
But okay, still no
We can't
measurable
feel it.
curvature. though.
No, yeah, you can't feel it yourself, but you can measure how much, with the gyroscope.
I'm quite skeptic about that gyroscope thingy.
Sure. Yeah, me too. I haven't used one myself. I'm just reporting what other people have said.
What's the inertial reference frame it's in?
It's in the frame of reference of the ground, and the ground is moving, and so if it's moving, then it's rotating with respect to, I don't know, like the North Pole or something.
So it's in the non-inertial reference frame, the thing that's supposed to be moving. How can it detect drift then? It'd have to be an inertial reference frame relative to the thing moving.
Yeah, so it's detecting not motion, but rotation based on its previous position. So if you rotate it from where it was before, then that's what ring lasers allegedly. Again, I'm not an expert, but
Yeah, it sounds like an unfounded cause claim, because it would have to be in an inertial reference frame relative to the rotating Earth for the drift to be an effect of the rotating Earth.
yeah. So I guess you'd have to talk to somebody who's used one of those. I haven't, but I'm just saying that the people who've used them say, hey, look, there's 15 degrees per hour. So
But what those guys also say is that the atmosphere that it's supposedly in, right, also rotates with the Earth. So there wouldn't be any Coriolis effect, so why would it be detecting any drift?
yeah, it's
from rotation.
It's not it's not testing something physical. It's testing light that goes in sort of this triangle format. So it's detecting things based on the speed of light.
I don't know how they verify their cause claim.
Well, yeah, me neither. At this point, I've kind of reached the end of what I know or what I've heard. So that's about all I'm able to say. Russ said, could there be any other explanations other than the rotation of Earth? And the answer is yes. It could be that the Earth is still and motionless and everything else is rotating around the Earth. But given the distances involved, if we think that stars and the sun and everything is the distance that we think they are, then that seems not as plausible. But mathematically, you can use whatever reference frame to measure, motion. So, yeah, there could be some other explanations. Just like if you're in a train and you think, oh, this train is going 60 miles an hour, that's probably the best way to think about it. The train is moving 60 miles an hour along the ground. If you're sitting in the train looking out the window, technically you could tell yourself, well, I'm going 0 and the whole world outside is going 60 miles an hour backwards. They would be equivalent, and you could do math and measure speeds and all that type of stuff the same way, either reference frame.
Yeah, problem is you don't have a second reference frame when it comes to the Earth. You just have your eyes on the ground.
Yeah, that's true. You can only personally experience your reference frame where you are.
Hello, Heretic Dubai.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm just chilling. Ordered some food. Man, I'm in the Middle East right now, and the fucking people who deliver food, they're like slaves. They get paid like $1 to deliver the food. So like instead of Uber Eats, where it's like $40 for a burger, it's like $10 for a meal for like 3 people.
Dang.
Yeah. I'm not going to say I'm taking advantage of like the capitalistic exploitation of workers, but I am definitely doing that.
Yep. Looks like that's what's happening.
When in the Middle East, right? When in Rome, right?
It's not your fault.
Yeah, I tip. It's 600 fills, which is like a little over $1, I think.
That should keep them going.
That's like the maximum tip amount. It goes like 200, 300, 600 fills as if it were like 15, 20, 25%. That's not the percentages. I don't know why they offer, but I give the maximum that the app suggests. So morally and ethically, I'm in the clear, right?
It's a tough world out there.
It is. It is a tough world. World in general, I guess, if we're talking flat Earth as well.
Yeah. Tough place to find any curvature.
Yeah, amen. Man, I don't really know, like, when that's asked, if I could please measure the curvature, I'm like, I don't know personally if I were to go to the beach right now, like how I would do it, because like the most out of pocket impossible idea I could think of would be like, well, what if I had someone get in a boat and take a tape measure, like an insanely long tape measure, and like they just stretched it out as long as possible. You say we had an impossibly long tape measure, but it's like, would the bend in the tape measure, at least it's like a rigid object, its path wouldn't be, bent by the density in the air like a light beam would be, right? Like a laser. But it's also like, I don't know if that would work. Would it actually curve like at the end of the day, or would it still be straight? Would that even work? You know what I'm saying?
Whatever we do, they'll just say that the straight edge was actually not that and it bent. It curved around the curve that they can't measure because the measuring tool curves.
Yeah.
I've seen this song and dance before.
No, well, certainly. I'm certain, we've seen every song and dance 100 times as new people come in retreading the same ground, but I don't know, because I remember like the Flat Earth Core, they did that laser measurement over the lake.
That's Field Engineers Core, not Flat Earth.
That was Field Engineers? Oh, my bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember looking at the presentations they put out for that, but I don't know. I never really found it to be, because it's like, the truth of the matter is there's always going to be a problem when using lasers over a body of water, because the body of water is going to be one temperature, the air above the body of water is going to be another temperature. Like it's basically impossible to say refraction wasn't a factor. You know what I'm saying?
So you can't use it to measure a curve?
A laser? I don't think so. I don't think so.
So how was curve measured then?
Well, exactly. That's what I was asking.
Well, it hasn't been. There isn't any, obviously.
Right. I'm curious, like how someone would go about doing it, because I feel like lasers aren't the right way, considering what we just mentioned with the refraction, and an impossibly long tape measure would, of course, be impossible. I don't know how it was done.
I always find that kind of interesting when Globers say, "How would we go about measuring this?" I mean, didn't you already?
Right, exactly. I mean, there should be like a methodology out there, beyond just the ancient Eratosthenes 2 sticks, at a different latitude.
That's just interpretation. He's not measuring any curve.
Exactly. It's more like an extrapolation.
Yes. Yeah.
But But yeah, as far as like a physical measurement, I just don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I look at the water every day. I'm surrounded by lakes here, and I got no reason to think that shit's curving. If somebody wants to try to measure it, great, but all attempts have failed, as this conversation has elucidated again, and water doesn't seem to be doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not like you could use, elevation, because it's like, the observer on the beach is at sea level, so elevation is 0. And then as a ship, if you were to send a ship away from yourself, you might like technically think that the ship is going below you in elevation because it's like following the curve of the Earth away from you. But I guess it's not actually decreasing in elevation because it's like at its own spot, it's still at sea level, right? It's you know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense?
You're saying that it appears to go down and over a curve?
No, sorry. What I'm saying is like, if the observer were standing at the top of a sphere, any object that moved away from the observer would, if we're looking down onto the sphere, would be going at its elevation would be decreasing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
But of course, that's not like an effective measurement because you could never say, hey, we've gone lower in elevation because the ship remained at sea level the whole time as it moved away from the observer, right? So I don't know. I'm curious. I'm going to have to look more into what like modern methods are actually used. The problem is like when the modern method involves like a satellite, because it's like then it's just a bigger problem of like, well, people, we don't really believe satellites exist as we understand them, right?
Well, as we understand them, that would be the key part. Because that's an interesting one, because if they argue satellites, well, they're basically saying, well, we have satellites, therefore it must be a globe, because they're basically telling you this is globe-based technology, right? So the only way to get a globe satellite to actually orbit is to have known the radius in the first place, right? You'd have to have measured the ball, you'd have to know the dimensions you're working with, to calculate an orbital radius and all these things that they need to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, where did you get the radius from in the first place to have globe-based satellites? Well, either they're either going to start trying to tell you how they did it in the first place, or they're going to say, sometimes they say, oh, you don't actually need it. Oh, you don't actually need a globe radius to make a satellite orbit. Well, then I guess thanks for telling us about flat Earth satellites.
I have a question for y'all, if that's all right.
You know what I mean, though?
Yeah, right. You put the cart so far before the horse, right?
Well, I mean, it's just if you don't actually need the radius, you don't need the globe, really. Well, where does the globe come into your globe satellites then? Right? So it kind of like either way they go with it, they're either going to have to validate the radius in the first instance or just concede that they don't actually need one for this technology that they say they have in the sky, and then it becomes moot for the globe, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
What's your question, Transit? No, I thought Transit wanted to ask her question.
He did. I just wanted to finish that off, but go ahead.
Oh, hey, so I just joined the server yesterday, and I wanted to ask, why do y'all, what difference would it make if the Earth is flat or round, and why do you believe so strongly in flat Earth?
It's kind of more of a lack of belief. The globe is the belief, and what difference it makes, kind of a subjective question, so you figure it out.
All right.
Well, the problem is, so when that kind of question is asked of like what difference it would make, you might get faced with the answer of, well, there wouldn't be a difference because the Earth is already flat. You know what I'm saying? It's like the phenomena don't change because they can't change from what they currently are because they currently are occurring on a flat Earth. Is what you might be faced with.
Yeah, like your perspective changed, your understanding changed, but that was just you. In reality, nothing changed. The Earth is still what it's always been, so I guess you kind of have to decide for yourself what changes, in my opinion.
No, that makes sense. And I would also like to ask too, So, do y'all in the server have like one concise opinion of
No.
what exactly flat is? So, like, do you guys think it's like a disc? Do you think it's
No.
like a like a tortilla? Like,
No, it's not a shape claim, and it's not a replacement claim. We're not claiming a model or anything like that. We're not going, oh, here's how the system of the Earth works, and we can tell you how everything within it works. We're not doing that. It's more just... What's that?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm at work right now.
Oh, okay.
But go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's more just, okay, here's the globe claim on the table. Let's test it out. And one of the core claims, of course, is that there must be continuous surface curvature of the Earth, because that's what a globe is, right? Its whole surface is curved, so we go, can we find that curve anywhere? No, we can't. So it's what we're doing, it's more about the falsification of the claim of the globe than some sort of positive replacement claim.
Word up. Thank you for your answer. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Because I definitely found y'all, and I definitely wanted to like learn more stuff. Like, I come with open mind. I'm not a troll. I'm not here to, obviously like cause problems. I just, want to seek something out.
Yeah, you seem honest. That's cool. Yeah, we simply don't measure a curve of the Earth or observe one. So, I mean, the positive claim really is the globe. You don't go to the beach and see the water curving away from you in all directions. And Globers themselves will say that when they say, well, it's too big, so of course you don't. So they're even telling you with that, yeah, it looks flat. So it's like, all right, well, that's our default position then. That's where we're starting from. How did you get from that to, well, actually, it looks that way, but it isn't really. What did you do to prove that? And all we get is a bunch of logical fallacies, circular reasoning, and so forth. Nobody ever has directly measured this globe they're talking about. But that's just me saying that. Just hang around and listen to the conversation for a while, and you decide for yourself whether they've done that.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yo, Heretic, do you need perms to speak in the politics server, or can you just unmute?
You might need perms. What do you have? What's your role
I don't
there?
know. I think I have none.
I'll help you out. One sec.
Okay. I'm not going to speak, it's just to know if you need anything to speak. But thanks.
You'll be set. I got you.
Thanks, man. Thanks a lot.
No problem.
Man, y'all run a tight ship around here, man. Y'all don't just let anybody talk. I'm sure y'all get trolled all day, every day in here.
Of course, yeah. So we got to kind of like, try to sort out the trolls from the authentic ones. Lots of people come here to troll.
I think what it really comes down to, man, is I think what y'all think is just against the grain. And I think everybody that, there's obviously strength in numbers, right? So, of course, more people are going to believe that the earth is round because there's that preconceived notion that it is. So people who don't believe, they just get bombarded by, because they're the majority opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why they think it, is because that's what they've been told. It was taught to them around the same time they were told about Santa Claus, but in the case of Santa Claus, eventually, the jig was up. With this, we just never got to the point where it was like, yeah, that's not true.
Yeah. And also too, like we're told like the Earth is round, you know, in school and stuff, but it's not really necessarily explained as to how we know it's round.
Yeah, not
So-
really. I mean,
So
yeah,
I
go
get
ahead.
the premise. I mean, I get the premise of the idea of flat Earth, because it's like, it really isn't definitive. I mean, it's not a thing where we can really go like, yo, like it is 100% flat. Like we don't really have. I mean, all the evidence that we have of the Earth being round is, you know, like let's say like flight charts and, you know, um, you know, distance measuring, but like all that stuff, you know, it really doesn't defy it to be like a globe. And I don't. I mean, if it is a globe, I don't think it's like a perfect sphere that people think it is, right? Like I think it would have to be, you know, like a lopsided thing or whatever, you know. And that's my thing is, because it's so big, like how can you really make that determination of round, you know?
Well, right. So if it's so big that you can't tell, then how did they tell?
Yeah, exactly. So
So, I
that's
mean-
why, like, I kind of piqued interest in the server, because it brings up a good question, and I don't think a lot of people, you know, really about.
It is an honest question, though. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was done.
It's just like, okay, it's not what it appears to be. Fine, fair enough. Then where's the evidence for what it actually is? And we get sticks and shadows and inference and interpretation and circular logic, etc. No definitive proof. Like the last guy that I was talking to, even he was asking, like, what kind of a test could we construct where we could actually use a straight edge to measure the curvature drop off? Because, you know, lasers, they bend, light bends, all these things bend, right? So we can't actually measure the curve. So again, it's back to, like, how did we ever measure this thing in the first place? Because all attempts fail. So if they have all failed, why do you think there is a curve? So yeah, just all right. It's not what it appears to be. What's the evidence for what it actually is?
No, right. And again, it's something that, again, not a lot of people, because it's so drilled in their head, they're not going to concede on. So especially if you're debating people up in here and you got, you know, trolls and stuff, they're, you know, you could, you know, provide a lot of good counter questions to what they got going on, and they're just not going to concede. You know, it sucks, because I think everybody should open their mind. I mean, for the longest time too, you know, I was like, oh, the Earth's round, but it's like the more I kind of like, you know, open up a little bit, the more I kind of see, well, is it really? You know what I mean? Like, where's the definitiveness? You know, and you know, you look at, and that really stems from, you look at a bunch of stuff today, right? You know, not everything is definitive, not everything is what it is really. You know, there's always a caveat to things, and I think that's what people try to forget, or people forget, is there's always like another side of the pie, you know, and that's why, like, I kind of wanted to see what y'all, you know, what y'all's interpretation of it is, because I'm definitely curious, you know.
We want to see their evidence. That's all. And so far, all the evidence just points towards what we're saying, which is that the Earth appears to be flat and stationary. And they say that themselves, right? When they say it's too big, you can't tell. Oh, there's light refraction going on, so it looks flat even though it's really not. Blah, blah, blah. They're conceding and telling you, yeah, for all we can tell, it's a flat and stationary world, but trust me, it's actually not, and we figured it out. How? Pictures from space. Well, what does that constitute? That's just an image on a screen that was given to you by a government agency. How do you independently verify it? You don't. You just take it on faith that what they're showing you is actually what they say it is. And around it goes.
Nah, I see what you're saying. I know there's some flat earthers. I know they think it's this is gonna sound like oxymoronic, but it's flat and round. So like it's almost like a donut except with no center hole.
That's not actually oxymoronic because flat and round aren't mutually exclusive. You can have a flat round coin, right?
Oh no, I see what you're saying here. Yeah.
So it's not an oxymoron. It's fine. It can be both, but it can't be curved and flat,
a Boston cream. It's almost like a Boston cream donut, if you know what that is. Like that's what they explained it to be. Like it is still like round to an extent, but it is also flat as well. And, and then there's some.
Go ahead.
And then there's some that just think it's just one side. Like there's like everything is just one consistent plane. So everything is just on that, and then the other side is nothing.
Well, we can't get there.
Yeah.
Whatever the other side may be, we could never go there. We can't leave this system. It's closed. I'm going to say it's a closed system because the air doesn't leave, therefore nobody is going to leave. So it must be contained, so there's actually just no way out of here. Short of dying, I guess.
So now, like, what do you say to like people who build the bridges, but they build like there's a bridge in New York that's built kind of at like a curve because it's a very long bridge, but it curves. Like, is that just due to like the ground being uneven, you think, or do you think like at some point it does actually curve? Like,
well, bridges are built over water usually, and whenever they show us a picture of a curved bridge, it's just that, a bridge that's curving over flat water. I've never seen any schematics or anything like that for a bridge design that factored in the curvature of the Earth. We get claims about that from Globers, but it never leads to anything conclusive. It's just them saying it. They say, oh, these bridge towers were built to tilt 1 inch and 5/8 or whatever because, they were compensating for the curvature of the Earth. I mean, there's so much wrong with that. Like, the thermal contraction and expansion of a bridge tower is like up to a foot or more. They wouldn't be able to design 1 inch and 5/8 tilt into the thing. I mean, that's within the error margin of Plum too, I would think. So what it is like that is just a calculation based on the assumption of the curved surface that they say that they built the bridge over, and then they just assert it. They go, well, it's curved, so it must be tilted like this, so it is, even though they've never even shown that it is or that it would be possible to actually design that into it.
Makes sense. Sorry, I got the radio in the back. I'm at my job right now.
No worries. Yeah, pretty often when they show pictures of what's supposed to be a bridge that's curving with the curvature of the Earth, they show a picture of a bridge that looks curved, and then the water underneath it just looks perfectly flat. There's no arc to the water like you're seeing of the bridge.
Yeah.
So you would have both, right? You would, but I'm just saying you would have both, right? If it was built to arc over the curvature of the Earth, you would see them both arcing the same way, but you don't. So it's just kind of
like one's flat, right? Yeah. That's the thing I peep too, is when people use that, like they're like, "Oh, the bridge in New York's built for the curve of the Earth," but the only thing I really see is the bridge curve.
Exactly.
But if you look at the water's flat. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so it's like we're not looking for proof of curved man-made structures. It's the curvature of the Earth that we want you to show.
No facts.
Yeah. Pretty stupid.
I just think everybody should be open minded, and I think everybody should be willing to change your mind. But I like to say too, if you're gonna make an extraordinary claim, you gotta have extraordinary evidence. And I think the claim of an Earth being a sphere like a globe, right, is extraordinary, because if that and of course vice versa with flat Earth. I think if you're gonna make extraordinary claims, you gotta have extraordinary evidence. And I think the evidence on the globe side, it just isn't there. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And to be fair, I think honestly both sides kind of have points. I'm not gonna lie, like I think the flat earthers have some points. I think the globers got some points. But again, until one of them has until one of them has a side that's like definitive, we can't debate that shit. Like, it's just facts. You know what I'm saying? Then it's always going to be up for debate. It's always going to like you're always going to have people that are going to be like, "Oh, the Earth is round. You're dumb," or people are going to say, "Oh, you're dumb. The Earth is flat." Like, until we have the definitive of, yo, the Earth is round because of this evidence that came out, there's no other way to look at it, or the Earth is flat, there's no other way to look at it.
I mean, they haven't provided anything, though. I mean, I don't really consider it a debate. Globers are just arguing against their own experience. So, I don't know. That, to me, just tells me what I need to know.
I see what you're saying.
I mean, they tell you, yeah, no, it looks flat. That's right. It's too big to see the curve. Oh, well, the geometric horizon should only be a mile away for this camera that's 1 foot off the surface. Oh, that's because of refraction. So now not only is it too big, but the light also refracts around it so that it looks flat, even though it's really not. So it's like, well, what do you have? All you're doing is denying
they always
your
got the counterpoints. It's like,
Well, they got counter copes, I'll say. I don't really see much of a point from them, usually. I mean, they say that, okay, we knew that it was a globe because ships go over the horizon, the geometric horizon. Okay, that's only supposed to be 3 miles out for a 6-foot observer. Geometrically speaking, if that's what it is, a curve that obstructs things as they go away from you. Is it at 3 miles for the 6-foot observer? No, it's often way beyond that, which is impossible if it's actually the effect of a curve, right?
Yeah, it's always making excuses as to why you don't see the curve when it should be evidence as to why there is a curve.
Yeah, they said that they did see it. Boats go over it. Then when we go to look for it, oh, you don't actually see that thing that we saw boats going over because of refraction. So it's just completely self-defeating. What do they have? Excuses, rationalizations, rationalizing away their experience of reality, post hoc. They don't have anything.
Yeah. There's milk in the fridge. I mean, I'll claim that there's milk in the fridge, but when I open the fridge, there's no milk, and then I give you explanations as to why there's milk in the fridge, but actually you don't see it in the fridge.
Yeah, you don't see it, but it is there, dude. Trust me. Science.
Just believe me.
Yeah, scientists proved it. Which ones? How?
Name one.
Why did you use science? This isn't a science question.
System error cannot compute. Please proceed to the reboot of the machine.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, it's just us now, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know why he left.
It sounds like he's at work. He probably has something to do. It's all good.
Oh yeah.
Well, I might have to see what's happening in politics, I guess. You have perms there, by the way, now.
Yeah, I saw. Thank you.
I wanted to just park here and try to maybe get things going, but yeah, someone else can try.
Yeah, I'll see in politics. If someone joins here, maybe I'll just. I mean, I'll go on mute, but I'll be listening in politics.
Nice. All right, I'm gonna jump over.
Yeah.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Kali.
How did you get the elevator?
Let's move to the sea level again.
How do you get a dip correction in your black swan observation? Have you even done that?
Correction. I have this correction. I know the map.
Dip correction, looking at the fucking horizon.
Yeah, you want to know if you establish eye level, right?
Who said
close enough that it wouldn't matter.
Eye level.
Eye level doesn't matter when you're measuring your angle to the horizon.
It's close enough to sea level that it's negligible.
So you're just not measuring it and saying that it's close enough.
1 foot.
You need to measure 1 foot.
So you believe it is?
No, 1 foot. Today I did it with a ship in the Swansea beach.
What instrument did you use to establish level line of sight?
Jesus Christ, I will tell you something. The heliocentric model tells you this. You cannot, whatever you use, you cannot see more than 1.22 miles. Do you understand me now?
That's an obfuscation. What instrument did you use to establish
that is not obfuscation. We are here because of the heliocentric. We are here.
We're not using.
Can I finish? We are here because of heliocentric model. Heliocentric model saying there is a sphere outside with a radius 3,959 miles. That radius with the observer. Can I finish, please? That radius with the observer. What?
You're doing sophistry. You're obfuscating.
What?
It's not obfuscating from what? Obfuscating from what?
You are trying
Black Swan to do celestial navigation. Nobody is using the Black Swan to do celestial navigation.
Yeah, you're claiming.
Now you will shut the fuck up. The person who said to me no will now say to me, "What's the radius of the Earth?"
Wow, that's very scientific of you guys.
Yeah, it is. What's the radius of the Earth? Wrong. Okay, great. It's also occasioned. Is it Earth spherical?
Wrong. Wait, did he just said radius, and you said that's very scientific? Are you saying that geometry is science or something?
No, you guys are allowing him to obfuscate and create a new line of question. I asked him a question first. He's avoiding it.
Kali, what is your problem about heliocentrism?
What's the question? Ask the question again.
First, I spoke on an angle measurement to the horizon when you've established eye level.
We're not doing celestial navigation.
And then you brought up the Black Swan. So I'm asking, did you find out if they established eye level to get a dip angle to the horizon?
Can one person speak? Damn! Oh, fuck, it's disgusting. 3 people speaking at the same time is stupid.
True.
Hey, you don't have to interrupt.
He did interrupt.
So, Callie, get through your question. Sasha, then you go.
Yeah, just real quick. He brought up the Black Swan when I was asking about establishing a level line of sight. So my question was, do you have a dip correction or an angle measurement? Do you know that this observation that the camera was a level line of sight? Do you know that? And then did you find a dip correction? Did you measure the angle to the horizon line, the elevation point of the horizon line?
We need one.
If you didn't do that, then this is not a measurement. You're not measuring anything.
Measuring the distance of the horizon to beyond 9.4 miles.
How did you measure that?
Using the oil rigs as demarcation points.
I thought
there
that
is no question about the distances of the oil rigs.
Yeah,
that's not
and you didn't actually calculate or measure that distance. It was just told to you.
I told you
these
about
are well
Khalid.
these are well
Khalid.
known.
Oh God.
These are well known positions. These are well known
Yeah.
landmarks. You know what a landmark is?
That's what demarcation means. Correct.
Right. So you're just assuming that
You can
measurement takes
It's not an assumption.
yeah,
It's
you
a
can
known
actually ring
fact.
up the oil rigs and get the exact location of where they are from that coast by mileage by
Hey,
ringing
Jim.
them up, and they will tell you.
That sounds like a
Bloody hell.
belief.
And that's not even
I
what I
rang
was. I'm
Einstein
not
up.
talking about the distance. I'm not talking about the distance of the oil rig. I'm talking about the angle to the horizon, the dip correction.
You're the only one talking
Does
about
that matter? Yeah.
All right, everyone else is talking about the distance.
I'm going to ask you one more time. When you're looking at the Black Swan, what does celestial navigation's dip correction have to do with that?
Yeah, that's not how it works.
Do you even know if the camera's level? You don't.
Why would it matter? Why would it matter?
The observation of the rig 10 miles away, you don't have an angle measurement.
Why would it matter?
Because you're talking about you're talking about the horizon.
Geometric horizon formula is based on observer height, right?
Yeah. The horizon is observable in image. So the camera was pointed at the horizon.
How do you know?
The camera has a wide angle. Yeah, it has a visibility.
So if you're pointing the lens at the horizon, then you didn't establish.
No, you're not pointing the lens at the horizon. You're pointing the camera to the thing you want to take picture. Yeah,
Right. So
and you
you're
take
not
an image.
establishing a level line of sight.
The level line is if the camera was obviously not pointed into the sand. It didn't took picture of the sand beneath it.
Okay, so this observation,
the camera did not took pictures of the stars. Yeah, you don't see the stars in that image. It was pointed at the horizon, and you can see the oil rigs in the picture, and the sea, and the sky.
So you claiming if I go take my camera, my P900 right now, I go over to the edge of the mountain here and take a picture of the horizon. I have to level my camera to do it. I just can't go click and shoot anywhere I want to, and the horizon's just going to be the horizon.
You gotta be an expert. You gotta be some type of
where I
expert.
point my camera.
If you keep your camera a little
He's
bit
asking me a
tilted,
question. He's asking me a question, bro.
Whatever.
Yeah, if you want to establish a level line of sight for your camera,
I don't. I
that's
just
going
want
to give you an
picture of the horizon.
That's going to give you an that's going to give you an angle Hello, that's going to give you an angle measurement for the horizon. That's a different.
Yeah, I didn't need to do all that to take a picture of it.
All right, you're not using math to find out how much it drops.
It drops from your eyesight to the to sea level. That's the drop.
We're not talking about drop. It's not the argument in the Black Swan.
Yeah, can you tell us what the argument for the Black Swan is, Callie?
Thank you, because that was coming up.
Or you can say you don't know.
No, I know it very well.
No, you don't know it, and you're going to go ahead and tell us what it is.
You're claiming you see too far.
Be a little more specific than that.
Depending on the condition of the day, the oil rig. Yeah, I knew I was going to get interrupted. I even tried with you guys.
Your condition of the day is not Black Swan argument.
Oh wow, that's absurd.
Okay, you don't know the Black Swan argument that we're making. So why are you arguing with it?
You didn't even hear anything I had to say about it. You just cut me off.
You didn't have anything to say about it that was relevant.
Hey, you cut me off. I was in the middle of saying.
Okay, I'll not cut you off. Let's let you go again. You can tell us what our Black Swan argument is.
Yeah, there's two images. One shows the oil rig significantly obstructed bottom up. Another one shows where it's not obstructed.
No, Callie, that's not the Black Swan argument.
Okay, you told me the argument. Go ahead.
Okay. You don't know it, so we'll have that on the record. Black Swan argument goes, geometric horizon distance on a globe must be 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet. Using the Riggs's demarcation points, we can see that the horizon is not at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. It is much further than that. Thus, oceans can't be curving, Earth can't be a ball. Can you argue with that?
Yes.
Okay.
We're waiting.
Like I said, one picture shows the oil rig obstructed bottom up, and the other one is significantly different. That's because of the conditions of the day.
It's not about them. It's not
They're
about
both.
So
the
the
rigs.
conditions of
not
the day
about the
has
rigs.
nothing to do with it.
They are both black swans.
The both black
It's not
swans and the
about
horizon
rigs.
distance must always follow that geometric
but
limitation.
Why is it appear different? Depending on the
Because
day.
there's no geometric limitation to the distance in the horizon because oceans aren't curving. That's why. Otherwise, they'd look the same. It'd be at
What?
1.2 miles of both.
No, it's because of refraction. It's causing looming.
So not
Oh, really?
geometric then.
It's causing looming.
Yep.
Looming
Clearly.
happens with respect to the horizon. So the horizon is loomed with respect to itself.
Yeah, depending on the conditions of the day, the temperature inversion close to the water is going to straighten the path of light because light bends down towards the colder, denser medium. So in the photos where it's not as hot, you're not seeing as far. In the photos where it's clearly lots of refraction, looks like it's pretty hot, you can see further. That's looming.
So your claim then is that in both of those pictures, okay, I can post both of the pictures that you're talking about. right now.
Hear my argument, or just cut me off?
That's not looming.
You don't know what looming is, then?
I know what looming is. It's optical illusion.
You just disagreed with looming.
Can I post the picture of looming?
So just to be clear, you're now disclaiming the geometric horizon?
That's a straw. That's a straw.
Are you disclaiming the geometric horizon?
I don't think you know what looming is, Kelly. Sorry, go ahead, Tito.
Why would I bring it up if I know what it was? And that seems to be a poison in the well. Like, you're just trying to discredit me as a
Well, you didn't know what the Black Swan argument was. We're talking about the angle of the camera. Can you show me a geometric horizon formula that's dependent on the angle of the observer? Because the one I have just talks about the observer's height. So show us the one that we should be using that also accounts for the angle of the camera that we took the picture with.
Yeah,
Let's
you
see
don't
that.
care to establish a level line of sight. That's not my problem.
Show us the geometric horizon formula where we have to account for that.
Yeah, okay.
So you're not gonna?
Well, you're just pretending that people don't do dip corrections, which is crazy.
You're
know
not
what it is,
sailing
right?
on the beach with your camera. What are you going to correct for? And what are you looking at in the sky that you're doing this for?
You told you what it was. Also, you don't know what looming is, Callie.
Cool claim. Yes, I do. That's why I brought it up.
Okay, what is it? Define it.
Yeah, on the hotter days, temperature inversion closer to the body of water near the surface. Because of the temperature inversion, that means that the density of the air above it.
Shut
Why am I
up.
being interrupted while I'm explaining this? Why am I being interrupted?
Because you're already wrong and you're wasting our time, so we're cutting you off.
I'm not repeating your script of incorrectness. Okay, go ahead. Tell me what's wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, you can tell Andrew Thomas Young that his script is incorrect. Looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. So, you're saying that the horizon would normally be hidden below the horizon?
That's a straw man.
Well, you said looming, and that's what looming is, so that's definitely not a straw man.
Instead of trying to win an argument, you should try to hear my position first.
I did hear your position. You said looming.
No, you didn't.
So I gave you a citation for looming. We looked at what looming means,
How do
your
you know my
claim breaks
position
down.
after you
Then
interrupted me
your
in the
claim
middle
breaks
of my?
down to then the horizon is
You're freaking out. Hey, relax, bro.
the horizon is loomed above the horizon when it would normally be hidden below it. That's your claim.
I think reality is giving you cognitus.
That's cool projection.
Yeah, you're the one who interrupted somebody explaining.
Yeah, I interrupted you to help you figure out what looming is after you claimed it, and then shut everybody who don't know what it is.
And now he also is claiming that you need to do celestial navigation to take photos of the at the beach.
Dip correction is to see the elevation and the position of the horizon.
Okay, can I get a geometric horizon formula where I got to account for dip correction from you, please? Because the one that I have, it's dependent on the observer's height. So get me the one where it's also dependent on the observer's angle to the horizon. I need to see that.
Yeah.
Does it exist?
You're not being decent. Okay, I'm not gonna engage with you.
What a clown.
I don't even know how he got in here, but
why does he have a flat earther
I'm taking care of that shortly.
Seems like you guys are freaking out.
Well,
dude, you just don't even know what you're representing. You're just all confused. You still think you live on a ball and the vacuum of space is real.
So you're allowed to say all that, but I can't tell you what looming is?
I'm telling you what you're projecting onto us.
Yeah, okay. Nice cognitus.
Didn't know what looming is.
He still doesn't know what it is. Ask him what it is.
I was explaining looming.
Yeah, and you were wrong.
Explain it.
Hey, you cut me off before you even let me say it.
No, you got a few sentences into it, and that was enough because you were already wrong. You already train wrecked yourself. We didn't need to go any further.
Good job not comprehending reality.
That's really not what happened, but nice cope.
That's all this server really is not comprehending reality.
Okay, well, comprehend it for us then. You've already made a bunch of claims that you couldn't back up. We're asking you to help us comprehend it, and you just keep making more claims that you don't understand. So where is that getting us?
All right, how do you get an elevation angle? Do you know how to do that?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me how you get an elevation angle.
You take a line of sight to something above you.
Wrong.
You get the angle between that and the horizontal baseline. Yeah, no, that's right.
No, you didn't explain it, my friend.
That's all you do. That's what it is.
No, it's not. You skipped a very important step. Two important steps.
Oh, what? Go ahead.
The height of the sextant and the dip angle.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, how do you skip that? You claim you know this stuff.
Who cares? What does it have to do with what we're talking about?
Who cares? Maybe you wouldn't care if it goes against your dogmatic belief in a flat Earth.
Which dogmatic belief? And how does it against it?
You just get two major steps of establishing
which dogmatic belief of mine does that ruin?
All right, don't claim you know how to get an elevation angle.
Okay, you said that something about getting elevation angles ruins a dogmatic belief I have. Which one is that?
Why don't you just accept the fact that you don't know how to do that? So, yeah.
Why would I do that? I haven't demonstrated I don't know how to do that. You added a couple more details to the process, fine, fair enough, but then you also said that something about that wrecks some dogmatic belief I have, and I'm just trying to find out what that is. So I can correct that dogmatic belief, but you still haven't told me what it is, so...
Yeah, a level line of sight is not horizontal with the horizon line. The elevation point where you think that you're seeing the horizon, it's not level with your level line of sight. That's why we do a dip angle. It's the correction between eye level.
You're saying the horizon isn't horizontal, aren't you?
Did you hear what I said?
You're saying the horizon isn't horizontal, aren't you?
That's a straw man.
Oh, okay.
That's not.
So there's a dip because the Earth curves away from you. Is that what you're saying?
Did you hear what I said at all?
I'm clarifying. There's a dip angle to the horizon because hold on. Let's clarify. Let's clarify. There's a dip angle. There's a dip angle to the horizon because the Earth curves away from you, right?
That's why you use a dip angle.
Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, a level line of
Okay,
sight.
okay, yeah. So then what I said a minute ago was
Change his
so,
tag, please.
so what I said a minute ago wasn't a straw man. What I said a minute ago wasn't a straw man. I said that you were saying that the horizon is not horizontal. That's what I just said again in different words, and you agreed. So what you're saying then really is that there's a dip angle to the horizon because the horizon's geometric. Who measured that?
Are you just figuring out what a dip angle is today?
That has absolutely nothing to do with the question I just asked. So you're saying that a dip angle is due to the geometry of the horizon. Who measured that geometry?
The dip angle is the angular difference between eye level and the elevation of the horizon.
Oh, okay. That doesn't tell me that the horizon is curved like you just said it did a minute ago.
It's measurably below your level line of sight.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
therefore,
So the surface, so the surface of the Earth appears to come together with the sky at a point called the horizon.
Hard, you can't bear to listen to what I'm saying.
Well, it's pretty stupid, so it is hard to bear listening to it, but I got it. I got it. You're saying that there's a dip angle because the horizon's
Did you know there was a dip angle?
Right. So now I'm just asking you to confirm that. I'm just asking you to verify that assertion with a measurement of the geometric horizon. The same one that we didn't see in the Black Swan. The same one that we didn't see in the Black Swan. You know, that observation you were really confused about when this started.
Yeah, you want to get an elevation angle of the horizon, don't you?
No, that's not what the Black Swan argument is to do with. That's why we keep calling you a numpty.
Oh. So you don't care about the position of the horizon. Yet you're
back to this. Okay, so we told you what the Black Swan argument was. Can you repeat it back to us now? Because you're on the wrong tangent still. Pun intended.
Wow, that's an obfuscation. Crazy.
No, it's not. This is what you came in arguing with. So
we were talking
you're
about
doing right now
elevation.
is obfuscating.
I was asking you about elevation.
So what's the Black Swan argument?
I already answered.
Yeah, but you answered wrong. So that's what you came in wanting to argue about. So
You
we need to know.
interrupted me. You didn't even hear me.
So what's the Black Swan argument?
The claim is that you see too far.
Be a little more specific.
Depending on the conditions of the day, the bottom of the oil rig appears obstructed.
No.
Uh-oh.
No. Still not the argument, Callie. I gave it to you.
Okay,
That's why you keep trying to argue with it incorrectly. You're talking about dip angles, elevation angles. Black Swan argument doesn't have anything to do with that.
Correct.
Yeah, you were getting close, Callie, when you were coping about the distances of those oil rigs about 15 minutes ago.
So you might want to address what we're actually saying.
This is all obfuscation because you don't know how to do an elevation angle.
The elevation angle is obfuscation, and you not understanding the argument that you're trying to argue with.
We were talking about how to get an elevation angle, and now you're talking about Black Swan. You're obfuscating.
No, you're not. No. The whole point was the Black Swan, and then you started talking. Your rebuttal with it. Yeah, go ahead, Redwin.
I'm going to tell him how I get an elevation angle. So when I have to get Polaris, I level out my device. It has a level on it. And then when it's leveled, I lock it all down. Then I loosen up my part that goes up on an angle. And I find Polaris. And then I get my elevation angle. And it says it's like whatever it is for me.
Wrong.
I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what it is. So anyway, that's how I get it. That's the elevation angle. What else do you need to know?
Well, you forgot to get a dip angle in the height of the sixth.
Okay, now you're back. He's back to dip angles, so now he's back to saying the horizon is geometric.
He established level.
He's going to have a really hard time with that argument if he can't figure out what the Black Swan argument is about. Because it's about showing that the horizon isn't geometric, so your assertion that a dip angle is caused by the horizon being geometric.
How fucking dense do you have to be? If I understand elevation angles, what's so hard to understand about the Black Swan?
It's
the stupidest argument ever.
Okay, how is it the stupidest argument ever? Tell me what the Black Swan argument is.
What you're seeing is looming in the image because of the conditions.
No, that's not the Black Swan argument. Try again. What's the Black Swan argument? He knows it's the stupidest argument ever, but he doesn't know what it is. What a retard.
How
Try
could you
again.
not know what it is? Why are you...
You don't know what it is, so why don't you tell us how you not know what it is, because you're doing a good job at that.
Every time you ask me to explain it, you interrupt me with freaking sound effects.
Well, every time I ask you to explain it, you don't explain it. You start talking about looming.
Because you interrupted
That's
me.
not our black swan. No, that's not.
You set
That's
yourself
not,
up
that's
with
not,
this
hold
right
on, old
now.
boss. That's not why. That's not why you're not explaining it, or that's not why you're getting cut off. The reason is because every single time we ask you what the argument is, you start talking about looming or something that isn't the argument. So try again. Tell us what the argument for the black swan is.
Do you know what looming means?
That is not a black swan argument. Try again. Tell us what our black swan argument is.
Hey, can I try
Looming is
this?
a type
Just
of
read
refraction.
it. Callie, could you just read off what the argument is? Just word for word? Not that you have to agree with it, okay? I'm not saying you gotta agree with it. Just move the conversation forward. Just read the argument and then say.
I'm not reading any flat Earth script.
Well, okay,
You better.
can I read it then? Is it okay if I read it?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, here, grab it real quick.
You're just so shocked that I'm not fucking saying your script.
Well, I'm just shocked that you come in trying to argue with things that you don't even know what they are. That's pretty stupid, dude. At least figure out what the argument is before you try to address it. That's a good idea.
Not the truth. That's why I didn't say it.
Okay, so tell us what the black swan argument is, or Crit's going to do it for you.
Yeah,
The stupid-
he doesn't
yeah.
want to say it. I get that, right?
No, I know the argument, and I tried to say it like
You
6
don't.
times. And I got
You've demonstrated repeatedly, even after we've told you what it is, that you still don't know what it is. Do you know what it is yet, Callie?
the amount of obstruction on the second oil.
Nope. It's got nothing to do with the obstruction on the rigs. Try it again, Callie.
Me again, because you're fucking.
You're pretty slow, eh?
So you
Because I
don't
told
know.
you exactly what it was in detail, and you still have absolutely no idea.
He's a dumbass.
Yeah, you guys are spiraling.
Okay, hear this. Molus Tollens. Holy shnikes, this is going to leave a mark. If P, then Q. If not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, that would be your P. Then every horizon distance measured must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's your Q. The geometric horizon curve calculators. Not Q, horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore, not P. The Earth is not a sphere with a radius of 3959.
See how you get like all that time get interrupted with sound effects like.
See, you got that, Callie?
You just have to
did you
read it.
understand? Yeah. See if you can repeat it back. And when you're doing that, try to let us know where it said horizon dip angle, elevation angle, any of those things that you came in responding to the argument with. Go ahead.
Your script is wrong. That's why I didn't repeat it back to you like a fucking.
Okay, tell us what the script is, then tell us where it's wrong.
Well, how about just go step by step, right? Do you agree this is a modus tollens? Yes or no? I guess. If you don't want to say yes or no, I'm not sure where to go from there. I'll try to reframe it.
I tried to explain it like 4 times. Every time the guy interrupts me, and then he asks me to explain it again.
Because you
He's
were
a fucking
wrong.
You're a cogdis goofy. Stop.
Yeah, you've tried already. Okay, that's not the black swan argument. Let's try it again. So he just told you what it is, right? You said that it's wrong, so tell us what it is first, then tell us how it's wrong. Go ahead.
Why are you so scary stupid?
That is not the black swan argument. So tell us what it is, then tell us where it's wrong.
Scary stupid is not the answer, bro. Come on, give us the answer.
You
Come on,
know
bro.
what looming is. You know what looming is.
The black swan argument either. Do you
I
know
don't
what
care
looming is?
your
Is the black
stupid,
swan argument?
wrong, your wrong misconceptualized argument. I don't care what it.
Okay, tell us what the argument is, then tell us how it's wrong and misconceptualized. Go ahead.
Is the cause for the obstruction because you're an idiot.
Okay, we
it's
haven't
not
gotten
about
to that.
obstruction.
Hey, Kelly,
It's not
hold
about
on.
obstruction.
Just pump the brakes, okay? We'll get there. I promise you. Trust me here. We'll get to the photo. We're not even to the photo yet, okay? Just right now, so far
Right, this
on the
guy's an
table.
idiot. This guy is an idiot.
This guy is an idiot is not the black swan argument. Try again.
Do you see Do you see this as a setup as a modus tollens? If
Google,
P then Q.
Google refraction.
Wow.
Google
Okay,
refraction
now-
is not the black swan argument.
Yeah, not there.
Crit, I'm just
okay.
Crit, sorry to cut you off, Crit, but
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah, I
gonna
got
hold
you.
him on this. I'm gonna hold him here until he tells us what it is, then he can go on to how it's wrong. He hasn't even gotten to step 1 yet, so I'm just going to keep pressing him.
But
What
maybe
is
he
it?
doesn't know. He's saying he knows, but he doesn't know. Why would you do that, sir? You don't know the argument, but you're still saying you do know. But then when you gonna give the answer, you talk about something else that is not it. What's
The
going on?
idiot interrupted me 5 times. Why would again for the
But you
sixth time?
keep saying that instead of saying what you have to say.
If I didn't get interrupted 6 times.
Okay, nobody will interrupt. I'm going to ask you again what the Black Swan argument is. Start telling us. If it's wrong, we will interrupt. If it's not, we'll just let you go.
Cog dissonant clown, you can shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
Your
That's
buzzwords
not the answer.
That's not the Black Swan argument. So, I'm going to yield the floor to you once again. You get another chance to tell us what it is.
Anybody that's not as stupid as
after
this guy.
after this beautiful words,
Anybody, hold on, Sasha. I'm trying to hold him to a point. Anybody that's whatever you just said, that's not the Black Swan argument. Try again.
Yeah. You obfuscated.
Okay, you obfuscated is an obfuscation. That's not the Black Swan argument. Tell us what it is.
You brought up Black Swan out of nowhere because you don't know how.
You brought up Black Swan out of nowhere is not the Black Swan argument. Tell us what it is. You said you know. I don't know is a valid answer. You could also give us that. Go ahead.
Your belief is based in fucking weird shit, bro.
Your belief is based on fucking weird shit is not the Black Swan argument. Try again.
Why don't you tell me what you think the argument is?
I think I told you already.
4 times.
Crit told you in even more detail than I did. He gave you the modus tollens. He told you everything you need to know. You still don't
May
know
I
it.
ask him a simple question?
And I told you looming. Looming is everything you need to know, stupid.
Hey, it might be a language barrier.
Looming is all you need to know isn't the Black Swan argument. You don't know what looming is either, but you first of all should figure out what the Black Swan argument is before you try to make a rebuttal to it. So that'll be step 1. So what is the Black Swan argument? Hold on, we have to just hold him on it.
Elevation angle is, so who cares?
He's talking about elevation angles again. No, that's not the Black Swan argument. Try again.
Oh wow, Cog dis bitch.
Cog dis is a bitch. That's not the argument either. Try again.
Man, what kind of fucking troll are you?
Just let me ask him a question about the argument. Just it'll take me 4 seconds.
But then we're going to go off on a tangent.
No, it's part of it. Callie, why are the oil? What's the point of the oil rigs being included in this observation?
You didn't establish eye level.
No, that's
okay.
What?
Haas, we're going off into the weeds again. We already did this with him. He has no idea what the
he's
argument
forgotten
is. So,
apparently.
Yeah, he's just going to respond with non-sequiturs
how to actually measure. You're not measuring anything.
He's just going to respond with non-sequiturs until he actually knows what he's arguing with. So that's why we got to hold him on that. What's the Black Swan argument, Kelly?
Are you going to measure anything?
Are you going to measure anything? That's not the argument. What's the Black Swan argument?
You don't have an angle measurement to the horizon.
That's also not the Black Swan argument.
All right, so you're just looking at stuff.
That's not the argument either. You're just looking at stuff. Keep trying.
You want me to guess what you think the argument is?
Why would you have to guess?
The argument was so simple.
You just told what the fucking argument was like 4 times, and now you're going to say that you have to guess what the argument is?
Yeah, why would you have to guess? Looming, that's not the argument. Why would you say that after we've told you what the argument is?
Wrong argument you've created. It's right.
Okay, fine, fair enough. We made a wrong argument. First, tell us what it is so that we know that you know what it is so that it's possible that you could understand how it's wrong. Then tell us how it's wrong.
Misconceptualized refraction.
Okay, we misconceptualized it. Okay, so the argument is a misconceptualization. What is the argument?
That you think you're seeing too far when there's no refraction.
That's not quite it. Be a little more specific than seeing too far because it's about a specific
I'm not trying to read
thing.
an idiot's mind. Why don't you just tell me what you think it is?
Oh, I already did like 3 times. Crit told you as well.
You did.
No, you
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah, we did.
Okay,
Rewind the tape. We're just supposed to keep telling you over and over.
I'm not trying to have my.
We're just supposed to keep telling you over and over for you to keep not getting it. Why would we waste our time doing that? You should know by now. We told you exactly what it is.
You didn't measure the dip angle.
Okay, that's not the argument. You're saying that?
Yeah,
We're
because
wrong.
your argument is
You're saying that our argument is wrong, but you can't even tell us what it is. If you can't tell us what it is, how can you know it's wrong?
Why don't you actually measure the horizon or something? You're not going to do that.
That's what's been done.
No, you didn't.
You're telling us that it's wrong, but you can't tell us what it is.
All right, how
you
did you
think it's wrong with that?
How did you measure the elevation point of the horizon in the Black Swan? How'd you do that?
We didn't, because that's not what it's about. That's why.
Well, there you go.
That's why I keep asking you what the argument is about, right? Because you keep responding to it with non sequiturs, right? You can feel free to refute it or argue with it, but it's not going to go so well until you know what it is.
You didn't use any math or measurements to determine the position of the elevation of the horizon, so you're kind of dumb. Really dumb.
Why would we do that? What is the Black Swan argument?
Yeah, you've never measured the angle to the horizon in any of your observations.
Why would we do that? What is the Black Swan argument?
You're literally saying
angle. Where's the elevation angle measurement mentioned in the argument?
Yeah, you said, why would I take an elevation angle of the horizon?
Yeah, why would we? Because you're responding with a non sequitur to our point, right? What you're saying has nothing to do with our argument. That's why I keep asking you what our argument is.
You don't have one.
Okay.
I don't have one.
Hear this. If the Earth is a sphere of a radius 3959, okay, that's the start. That's your P. Okay. Then your Q is then every horizon distance measured must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. The geometric horizon based on curve calculators.
Yep, no refraction taken into account.
Okay, that's fine. There's no refraction taken into account. But that's true, right? You could use that argument. How about take out the word out the Earth? I have a ball that's a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Every horizon distance measured must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
If there was no such thing as refraction.
Okay, hold on. You keep greasing the skids there. If you're adding more ifs, more p's. Okay, mind your p's and q's.
That's a variable that's going to affect your outcome. Yep.
Well,
okay.
when we talk about observations, we are not talking about refraction. Actually, we are talking about the refraction index. Each day, according to the weather, it has its own refraction index, each day and time. And this refraction index changes with weather conditions because air has a refractive index. That means it's a transparent but not a perfect transparent.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a medium that light passes.
Yeah. So
there's probably a lot more information to take in right now.
I cannot talk about refraction, like looming, whatever.
He doesn't know what that is, Geppy. He might have just found out what the Black Swan argument
I'm
is.
trying to poison the well.
Yeah.
I know what it is.
You don't. You are not. You already demonstrated you don't know what it is. But Chris is generous enough to tell you again what the Black Swan argument is. Okay,
You're literally going to rump this.
Do you know what the Black Swan argument is now? Please repeat it back.
Yeah. Refraction causes looming.
No, that's not the fucking Black Swan argument. What is our Black Swan argument?
Okay, how about this? Just say, does a sphere have a radius? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, spheres have a radius.
So spheres have a radius. Good. Okay, is the Earth a sphere?
Yep.
Okay, so there now P, right? So if the Earth is a sphere, does this sphere have a radius of 3959?
Yep.
So there we go. We got P locked in. Okay. So if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3559, now we go to the Q. Every horizon distance measured must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, that position changes with refraction.
Yeah, but can never be no more than. It could be closer than, but not more than.
Wait, he's invoking refraction. Okay, on days with very good weather conditions where the refraction index is extremely low, very, very close to 1, yeah, that means you can see as far as possible you can.
No, it's the opposite.
Yeah.
No, on a clear, less refracted day, you're not seeing as far.
Show us.
Do you know what the refraction index of 1 means?
There's a big misconception in flat Earth. You guys think refraction is going to
You think refraction. Do you know what refraction is? Define it.
zooming straightens the path of light from the object.
Define refraction.
He doesn't know.
So where's the geometric horizon in your story, Ali?
It sounds like you're saying there isn't. Maybe that's the problem. Do you think there is a geometric, a physical Earth curve? Or is it always just an apparent thing? It's never physical.
Well, at what distance is that physical curve?
Go on, Callie. What distance is it?
Well, the globe model says, let's see, just if you agree, okay? The globe model says that this physical distance can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, that's like when you sit on your belly on the beach and you lift your head up looking towards the horizon on the ocean, across the ocean. That horizon line must be at a distance of 1.225 miles far away. Anything that is beyond that distance, it starts to disappear from the bottom up because it is obstructed by the geometric curvature.
A physical geometric obstruction. Exactly.
These guys are nice enough to teach you your religion, Callie. Do you get it?
Callie, can you look at the live stream? This really adds a lot of context to just how much quote unquote super looming refraction you would need. This image right here shows
the image.
Yeah, so the first circle shows you where your geometric horizon should be based on that observation. The next circle, in the live stream voice text, maybe if someone de-rolled you, you might not see it anymore.
Yeah, he's in cog dis.
Oh, okay, here, I'll post it in cog dis then.
Yeah, do that because he's not coming out.
Yeah, trying to poison the well just makes you look goofy.
Okay, so
look at the well attempt. Anyway, back to the point.
Look at the
Nice
cog dis section.
interruption. Yeah, what's up?
Okay, so see where the yellow pin is stuck on the map?
Yep.
That's where the observation happened.
Okay.
Okay, you shouldn't see further than that first red circle.
Okay.
Okay, the second red circle shows where the first oil rig is. And the last red circle shows where the second one is. Look, that's too much. That's too far distance. That's too. So you for that to be true, you'd have to super loom the horizon up over the horizon multiple times. When you talk about like refraction angling through different air, layers of quote unquote atmosphere, each one of those incidents would be a loomed curve over the loomed curve. Each time you expanded that circle out, like how many times would you have to expand that circle out to get to the third circle? Like 6, 7 times?
Okay, now, no problem. You know it's not hard to get. I get it. Now let me ask you, do you believe that something that is obstructed can become unobstructed by refractive conditions?
Yeah, I've seen somewhat effects like that. Yeah, but not
what is
this
that
much.
effect called?
Yeah, it's like super looming or looming.
Boom. It's called looming.
Yeah, and also super looming. There's two of them, looming and super looming.
No,
but not
looming
to
is
this
a real,
extent.
so looming is a real effect. Looming is a real effect that happens in nature. right?
Define it.
Looming doesn't show you something that it's not there physically.
Yeah, it doesn't do that. But let him
Looming
define
is
it.
not hallucination.
It can.
Let him define it. Yeah, no, it doesn't show something that's not there, dummy.
Well, it'd be like
That's-
the problem is he's not noticing too. Is it's an inverted image. You'll see it upside down. Also, if it's super loomed, it'll be like a mirror image of itself upside down.
Let's get him
So
to
as
define
long as we both agree that something that is obstructed can be seen, then we're good. We got looming.
No. Wrong.
So now there isn't a refractive condition
Are
called
you
looming.
going to tell me that, okay,
Something
so
over and
I live on a mountain, when I'm driving up, the other stuff that's behind the mountain, on certain days, I should see those buildings floating in the air? Are you fucking retarded?
That's a straw man. And do you believe in looming exists?
No.
It's not a
It's an
straw man.
it's a
Do you think
direct
looming
analogy.
exists? Does looming exist? Yes or no?
I don't know. Why don't you define it for us so we can see what you're talking about existing? Because so far you don't seem to actually know what looming is. Go ahead and define it.
See,
Yeah, when
here, Callie.
the path of...
Callie,
Okay,
listen to this,
I won't
On-
answer his question.
Yeah, real
Okay.
quick.
Hold on, Crit. I've been asking him this over and over. I just wanted to define it.
You could have heard me the first time, but you like to interrupt me a lot.
Well, the first
Yeah,
time you were wrong. The second time you were wrong. Let's try this time.
Listen, stupid. Light bends down towards the colder, denser medium. On a hot day, that path of light will appear more straight.
Light propagating through air does not
And a
bend
buzzer
down
noise
towards
doesn't
the ground.
invalidate
It always
the truth. It's the
curves
truth.
upwards
So
towards
your little
the
buzzer
sky.
noise is just in cognis. So good job having cognis.
That's not really what looming is. Try again.
Anybody that uses a soundboard to have a conversation is a fucking clown.
That's not what looming is.
You're a clown, though.
Anybody who uses a soundboard to have a conversation, that's not what looming is. You're a clown, it's not what looming is. You want me to tell you again what looming is? This will help you. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object.
You're not
Normally
listening to
be
a real argument.
quiet.
You're not arguing for
I'm helping
anything.
you.
You just
I'm helping you learn your religion. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object.
Here, Callie, this is how bad it gets. Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. So your claim then would be that that distant object is the horizon. The appearance above the horizon of a horizon that would normally be hidden below it. That's your claim.
Yeah, all your
below
tactics
itself.
come from like Nathan Oakley and other fucking clowns. In the
No, I came
You don't
from
know how
Andrew
to-
Thomas Young,
You don't
dude.
know how to have a
Cool ad
conversation.
homs. You're not even ad homing the right guy, though. It's Andrew Thomas Young. I gave you the citation already.
Nice
Guess you-
interruption.
Exactly. Looming is the apparent position of an object in relation to the horizon. So you're saying that the horizon has moved in relation to itself.
What definition of looming are you reading?
Here, Callie, this is how bad it gets. Okay, if you
The
follow that,
definition.
if you follow that logic to its full conclusion, this is what Rumpus had said. Okay, I'm not even strawmanning them. He said with a powerful enough telescope and enough refraction on the globe model with the Earth with a rays of 3959, you could view the back of your head.
Yeah.
Okay, that is
Yeah, that's
ridiculous
true.
in my point of view. Okay,
It's
You think-
not ridiculous. It's true.
how
If you
how
put
is
the
that
right
true?
With the right amount of refracted prisms, yeah,
Wow,
why not?
Yeah, that's gay.
You could see the back. So you're saying that you could actually see the back of your head on the globe.
Depending on the medium that the light is refracting through, yeah, you can bend the path of the light so you can see the back of your head. Why the fuck not?
Okay, then I guess at that point it's no longer a flat Earth argument when people say, "How come I can't see Mount Everest on the flat Earth?" It's really the globe argument. How come I can't see Mount Everest? Well, there's not enough refraction. It's not
How
physical
come I
curve of the
cannot
Earth.
see the sun at night?
But we're really getting away from the point of the black swan is that he doesn't have a geometric obstruction at 1.225 miles times the square root.
You don't have
of
an
the
angle
observer's height
measurement.
in feet.
Get an angle.
You
measurement.
don't have a geometric horizon, my friend.
Your
And you keep
observation of
arguing the
black
point.
swan,
You keep
didn't
arguing the
establish
point.
level. Where's level?
You
in
keep
your-
arguing the point. You don't
Every
have a geometric horizon. So every time you say refraction or looming or some other excuse, you are validating the black swan argument.
Yeah,
Is that all you got?
I
Is
want
that all
to
you
ask
got?
him a
Black
question,
Swan? Is
guys.
that the last leg?
Well,
That's the
hold
last
on.
leg.
The question that I think we need to ask him is how he knows there's a geometric horizon in those pics.
Exactly,
I
to
don't
justify
think
his
you
use
should be
of
allowed to
refraction.
lead. You should not be allowed to lead any conversation. You're kind of an idiot.
Yeah, you don't want me to because it's not going to turn out good for
Because you're
you. So
dumb.
that's
No,
exactly
because
what
you're
we're going to
just all
do.
just-
That's exactly
you're
what we're
just
going
all
to do,
just
Callie. I'm going to lead it. So your claim then breaks down to there is a 1.2 mile geometric horizon in that picture that we showed you with the horizon beyond 9.4 miles. I'm going to ask you how you know that.
Have I been getting muted?
Yeah, you've been getting muted. Otherwise, you would be rumpusing all over everything I just said, and that's no good for the live stream. So your claim breaks down to there is a 1.2 mile geometric horizon in that picture of the horizon beyond 9.4 miles. How do you know that?
I think you're too dumb to even.
No, well, that's not telling me how you know that. So try again.
I don't think you know anything. I think you're stupid.
Yeah, well, don't worry about what I know. Just tell the room how you know what you know.
This all started because I asked you how to get an elevation angle.
Yeah, but here's where it is now. Your claim reduces to there is a 1.2 mile geometric horizon in the picture with the horizon beyond 9.4 miles. How do you know that?
You've dissolved the conversation into stupid shit because I asked you how to get an elevation angle.
I guess
and you're
the elevation angle was irrelevant to the Black Swan argument. That's why you were pressed repeatedly on what that argument is. So you still don't seem to know what you're arguing with. That's a shame.
And depending on the day, you're going to want to get an angle measurement to it.
No, angle measurement has nothing to do with the Black Swan argument. So how do you know there's a 1.2 mile geometric horizon in that picture with the horizon beyond 9.4 miles? Please answer.
Congratulations, you guys have a flat earther that doesn't measure anything. What a fucking surprise.
Did anybody hear the 1.2 mile geometric horizon proof? I didn't catch it there.
No. I hear a lot of swearing. He's good. I can swear also.
Why do I keep getting muted?
He already said the Earth is a ball. So how can he be a flat earther? He already got his tag changed and his comic disc right now.
I will say only 3 sentences. It's okay, man.
guys.
It's all right. Get 3 sentences. Kali, it's all right, you know. Everybody knows to swear. Do you know how many? I know to swear in 3 languages: Italian, Croatian, and English. But that's not the argument. If you can with the arguments, you know, man, you're boring with that swearing.
Okay, so
me too.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, really?
I want to ask him a question.
Get.
Oh my goodness! If that question isn't where is that 1.2 mile geometric horizon, how do you know it's there? Then let's not bother.
Remember when I said the position of the horizon changes depending on the condition of the
Okay, it changes from what? It changes from what? Its geometric position?
Are you interrupting me because you're observing?
It changes from what? No, to clarify your
retardation. Because you're a fucking child. You shouldn't be allowed to mute me.
Yeah, don't worry about me so much, little guy. So it changes from what? Its geometric position?
I think you're freaking out. You might be.
It changes from what? Its
Calm
geometric
down.
position? Just calm down. Try to hear the words. Right? It changes from what? Its geometric position?
You probably need to pop a couple Ritalin or something. Go relax.
He doesn't seem to be able to
Good
focus, but he's
question.
telling me to pop Ritalin. That's interesting. So it changes from what? Its geometric position?
You didn't listen to anything I was saying when the conversation.
It changes from what? You said it changes from what? Its geometric position to some other apparent position? Is that what it does?
Jesus Christ.
Simple yes or no.
What the fuck do you think refraction does?
Okay, so it changes the horizon from what? Its geometric position to some other apparent position?
Can somebody more smarter than
Dude, you don't need somebody else. I think you need to be somebody else because that was a simple yes or no question and you just can't seem to deal with it.
immature and you're like an idiot? So I don't think you should be leading any conversation.
Callie,
That's what your dad
you
still
do
told
not get to. Callie, you do not get to appeal to refraction until you've confirmed the geometric.
Yeah, Callie, you can't appeal to refraction until you've confirmed the existence of the thing that you want to say is refracted. And you can't really appeal to refraction anyway because it needs 2 media, but I digress. We need to know that the thing that you say is refracted is there, so that would be a 1.2 mile geometric horizon. How do you know that?
That was really dumb.
In what way?
You just
What
don't
part
know
of it
what
was dumb?
refraction does to the position of the horizon. You just don't know.
No, you tell
Okay. So the position of the horizon, that's a geometric position, right? That gets refracted so that it appears somewhere other than where it is geometrically. Is that your claim?
Yeah, I don't know where you get all these Nathan Oakley terms from.
Okay, so I don't know if you know what I just said, because everything you say doesn't seem to apply to anything I say. So how do you know there's a geometric horizon that you don't see?
What you're saying doesn't make sense.
Why not?
You're just saying nonsense.
You're kind of right. What I'm saying doesn't make sense because it's your claim that I'm speaking of, and it doesn't make any fucking sense. Maybe you're realizing that now that you're hearing what it actually is. But you need a geometric horizon in order to say that one is refracted, so how do you know there is one?
Somebody that's not letting their emotions make them retort all emotions.
Okay, this guy's retarded. Someone else can try.
Yeah, please fall back. You're too stupid.
You didn't prove that, though. You just proved your own stupidity. It was a really simple, straightforward question. What's refracted? A geometric horizon? And you could not figure out how to answer it. It's just a yes or no. And you're so stupid that you could not figure out how to answer that. So I don't know what anybody else in this room is going to do for you, other than maybe get you to skate around the point and be able to obfuscate.
I'll just demand that he answers your question. Flat earthers. You're pretty much fucking.
Yeah, it's an ad hom. Cool ad homs.
Well, you're a. So,
cool ad homs, but they don't prove geometric.
Heretic. He made a claim that light is, according to, because of refraction, it bends with the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but get what curvature? What curvature?
This brings the question: how come we have shadows and we cannot see the sun at night time? If
this is why he wants to talk to you, because he's going to get off of the point, though, right? Because he's saying that there's refracted curvature there. What curvature? How does he know? Who measured that?
No, you're having a spaz attack. That's why I'd rather talk to anyone else.
No, it's Heretic's exactly right. That's just going into the realm that he wants us to go into.
The realm of reality and measurements. Hell yeah, let's go.
Okay, yes, that's what we want. Reality and measurements. Who measured the geometric horizon that we don't see due to refraction according to you?
Did your observations of the black swan?
Who measured the geometric horizon that we don't see due to refraction according to you? Reality and measurements. Let's go.
Yeah, Cogdis is making you interrupt. That's why you're a child.
So making it about me doesn't help you prove the existence of the thing you're trying to say.
Oh, it's all about you right now. You just keep interrupting.
Okay, he just wants to talk about me. He loves me. So who measured the 1.2 mile geometric horizon that you think is refracted?
Somebody that's more sensible be a part of the conversation and not this guy.
Okay, who measured it? Who measured the geometric horizon that you're claiming is refracted?
He imagines someone did.
How do you expect to get the distance to the horizon?
I expect it to be measured by somebody who says it's geometrically at 1.2 miles. That would be you in this case. So who did that?
You're an idiot. That's retarded. That's stupid. Shut up.
Oh, it would really be not to measure the thing that you say is there.
How do you get the distance to the horizon without somebody just telling you?
Your problem. That's your problem.
No, you could get an elevation, bro. This is crazy. You guys are crazy.
Yeah,
can you?
Crazy.
I mean, if you may, can someone stop putting Cogdis on Callie because he can't see the text chat then?
Does he really?
Yeah, your guys' tactics are fucking
tactics. They're just asking you how you know what you claim to know, and then you do this instead and talk about us and our tactics and how
you think you're bullying someone. You think that you're like cornering me and ganging up on me. You just sound dumb.
No, I just want to know how you know what you say.
Why don't you shut the fuck up and listen then?
You don't need to help you sound
I'm listening, and all I'm hearing is you talk about me.
No, you're talking.
I know you got a man crush on me. That's cool and all. Not really, but I just want to know what your geometric horizon is.
I ever heard you speak ever again.
Okay, Callie, here, look. I just posted it in chat. There's just a question right there. Okay, no wrong answer. Okay, just whatever you know. Okay, not even gonna challenge it. You could tell me, like Jack Nicholson rolled a shark or something. I don't know. Whatever you just without. What is your current working knowledge of this question?
Yeah, you want to get some elevation angles.
Okay, and then who did it?
Anybody can do that. Literally anyone can do it. It's a method.
That's not a person. Specify somebody.
I know you need some freaking flat Earth daddy priest to tell you that it's true.
No.
You
No,
don't
it's
care
just,
about international.
it's just for documentation purposes, like primary source, demonstration, and then citation. That's it. If you don't know all the details, if it's just some random, if anybody can do it, then okay, sure, we can. That's
Yeah,
fine.
you can get a sextant. You can use the methods of celestial navigation with a sextant. It's universal.
So the curvature of the Earth is measured with celestial navigation using a sextant, and anyone can do it.
Sure. Yeah.
Nope.
You don't even know. You don't even know how to get an elevation angle.
I already told you how to do it, and that has been your
No, you were
position
wrong.
over and over
What you
again.
said was
You keep
wrong.
going to elevation angles to respond to the
Did I
Black
get
Swan
muted again?
argument that doesn't
I have
even
to check
mention
if I'm getting
elevation
muted.
angles. Right.
What he's claiming is what has to happen is you take your sextant and you line up your horizon, right? Then you take your mirror that you angle for the stars. You actually point that at the horizon. That's how you measure it. Isn't that right,
Wrong.
Callie?
That's wrong.
Ali, how many degrees are in an angle?
An arc minute is 1 degree. Yeah, you don't understand the practicality of getting an angle measurement.
Yeah,
Okay, do you?
You don't understand what an angle is.
Yeah, I don't think you do.
Says the
So-
person who doesn't know how to get an elevation angle.
I know how to get an elevation angle. I already told you how to do it. Told you what it is, but it doesn't matter anyway.
No, you didn't. You were wrong.
Beside the point. The point.
You were wrong.
Okay, what was I wrong about? How? What way?
You skipped the height of the sextant and the dip angle. You assumed.
I just
the
told you what an
missing
elevation
sextant and
angle
shut the
is.
fuck
It's
up
the
and
angle
listen
from
to
the
me.
observer's line of sight to
You
an object
fucking
above them and the horizontal baseline.
Yeah, eye level
It
is
is.
not.
I didn't need to talk about leveling the sextant or any of that shit to tell you what the elevation angle itself is.
Yeah, round out the truth to continue this.
Stop being a retard. So what you said was that somehow using elevation angles, you can measure the curvature of the Earth that puts that black swan horizon at 1.2 miles. We're still waiting on you to give us that process.
Yeah, heretic. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
That's not the process. Heretic, you're a fucking idiot is not the process. That's not how you measure
You
curvature.
should not be. You should not be trying to like move this conversation.
You should not be trying to move this conversation. Is not how you measure a geometric horizon of the Earth. Please try again.
I'm just gonna ignore everything you're saying. You're too stupid.
Okay, then you'll go on mute.
Yeah, he can stay there.
I vote too.
It's a good name choice, heretic.
So I put the headset down for a second. So what I got from him is that for question one, at any time in history, from ancient times to now, is there a method to directly measure the curvature of the Earth? He said yes. If so, what is this method? Dip, angle, used in celestial navigation. And then
That's not a direct measurement.
Oh, I'm just repeating back what he said. Okay. And then he said who did it, and anyone could do it. Okay, so where I guess the problem is if you run this back through his logic, how did he get the geometric horizon with refraction also?
Exactly. He doesn't have a tangent point. He's assuming that his line of sight to the horizon is a tangent point to the edge of a sphere. He doesn't have that if he claims refraction.
Because if the physical barrier of the curve can loom up over and around the curve, then what dip correction? You'd be looking at the wrong horizon when you calculate that dip correction.
Only have one horizon, and he's claiming that somehow it's not at 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height, but simultaneously is.
And it would change as you go up and down of your square root of the observer's height in feet. So like at 1 foot, you'd have a horizon that's refracted, and it would change as you increase elevation with different varying degrees of refraction up and down that vertical scale.
Also, taking angle measurements, elevation angle measurements, is not a direct measurement of Earth curvature. He's inferring curvature after doing some
I was wondering why
mental
he's so
gymnastic
quiet.
mathematics.
Hold on, he's muted. Okay, here, Callie, did I straw man or not straw man, steel man your position well enough, or did I miss something?
Why are you trying to steel man me? Why am I getting muted?
I don't know why you're muted. I was wondering why you're quiet. I was like, well, how come he's not saying anything? I thought for sure you'd be jumping in.
Because all he has is ad homs towards Heretic.
Oh
yeah. Heretic shouldn't be modding this conversation. He's emotionally charged.
Okay,
Crit had his
That's why you're going on mute.
To be fair, he had his headphones off.
Yeah, I did. I took my headphones off because I just wanted to focus on what I was typing.
Yeah, you missed a whole bunch of shit. He's not in that room anymore again, and he detentioned himself out, so he's back in Cogdis.
Okay.
He's too retarded, Crit. I think we just need to put him on mute. He doesn't know the Black Swan argument after it's been told to him like 7 times, doesn't know how to respond to it, keeps waffling about elevation angles that don't have anything to do with the argument, doesn't know what he's talking about, doesn't know what looming is, doesn't know what his rebuttals are supposed to mean.
Yeah.
You don't have
He's just too stupid for this.
Is there a
right line of sight?
Okay, just to pick his brain for a second. Is
We're
there
back
a
to
difference
this.
between in his worldview? Is it an elevation angle and a dip angle? Is he using those interchangeably?
I don't think so.
Okay. Because when
Yes,
for
he's
question
talking about
one,
the elevation. Yes, he is. He's talking about the elevation angle between his line of sight and his feet. Hasn't?
Oh. Well, if that's the case, that's truly retarded. But I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't put it past him. Oh, he's in Cogdis again, ranting about how we never established a level line of sight. So I'm just going to ask him again. I'm just going to ask you again, Callie, then, where the geometric horizon formula is that takes into account the observer's angle. Go ahead and post that in the Cogdis channel you're in.
Stop muting me, pussy.
No, stop muting me isn't the geometric horizon formula accounting for observer angle I asked for. Try again.
This is cognitive dissonance at its
Try again. Yeah, it is. Yeah, you described yourself really well. I got a phone call. Never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go take the phone call.
Line of sight or sight, like SIGHT.
If you unmute him, I will start to swear. Seriously.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. He made the darndest
I will call
physical claim.
Yeah, I will call first person after him. I will call him idiot, and I will start to swear. I'm serious.
You must be dumb to not want to do math.
No, I don't want to speak, but also I want to listen. Maybe somebody has something clever to say. But if I hear one more time that he said one swear, I will swear everybody inside, and for 1 hour nobody can tell me nothing. If somebody tells me something, if somebody tells me something,
we spoke about numbers with him. We gave him radius. We gave him distances. You know. We spoke about geometry, like arc curvature, when we talk about the black swan. That's geometry, that's mathematics, and that's when we try to speak about that, he jumped into refraction, like, oh, what you see is not there, light curves around the earth. And he wouldn't want to answer the question, okay, if light is curving around the earth, then how come we have night time? Why don't we see the sun at night? You know, because light is curving around the globe. Yeah, so it should be lit everywhere because light in the heliocentric model travels infinite distances. Like the light from the stars, it's supposed to be coming from trillions of trillions of trillions of miles, light years away. Infinite distances. It's traveling up to here to the Earth's surface, yeah, and it hits our eyes, our nerves in our eyes, and we see them.
He wants to talk about leveling the line of sight, right, by accounting for dip
Yeah,
correction. He's going to have to learn how to straighten his line of sight first, because according to the
yeah,
Globers, you don't have a straight line of sight; it's all curved.
yeah. But he wrote in the Cog this line of sight. It's like he said sight, like SITE, and I don't think it
That would be
means
that would be a
it's the
place.
same word with sight, like
Oh, it's
vision.
not.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not. That's a location. Sight is a
yeah.
location.
Line of sight, a site is a location, a landmark. so, so what line? What kind of line is that?
So I asked
It
him for
doesn't even know English
CITE.
language. I am not an English native, and I noticed that.
Point. I was going to ask him to cite his source.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, Heretic basically did. Asked him, so can you give me a formula, or a citation
yeah,
where
yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I heard,
where
I heard.
elevation or of dip angle correction is involved
Yeah,
in the horizon distance measurement?
that's exactly what I had in mind. But when I speak with Americans, English, these words they don't come so quick to me, and I'm not good phrasing it so quickly to speak so fast with them.
All right, I'm here. So why are the oil rigs drawn on?
Yeah, Kali, you are really pathetic.
It doesn't matter anymore. It was live. People was hearing what he was saying, but not more entertaining like a things. And he will swear I was like sick man. Stop it. It's enough.
He's
If he
gone.
need
He's gone. He can't ever come back in here right
good,
now.
good. Even doesn't
You don't
matter.
have to talk about him
Yeah,
anymore. Go drink
yeah,
some
yeah. Yeah.
coffee. Go drink coffee or smoke a big fat doobie or whatever you got to do.
Kali then spirals out in Cogdis only text chat here.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more souls.
Join discord.gg/Flat Earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC with you to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
Imhungry the Poe Trainer.
Oh, Mr. What was his name? The Paul V. Paul V. You are considered one of the elites. Congratulations. You rank up extremely. I mean, there's a bunch of Poes I actually train on Facebook, which you guys probably don't know about. I am a certified elite star-tarted fighter, Galombi elite. I know every argument on both sides, so I train Poes now. It's just kind of like a unique skill. I know both sides of the argument all the way, the Bible, everything. Just makes me sad to listen to it all because it's like, I could be doing other things that are more. So that's my side on things. So any argument you got, I'd love to hear it, but I'll be able to debunk it, I'm sure. I'll be
Fish can
chilling
fly.
here, listening to what you guys got to say, and I'll shut up. Here we go.
So let me ask you, what's the moral proof that?
Kel, your microphone is trash.
Oh, you guys are hilarious tonight. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna bail for a while. You guys have fun with this dude. Good luck, and we'll check back and check the progress here in a little while.
I love you.
I'm hungry.
Hey, have a good night, bro. I love you, man.
I'm
Thank
hungry.
you.
Debunk
You're
gravity.
welcome.
Please debunk gravity right now.
I can't debunk gravity. Well, hold on.
Said that you could debunk anything.
You gotta actually give me some time on a claim like that. Like I gotta think about that one. Like
Why
not gonna
everybody in this,
bullshit you.
everybody in here can debunk gravity right now, off the rip.
I gotta ask. Well, I don't gotta ask. I gotta think on that too. There we go.
It starts with a D and ends with.
Hey.
Density
Bruh.
doesn't work though. Neither does buoyancy in a vacuum chamber. That's the problem with that little experiment. I saw that with my own eyes. That was terrible. Don't know how to explain that one away yet. I'm still trying to figure out a way. It doesn't
What's
mean the
wrong?
Earth isn't flat. It doesn't
No.
mean gravity's
Hold on.
real.
What's wrong
Just
with buoyancy and density? Those things are observable and testable. What's wrong with that?
I completely agree with it.
Okay.
You said in a vacuum, which is different, but we don't live in a vacuum, do we? Right? So when you say something is happening in a vacuum, it doesn't prove anything. Yeah, we don't live in a vacuum, so don't go
No,
there.
that was to explain the actual effects of gravity on Earth, according to Galombies, or what I should say, globe earthers.
Globies? Yeah.
I call them Galombies, commie Globbies.
So what are they saying that explains gravity? What are the what is you're saying that they're saying that the proof gravity?
They got a math equation for it.
Oh, so it's a
And
math equation. I agree with
It's
you. Yeah.
always a math equation. Yeah, this is where it gets all insane. Yeah.
I think that's the right answer, guys. You did. I mean, if I ask you the question and you give me that answer, it's a math equation. I think you're right.
It's always it never's supposed to make any sense, right? It's always pass it on to the next guy. That's how this whole thing works. Somehow.
I could have said it better. Yep, I agree. They just pass it to the next guy. The next guy gives you like a similar upgraded version of the mathematical equation. They just add a new number to it. And then the next guy does the same thing, and the other guy something similar. And they all say, yeah, science.
Yeah, science. Half of these guys probably don't even know what common sense is nowadays, let alone what brilliance is. You know what I mean? Makes me think it's a pretty easy job nowadays. I don't know. Economics is a funny thing.
You said economics? It's a funny thing.
Economics is a funny thing, yes. I believe that.
Yeah, because the math equation is being sold like in an economic base, and people are buying it, actually paying for it, for that mathematical equation. And when you actually control where the currency is going, you can get a
Right.
hold in resources and people's time and what they do. Yeah,
Well,
'cause they
yeah,
gotta,
of course.
follow
Of course.
follow the science that they claim.
Yeah, well, that's more of like math, right? Simple transactions. There's a science of following that, right? And that's all they do. So it's like, I don't know, easy peasy.
Think about it. They incentivize people that promote it. People that promote the talk, the conversations, the content creation of the math equation, right? If you promote the math
Yeah.
equation and you talk about it and you comment about it, you get views, ads. Yeah, I agree with
You're
you.
exactly
Economics.
right. Yeah. Didn't really think about it that much in that way.
Bro, the scientists they bring out the news. We discover an exoplanet, and you have people in YouTube commenting about the new discovery, the math equation discovery, right? And they make
Right.
money just to comment on the math equation, on the discovery that nobody discovered.
And
It's
of
just
course,
imaginary.
it doesn't even have to make sense, which is the funny thing about the article, right? Like, let's point that out first, though. So there's that amount of cash grab on that just particular one topic. You know what I mean? It's nuts.
So you did say you train POEs, right? How does that work? What's the method that you use to do that? Like you teach them
Training
about both
pose.
sides?
Yeah, well, I guess you could say a lot of these guys have experience.
Are most of them Globers or flat Earthers? I would guess that most of them are probably Globers that are coming to you, right?
Globers, like a very, not very many flat earthers. Just tell you that much.
Yeah, that totally makes sense to me because flat earthers are usually, they don't like to lie. They don't like to really troll people. It's more of like, they know what they know, and there's no reason to lie about it and to confuse people like that.
Yeah, one of the flat earthers, he basically argued with McToon, and now I'm not sure if he's a Poe or if he's a flat earther, and he likes to think that's funny, because I can't figure it out if he's actually one of the two. So he's like one of my buddies that does that. So there's a lot of interesting people in this community. Just in general.
Wow, so there's actually people who do that. That's crazy. Like they must have so much time in their hands.
You're breaking up. I'm sorry. Can't hear you. Sorry.
Yeah, it's because I'm on my bike. I had to stop. Yeah, these guys must have so much time in their hands to like just want to go out there and just troll flat earthers. Like, I mean, are you making money off of this? Like training these people, or are you just doing it because you like it?
That's actually a very good question. It's a very good question. The answer probably wouldn't be good, and I don't really know what the right answer is. Very sad.
But you don't get paid. You don't get paid. You're not.
No.
All right.
No. In no way
So
do I
so it
do
sounds to
that.
me like you
Actually,
just
as a matter of fact, I got McToon started off the ground. Like, just kidding. I really didn't. We were talking during he starting off the ground, and I joined his channel or whatever. But that was.
So you're good friends with McToons, huh? You're good friends with McToons then, right?
Actually, not anymore. Not
well, did you
anymore.
train him
Ever
also to be a
since,
POE?
no.
Did you train McToon to also be a POE?
No, McToon is. I actually trained him to decipher them. More than actually just decide who Poes were, if that makes any sense. Oh.
No, can you explain more?
So, yeah, McToon's been my buddy for a while, or I shouldn't say my buddy, my acquaintance for a while, for a long time.
Stop the cap.
Ever before he started on YouTube. Can you guys actually just whisper McToon and ask him if I'm full of shit or not, or anything like that? Because I'm starting to wonder, like, are you guys like in the community?
No, don't worry about that. I'm listening. I'm not worried about other people thinking, no, he might be lying. You're trying to say something about McToon and that. Go ahead and say it, bro. I'm listening.
Yeah, it's just kind of sad that I have to do this again. Wow, so many people here. Yeah,
You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it.
I don't have to, but there's some things here that really bother me. Now all you see on McToon's channel and FTFE's channel, right? Let's just jump to this subject here. You have the you have the Asylum or the MMM channel, right? Like You have those two things where they're like, we're going to debate a flat earther here, we're going to debate a globe earther here, whatever. It's always between those two channels. And it's because they're running out of flat earthers to debate. And I think I'm actually ordained by God now to just tell you guys that the reason why you're all here is to debate with them. And if I have to train you up, I have to. If I don't, I don't. You can ban me.